I understand what you're saying about, you know, buying the pile, so they can put it in, but, you know, car would be good. Offer trade? Yes, and I mean, not a small car.
Not bad if you know, if you have a, if they don't have to have the big computer stand and all that stuff, we'll pick somebody up. They have to have a radio. I don't understand, like a Dodge or something.
Thank you, sir.
You get better
Yeah,
mileage, too.
and get better mileage.
Do they have to have that
And every Ford,
break between them?
Probably do.
yeah, but that's just,
Not them in cars just as easy as one and the other.
that was.
Well, that was gonna be my question, you know, since the Crown Vic didn't make any more, what car would be sufficient for that?
You got the Impala, they're big car.
It's still a pretty good size car.
Well, I don't think it's.
Mid-size.
Mid-size, yeah.
Well, and some of it would be what we, you know, what we find the cheapest too. You know, we don't need to buy a real small car or anything.
No.
You know, if they have 2 or 3 that pick up.
And on the transport, I don't, you know, they send more than, say, 2, you know, out of the county on a daily basis to pick people up. Why do they need 4 brand new ones for transport to go out of the
I don't
county?
know if
Yeah.
So what you said yesterday? Sometimes they're all done.
Out of the county, I mean,
Well, they're going back and forth to Dallas.
well, let me rephrase that, you know, long distance, he keeps going back to, you know, out of state and,
I don't.
you know, West Texas and this and that.
And I don't know how much it is.
I like to list that.
Yeah.
But I also, I'm not quite against it. Cause it's 65, 75,000 miles, or else they can't trust it to drive through.
You mean transport?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll go.
That's okay if I can't be dressed, that's fine.
Fifty or 60 mile cars, you know, you buy whatever.
Well, and most of them should be highway. Not like driving down the county road.
That's 10,000, you can't go that way.
That's what I do.
Yeah, that's what I keep going back to. We could fix the road, but we wouldn't spend it on money.
That sounds good, thank you.
That's the reason we started this one, because we've got, you know, real time to work through that. Yeah. Just kind of gives us a good.
How many workshops will we have?
I think last year we had, maybe a total of 3, and then that was getting us to the tentative budget, the preliminary budget that we have to post, you know, 30 days before the adoption of the regular budget. And then we had, I think, 1 or 2 in between the time we posted the tentative budget and the time we actually adopted the form. I mean, we can go back and look and see. But the reason we like to do it before the end of June, you have to publish, you know, the notice, you have to post the budget on the website and copies if anybody wants it. And then get that out there, and then it's still tentative until we formally adopt, you know, the regular, I mean, the official budget. But there's some things you have to do. You have to publish the notice when you're gonna have a budget hearing and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, again, the budget is just the best estimate that we have, you know.
You know, I kind of thinking about that, the furniture deal and I'm building.
Facilities, maybe.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking, we don't know where we are in this budget, it's kind of hard to say. Just about hire for him, he's gonna want to take it, and he's gonna want to. This isn't just one person. No. This is gonna be a department.
Unless we can find somebody who they can share,
Yeah.
you know.
I was wondering, maybe if we, could say, okay, let's cut this up to 4 quarter right quick and say, well, let's take over the furniture until we decide what we want to do with that. And you go to the year so far ahead, and then
Yeah.
I know it, we can load him up.
We load him up.
I just think things good.
Well, I mean, everybody just do their own billings and figure that out real quick, and put it
I
on.
think it gives a chance to look some things over real good.
I mean, you know, that way just take it out of their hands on that, trying to come up with furniture stuff.
Yeah. Keep Jack from being a bad guy.
Well, I mean,
I'll go get that.
it's just carried away, they don't need, that's not what they need to be doing, none of those people. Something, we just need to do something to whack some of that off. Maybe take a little, if we take that out of their hands, it takes some back in the way. That's all.
Just, we gonna pay for it out of the general fund?
Yeah.
They don't have line items.
Yeah, I mean,
It's an asset to the county.
yeah,
Should be.
it's just not a major deal. I mean, if you got a major structure, yeah, we come do it, take it out of the general fund. Put a line item back in the general fund for furniture. And we just, we come to court and decide whether we want to spend that for it or not, just between us. And you come and say, well, hey, you know, the guys over the courthouse, well, they need this and this, and, you know, I want to get it, and they don't get to pick it out. You say, hey, here, we'll get you some new chairs and a desk, and that's what it is.
You have to have your road report for the agenda.
I do have it,
Evidently, we don't have it in the office.
I have it right here.
Oh,
He
you
handed it
still
to me
have
yesterday, but we didn't leave till 5
Oh,
o'clock.
okay.
It was already closed.
Well, they're getting ready to do the packet.
Okay, I'll run it across.
Okay, so just,
He just handed it to me
okay.
yesterday.
The package to you this afternoon before we leave here today.
Yeah, cause after they got it yesterday, did everybody else turn theirs in? Here, wait,
Huh?
just give it back. I'll bring it back tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
You don't want to take it over.
You gonna take it over?
Oh, well, tomorrow.
Well, it goes out today, but,
Oh, the packet?
yeah,
Oh, okay. Well,
we can take it off the agenda if you want to.
I'm not gonna have mine ready, though. I'm still amending mine.
Yeah, yours, I think his is on the agenda.
His is on the agenda.
Yeah.
Mine should be on the agenda,
I think yours is on the agenda.
and I'll bring my copies. I still haven't got the numbers.
Okay, but do we have your packet?
No.
Okay.
Y'all wanna just reschedule for next
It
week?
might be good, because we need to send out those packets, include them.
Since I've been up here last 2 days.
Yeah, right. So you don't just take them both off the agenda then,
That'd be
Yeah,
fine.
and we can do it on the
when we'll just
20th.
do it at the same time.
Okay.
I'll have mine.
Okay. We were working on the pictures for the roads of disaster, and we haven't had time to do it.
Yeah, it's gonna cost so much more now to.
The last 30 days, the road has got so much worse.
Now,
We'll make sure
you're the
another,
only one's lucky over there.
I'll make sure one, and we all wanna make sure one of them is changed, maybe it's all. Just one of them might change. One left, but I'll change.
I was telling Ken yesterday, I was disappointed that Kaufman Road, please, the little report I gave on our road precinct.
No, they didn't.
That would help quieten down a lot of phone calls, I thought.
No, but-
Didn't fit the agenda.
Maybe that.
No, I did not surprise you. You still got 11 minutes.
Oh, I know that.
No, 8:20. He's at 8:20.
Oh, okay, 8 o'clock, okay, thanks. We're good shape.
Well, I'm not sure, I'm texting back and forth. I'm not sure you remember the 8:20, but you spoke to all back in the I texted him, asking if you wanted to come over, you know, for that.
Was he down?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
That text.
I think I hear you. Sounds wall,
Why do you put down under the hell, or you down there, you won't come up? That's just me. I said, that's all over that text. Take about 30 minutes, take somebody said to figure it out. Time you did all that, you could have done it for 2 minutes on the phone call.
I kept hitting the wrong numbers and letters on that little phone, so
Yeah.
I gotta get a bigger one.
My hands are so big,
I think that's what that's for, but I'll never use it.
the other on mine has got a pin.
Who's after Ron?
Joe.
And then Lori's here, we can always put her in here.
Remember where it is, it comes with a pin. That's okay.
I have my budget.
Well, let's see where Ronnie.
You're in Florida or something.
I came back early. I missed you.
Oh. I would say Florida. That's a whole lot better than this.
Let's say that, she made me feel guilty this morning.
What is it?
I said she was making us feel guilty this morning.
Feeling
She
guilty?
come back early.
Oh. She ain't come back.
It was gonna rain this week anyway.
I know better than that. I wouldn't know.
Where's your bunch of rock supposed to be today, or did you? Well, it's supposed to be today.
What?
It is.
Really did that go yesterday. I got the hotel room 5:30 there.
And after
Five, yeah, 5:30 there, and it was 10:30 here yesterday morning. We got there, Friday. And it showed him in the room, we got those massage chairs in the room. Hotel with Eddie, Christina, see that? He's kicked back one of them massage chairs by me with a glass of wine or something. I said,
He was forgetting, drinking wine.
yeah. I said, well, that's pretty good. Yeah.
I got message back from Ronnie yet, so Laura, you want to come on? and do
Sure.
yours? Anyway, we can be kind of flexible with this, so.
Works for me. Here's it in the book.
Sent it.
I really broke it off. Okay. We're working it. We're good, we're good.
Basically, I have,
Laura, may I have a copy?
yes, can I give you this one? Done?
Sure.
Okay. I sent it to KW also.
Okay.
Basically, on my first page, the only thing that's been modified is I reduced indexing and recording 5,000, and I took off my bond money at 200. I don't need that, but I did ask for the $5,000 to cover the collections department. And that's basically state mandated program that the county has to put on. And in 2011, when the county had their $1.6 million shortfall, I told the judges that I think I can take it on. We reduced the department, I think they had a budget of $150,000. We reduced it, absorbed it, and I've been doing it ever since, and I'd like to receive that stipend that other people are receiving.
Collections on what?
Court collections.
All the courts.
Public education fund, basically, this talks about the revenues coming in and the budget that's covered for the month, meals, lodging, training, change there is a reduction of $11, and it brings the revenues at 54, or 5,540, and the expenses are basically the same. And it's just, as cases come in, people file the court calls, this money goes in and it's set aside for the judges and the court staff to attend probate conferences. In the records management, which is my fund 42, we have an estimated revenue at the very bottom of $502,000 with $230,000 as a beginning balance, and the rest of it comes in as revenue, and those are for filing of documents in the land area. And then basically what I've done is just break that down into salaries, records, preservations, mile meals, lodging, software. And so leaves me with an estimated ending balance of $89,000, but it balances those revenues with the expenses.
Okay, so you're not planning on spending any of that other than what you have listed for the imaging?
Yes, basically it stays the same.
225 stays the same? No.
It looks like you go.
Okay, this is one of those budgets that modifies and changes as we do projects. So I have $500,000 sitting over here, and as a clerk, I decide, what needs to be taken care of. So it doesn't, this budget never remains the same. And I know that we'll probably spend $100,000 and then additional money on equipment this year, and I bring it before the court before it gets spent. But it changes every year, so you'll see, the 225 decrease in imaging because we had a big project and we paid it. So I upped it, paid that budget down, so, does that make sense?
Spent it last year, so you don't have to spend it this year.
I mean, it's not a bad problem to have. This is not in the general fund, this is in.
Right.
I mean, it's not a bad problem to have, but it looks like we're estimated to have an ending fund balance for this year, which may not, of $642,000, is that right?
Where's the
Down where
$642,000?
it's all-
Budget, well, he's saying, that's the budget.
Yeah,
That was,
Revised budget.
well, that's from last year. And we
Yeah, the
have the
actual was
383, but we've spent a majority of that money. We've already spent out of the 642 for last year that we would end up with at the end of this year. There's been 403,000 spent of the 642.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and I don't, a lot of county clerks will take this money and they'll just say, I'm gonna spend $100,000 a year, but they'll go ahead and they'll get $500,000 worth of projects done and then just pay the bill. And I don't like that because a lot of times the clerk coming in, her money's already been spent by the previous clerk and all she's doing is paying a bill. So I'd rather save the money up and then spend it all at one time.
Looks like revenues are kind of coming up again a little bit too, but it's more filings.
Yes, and we have a 14-year graph just to talk about the number of average documents a day, and it's coming up a little bit, not as much as it was, but it's definitely coming up. And then some of this may change on the CD images if the DPS legislation goes through. Court technology fund, this is, again, this is money taken in the courts area, and it's put aside for the district and county court technology. And it gets basically broken down between the county clerk and the district clerk. So if you figure we're gonna bring in $3,000 this year, is the county clerk, and then spend it accordingly. And we've done the Tyler conferences on this, which is training on our court system. And then the district clerk will bring her own budget in for miles and meals and any equipment. But it should stay close to that $7,900 worth of revenue that's projected. And on the last page, this is records archive again. This is money taken in when we bring in our land record, bring the document over the counter upstairs. We'll bring amount $215,000. This year, we have an estimated ending balance of $253,000, so there'll be $468,000 in that budget at the end of next year, and basically it's just split out. Last year we had $654,000, and we spent $212,000. And this is one that will have there'll be a plan submitted on what it's gonna be used for. We have to, the county clerk has to have a public hearing, so about the same time you do your budget hearings, we'll do the public hearing on collecting the money, to fund this account. And again, this is one that the county clerk can spend on the commissioners for. And I think that, the one thing I want to stress on these records preservation and records management budget, it's really hard to say that, things are permanent in this world, but you have to understand that the records that the county keeps, and we have to have, the county clerk's office goes back 162 years. And so when we go through the imaging and the indexing of these, we're taking from the handwritten books and from the folders that are 160 years old, extremely fragile, and we're putting them, imaging, indexing them so people can get to them easily. But with technology changing, you go from the 8-track tape to the cassette tape to the CDs to the MP3s. Our technology changes also, so though you may do it once, there's always an evolution. You have to, we're taking these along permanently with us, regardless of the
What
format.
do you do with all the old records, physical records, where are they?
Most of them are downstairs. I have less than 500 square feet in the storage building across the street. And one of those things that I really like to do is to modify a little bit or maximize a little bit more space downstairs. And I can take you down. We have our, what's called a probate shelf. So the records going back to 1850. There are 3-fold documents showing the probate records.
Is that where you started on imaging with oldest and going to the newest, or do you start?
We did the land records because those are the most frequently used. And then we've gone on it to do the
And
vitals.
once we do that, do we have to keep maintaining all records too?
We have.
Yeah, but I mean,
Because those books, like I
that
said.
kind of history,
as-
but I mean, yeah, I guess.
Well, if you've ever been through a conversion, some of the things that people can relate to is you used to have a camera and you had the film, the prints.
The negatives?
Yeah, the negatives and the prints, and then they went to digital images and everybody was not making prints anymore, and they put it on their computer, and then their computer crashed, or they got a new computer, and it's like they lost that series when they went from the photographs to the digitals, and they're, you try to go back and you can't go back. So it's one of those things that I guess in a way some of the clerks are saying, I'm gonna get rid of those old books, but at the same time I've said I'd rather preserve those old books and make sure that they will last their entire life. So if there's anything, if you go through a conversion, which we've been through in 2009, and you lose things, you still have those originals. Now, from 19, but you have to also understand the Texas State Library rules what we do with our records, and anything 1950 and back is a permanent record.
So are those in a secure place? I mean,
They're-
if they're across the street that old building, that's kind of a fire trap.
Right, the only thing that I have over there that I really want to get rid of, and that's one of the things I wanted to talk to y'all about real briefly, is I want to maximize the space downstairs. So I need a place to take the records that are downstairs, move them somewhere else, have people, I have the historical commission lined up, they're willing to open these files up, put them in a format that I can use to image them, and then put another mechanical storage rack system that similar to what I have right now, but that'll hold files. And at that point, the 8 filing cabinets that I have across the street that are historical based on the state library standards, I can bring those over.
But
The
everything
other
across the
ones,
street's already been imaged.
everything across the street that I have downstairs in the rotary files has been imaged. And now that, we're imaging going forward, and so like the court records, things like that, don't necessarily have to be kept. And so there are things that we can get rid of, and we will get rid of, but there are things we can't. And the records archive and the records management address those cases. And at some point, you know, I guess we need to address a place to put these things to maximize.
No, we do.
The, you know, you
We talked
stores.
about it a little bit yesterday, and
Yeah.
so, you have to
Stores
address that sooner or later,
versus people, yeah.
figure out some place for all these files to go.
And I'm not, you know, I'm
You're
not
not gonna
opposed to
shrink.
using part of this money to do that. I mean, just, let's talk about a place that meets the standards set up by the state library.
Do we have such a place that the county owns currently that could be used, or think about using in the future? You thought about that, a place?
I
I don't know that we have a
don't have
place.
access to all the information of what's where.
You know, that's
Rhonda has her, a lot of her records in the old jail.
Maybe you have some down there too.
No.
What's all those flat things down there, those are all those
It's
Those,
tax office.
tax office?
the stuff that was.
You know, the stuff that was
So
downstairs.
that's why they're in there so bad, okay.
I
They're not in a,
think-
they're not in a good room. All those tax offices, not very good room.
I think that's what you're talking about.
But is the, you know, you're talking about like the old jail, is that in it, is it air conditioned and humidified?
Well, that's what they have.
It's got a lot of humidity in it.
Yeah, but it could be.
It could be.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying, that,
maybe that
you know,
it's used to do.
knocked out some walls and did a few things and put the right stuff in there, and next thing you know, you'd have a great big
Yeah.
file system that'd be
Cleaned
fireproof,
up.
and fireproof.
And it'd be safe.
Take out the walls that are not load bearing, like the big room, and, you know,
The air conditioning and humidity part, I mean, that
that'd
would,
be taken.
yeah, it would be too hard to do.
I think Paul said that the air conditioner
Work.
was functional,
Yeah.
so
But
I don't know if you can block off whatever you don't need and
Surely.
Well, that way you,
temperature control and
you can put
humidify.
metal racks in there with storage bins and storage, right, kind of
It shouldn't
storage
be that
things.
expensive. In fact, that's mostly we could do, you know,
Well,
ourselves.
yeah, freezer,
Just need to figure out how much
clean it out
space.
anyway.
Yeah.
Might have to
Oh,
hire
I
an
can
assistant to
take
come in and put the file
Yeah.
system.
Probably
That's
need,
important, those are important records.
yeah, need to figure out how many square feet you need, how many square feet Rhonda needs, and
Well,
double.
but you have to understand that it's
Why
not
bring it up
just
yet?
us, it's also the district attorney, because the district attorney has a whole lot.
I don't know if that's something.
I think it's across the street,
But
so everybody figure out how much space they need, and then
Well,
double it,
wait,
and do it.
But you also have to understand that
Look at them
while
very
this money
closely.
can be used for the county clerk's records, it can be
They're
used to.
taking the whole thing, feeding
Yeah,
them away.
I mean, it's like, so if you're just gonna replace that stable, you know, that library
And
over
some of them
there,
may not.
I have less than 500 square feet. You know, so it's like,
I mean, you know, you hate to
you have to be
throw away
very
something.
careful, and I know John Long will be watching to make sure that we do what is used.
Well, we can make, possibly three,
Everyone comes in.
you know, DAs,
Go back and
county,
see.
and then.
Back
Because they each have funds in their budgets to do that.
This is what has-
Does the DA have any
I
records?
did look at some of them
she's
one
a
day.
special.
Well, they,
Yeah.
just need to get it done.
Yeah.
And the county commissioners also have money.
We do.
Yeah.
You don't have all mine.
How much is in it?
I don't have
Karen,
access
Fund
to that
46? How
information.
much money do we have in Fund 46?
I don't have access to that right now, but I can find out.
We use some of it, we use 60,000 of it for, the, e-filing, I think, didn't we, Karen? For Judge Wiley's office.
No, you used $105,000 to buy her software.
Okay.
For the attorney package, we used right at $100,000 to finish the annex that y'all approved. And one more thing, but I'll go find out real quick for you.
Well, you can do it at break.
Okay.
So it's gonna be similar.
Well, it'd be 50% less.
How much space is in there where the old jail used to be?
There's a lot of space.
It's enough for all the storage that they have.
We don't even see one back with all the furniture, and there's a ton of space.
It just needs to be
The kitchen would be big enough. for-
cleaned out and, you know.
Yeah, like I say, take out the non-load bearing walls.
Yeah.
and,
But before we start, I don't know, I can get somebody the state library
We need-
commission
yeah, we need-
requirements, so you understand.
Right.
No, it'd be,
It's pretty fireproof too.
Yeah, I think it's 40, you know.
well, yeah, it's all
And then
concrete.
that would give.
That's why it would be a good place to go.
Well, we could put an alarm system in there or something.
Yeah, and you have to,
Right.
read on whatever, when they, spray
Not the wet water sprinkler, but the dry.
But I would like to, find a place right now to take, it's a 14 by, it's not 15 by 15 space right now, but would need to move out the equipment, you know, the filing cabinets and stuff that are in there right now. I have a proposal for a new mobile system and an opportunity for somebody to.
And how long would you need them out of there for?
Well, it wouldn't take long to put the system in, it would take a bit longer for the historical commission to go through, so a couple of months. Definitely a couple
Are
of
they
months.
gonna, when you move them out, are they gonna go through?
Yes, they're gonna go through them at that point, because right now they're in what's called a shuffle. When you take a document and you fold it like this and you put it in a folder, and what they're gonna do is they're gonna unfold it, and of course, there's a million pieces of paper.
But they
in
can't do it
there.
down there, they have to have a place to do it in.
I don't have space for them to
Yeah,
have.
that's where it's gonna be a real problem, so it's not.
Well, we got
Well,
the
but-
offices over at the South Campus right now.
Yeah, I could take like 2 of the offices and put all the stuff in there, but I'll need another office or 2 that someone could come in, you know, the
Well, why you
commission.
couldn't do
could come
that?
in.
Yeah,
Just clean out a few of those offices, put them
I
in there.
don't know what's over.
Well, we
Go
gotta
for
get
permission to do it.
her record, Rhonda's, got 4 of those offices, I think, pretty well full up now. But that's what we talked about yesterday, they're gonna go in and go through and get rid of what she needs to get rid of.
And I know there's 2, Randy took us through, there's 2, when you first come in, that are connected, like when you first walk in the door from the
Right.
courtroom
The
on the
ones that are
right hand
connected,
side,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes, I think we could get the stuff in there. And then he says, there's 2 more offices right there, that they're using for surplus equipment that's gonna be gone, so that would be,
Two
that would
offices,
be that
days.
thing. I could use those.
Those not both bearing walls either.
No, none of those, there's nothing in there, it's a pitch building there.
We can take all that where Karen's office used to be, take all those walls out, and make a room
Bigger than.
as big as this or bigger.
That'd be bigger than
Then
that.
you put your racks, in there.
Okay.
All right, anybody else have any questions for Ms. Hughes? Thank you. And, is Ronnie on his way, or are you gonna pinch hit for him?
He is, shit, just a little bit, but, he is dealing with the sick dog, and I'm gonna give apologies, he's probably, in the parking lot, he's going to be there shortly. But he said you have a copy of what he submitted.
We do.
And it would be to, sort of share with y'all a discussion that he and I had. I will probably plan to retire this fall, and, in, say, perhaps October, we can bring someone in to train, and we thought that a month to 6 weeks would be adequate time. I think he's gonna play a little differently, and he felt like that between that and the reduction in the longevity, he might sell his dog, but, he wouldn't have to make any additional adjustment to bring in a person.
Say, you want to put $800 is extra help.
Well,
And then get the training done, $800.
I'm thinking that,
Do it this year, I think.
Huh?
He was gonna do it before the end of this budget year, I believe.
Oh,
Is that
okay,
right?
possibly that.
Okay.
We weren't sure if it started in September or wait
No,
till
you
October.
can come on in.
But anyway, he felt that between that and then I know we get there towards the end, I think it takes some things off and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Where it really takes
Where you're
energy.
it'll be a-
So you will leave, the new budget year starts October 1st, and plan on leaving sometime in October.
Probably towards the end of October.
Using
October's a
your
critical
leave
month.
time and all the stuff that you've got there.
Well, I could, but I'll need to do some training during that time because we have quarterly reports.
Right.
They only come up in July, October,
Okay.
January, and such as that, so I need to work with them. to
That would be
train
helpful, yeah.
Yeah,
Very
so
well.
rather than leaving the end of September, felt like I should stay
Okay.
aim for October. And then I'll live nearby, so I can certainly
All right, the deal on his office supplies, he cut that some,
Unfortunately, I don't have a copy in front of me.
Yeah, mileage. increased his conferences a little bit and his education. Everything stays like it's.
So he's required.
Well,
Sean, you wanna come on? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I said, well, Casey, y'all have to give me one got a sinus chest congested and 2 days no tobacco, so I'm a little itchy.
Oh,
You're welcome.
we'll probably be nice. I mean,
Unload your weapon.
Okay.
So you got your master peace officer certificate?
Yes, sir, I received it. I provided in there, I received it from Tico on the 13th of February this year.
We're kind of looking at what we're gonna do on proficiency pay or the specific pay, you know, with every, the sheriff department and constable union as well. And so we're not sure what we're gonna do, but we're certainly looking at that. And I know we did that. I think we did some this year already.
I do.
Now, remember, he went through the hearing process last year, and they turned him down because it wasn't done at budget time. So, this year, I'd like to see it get bumped up to where the other constables
Yeah,
are.
I agree.
Where the
Yeah.
the advanced,
It was precinct 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, two of them.
he doesn't have verification, so.
And again, we're kind of looking at that overall picture on proficiency pay, I think.
I think if you could, it would definitely boost morale with officers.
Yeah.
You know, because you got some getting and some not. It does cause somewhat of a conflict.
Yeah, and it gives them a little something to work towards, too, you know, so,
It's just more training that your officers are getting.
yeah.
But you haven't used a bunch of extra help money this year at all so far.
Well, we kinda had a hiccup back in the, early fall, and some of the ones that I was looking at to possibly replace were just, for lack of better term, knotheads. And I told the judge when they gave me that position that if it didn't produce, then I'd take it out, and I'm gonna stick to my guns on that and take it out. But I had visited with some of y'all earlier. I would like to keep 5,000 of that to transfer into Daniel's salary, bump him up to sergeant. And I know we had touched on that in years past, and there's always a reason why. Well, this year with the ticket riders, Daniel is the only one that's gonna be the project manager / administrator over 10 officers that have the ticket riders, which is gonna include him overseeing the 10 officers, making all the changes for them, making corrections on citations, adding the offenses, keeping up with changes and letting officers know what changes are being made. I have a whole list of them there, but he's gonna have that thrown on top of his daily duties already.
Speaking of the ticket writers, how was that project going?
Going good. I got an email. I checked it this morning. I was copied on an email that Barbara had sent. They had sent Barbara and Barbara had sent back. I think they're almost there. They're supposed to start scheduling the training for the court clerks. So that end is supposed to be done. Our end is done. So, and they're working great.
Clerks like them, I understand.
Yes, I mean, right now, they're not able to pick it up, but we can go on and print them off on them, and they're loving it because they don't have to say, now, who is this, or how did you spell this
How do you
name?
read that?
Yeah, I mean, it's all plain, and our complaints, which is the actual charging instrument, a lot of people think that just because you got a ticket, well, we have to go a step further. Once we turn the citation in and do a complaint, that's already done for us. Once we print it out, it's signed, everything, I mean, it's working great. So the girls don't have to say, hey, I need to complain for this citation. So, I mean, once you turn that citation in, you turn the complaints, everything is working really good.
Okay, so on your extra help, you would cut it to 15,000, I mean, you would cut it by 15,000.
Yeah, cut it by 15,000.
And then you would, like to, bump his,
Up to a sergeant.
okay, now, to my knowledge, we don't have any other sergeants on the constable.
No.
area. Okay, so that's kind of a precedent-setting thing, I guess.
Right.
would be.
But, I mean,
And I'm not arguing, I'm just saying that because of the, increased responsibilities.
Right.
But I know what we're gonna hear, you know.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna hear that, but you know, like he and I were talking, these others could have brought this to the table.
Yeah.
So, you know, they missed their opportunity. We brought it to the table, got everything going, everybody liked it, so
And it worked well.
therefore, he's the one that's done most of the legwork on it. That's why I feel like he would deserve the right to it, just as so a sergeant would at the sheriff's office.
So is he gonna take over supervising the other?
Not as far as their daily duties, but as far as
Anything
the,
that goes on with the ticket.
anything the ticket writer can write his check.
So all the other JPs, I mean, constables have ticket writers in?
Yes, all the other, and the two environmental guys have.
You're gonna be administrator over all of
I'm the administrator of all of them.
What about the fire marshal guys?
They don't have it.
Do they need,
Now,
the
Bougie,
deputy fire marshal and Randy,
Randy. Right.
they don't have ticket writers.
do they, I mean, they could utilize them.
They could if,
I don't know how many tickets.
I don't know how many they write
I was gonna say,
per.
this is more of a neighborhood service ticket than a,
Yeah,
than a
they-
traffic.
No.
Okay, I just wondered.
Yeah,
They do it-
that's,
they
I
do a
don't
lot
think
of
that
theirs
would work for them.
During Birmingham, a lot of
Yeah.
theirs are done during Birmingham.
But on the environmental officers,
Oh, yeah,
They issue a lot.
they issue a lot.
And
So would they come under?
They have,
They have.
they have.
no, the environmental officers come under Randy.
Under Randy?
He come up there and look at it.
Yeah, and Randy has they have two of them, the two firemen guys.
Okay.
So they already have their two?
Yes,
They got the two?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm
Yeah,
over the, I'm the,
we had came to court and asked for the money for that.
Okay,
The court
yeah,
approved it.
I'd forgotten about that.
On your new equipment, you didn't change that. Can that be removed now that you've already got your guns and your rifles and stuff?
Well, I don't think we need to remove all of it, because we never know what's gonna come up.
How much do you need in there?
That's kinda hard to say. You never know year to year what come up that we need. If sirens go out a lot, I mean, I'm already having trouble with my siren box in my Tahoe, as new as it is, so you never know what's gonna come up with the equipment. But, I mean, you know, with everything that I've done, I mean, I'm cutting $13,900 out of my budget.
Yeah, I mean,
And I don't think anybody else is going,
that's a great thing that you're doing.
I mean, maybe not three, but I would like to keep some in there.
Or,
So,
I-
maybe a couple of
it doesn't
thousand.
matter to me, I'm just asking, because I know last year when you came, you had a detailed list of what you wanted to buy. And it wasn't.
Was year before last.
Was year before last.
Yeah.
But, I
It
lived in there
was
waiting
about
anything.
5,000, and I reduced it down to three, just to have a buffer.
Yeah, what was it you were wanting to buy, and they were picking at you about
Oh,
a
yeah,
or something
and I was
like
doing that just to pick Tom Manning.
Oh, okay.
It was just a rope can.
For what?
It's for rescue.
it was a rescue
Oh,
boat.
okay, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
You know, which we did have Jimmy Council fall down the well, so we couldn't hang it.
Put that in.
Could have thrown him a rope, or the can.
Okay, gentlemen, what do you, I'd like to go ahead and decide this, well, let's go on down through here. The ammunition, I think what we do yesterday, and we had somebody yesterday that wanted to keep the $500 in ammunition.
Wait, put it once.
Yeah, that's what I'm going, I'm wondering if if we should keep those consistent.
I noticed Keith had, 1,000 in his.
Yeah.
And the only reason I was wanting to increase that so we could do more training.
Yeah.
And it's getting harder to.
You know all about bulk, or y'all have, maybe you go to get it?
Yeah, GT distributors in Dallas.
Okay,
And we buy, when we, like the 223 round, we buy,
down around the country.
I think it's 500 rounds. And I mean, you go through those pretty quick when you're shooting 30 round magazines. And I'd like to send him to the patrol rifle school as well. And it's 500 rounds just to go to school.
Y'all keep your brass recycling, have someone reload it for you.
We've just always put it in the
They got a
barrel out there that the sheriff's office leaves out there to put brass in.
So anybody, I mean, do we need to be consistent on the
Well,
ammunition?
is $250 per person enough for ammunition?
Yeah, with the current training that we've done, I was just wanting to do a little more training, but, would it be a possibility if down in the line we could use the new equipment if we did need to get more?
We would need to move a line item
From equipment?
to equipment. I mean,
I'm just saying, if we come across that bridge this next year.
yeah,
Is that a
and
possibility?
I'm thinking, Sean, don't you buy from the same vendor that the sheriff's office buys from?
I think.
Ammunition's so crazy, just whoever has it.
Right.
Yeah, cause if y'all, yeah, that's what I was fixing to say, if y'all remember, they had ordered some, and it took forever to come in.
We go a few times a year up there, and if we see we got it, we're on the phone with Lisa saying, fax us a PO up here, they've got ammo, and we get it then.
I mean, he's cut so much out of his budget, I don't see an issue giving him an extra 500.
Yeah.
That's not my decision.
My only issue is, do we need to be consistent with all of them?
I think you should
All
be.
the other three gonna say the same thing,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think all of these things.
I
Might be a little
do
more
too.
training.
So we'll just bump everybody up to 1,000.
Yeah,
and if they
especially
use it, they
this
use
day
it.
and time with training, we're gonna have to start training, I mean, we gotta train more.
We gotta train more.
Yeah.
With this ISIS stuff, we never know when they're gonna get down here.
ISIS and banditos and
Yeah.
everybody else is mad at us.
So we'll try to be consistent with $500
Yeah.
per person.
Well, yeah,
Per
right,
department.
yeah, and the constables areas,
Yeah.
that should do it, so we'll need.
There's a way to do
Oh, I'll
it.
change it, no
Yeah.
problem.
Okay.
So,
But
All right.
I'd like to see him get I'd like to see Sean get the raise since he's got his proficiency.
Yeah.
I don't think Daniel's gonna be an administrator. I'm good with that.
I would rather see Daniel get his before I get mine, if something comes up.
You were kind of, left out last year, so
Well, I understand
I'd like
that,
to see that happen now, this budget year.
I would just rather see Daniel before I get mine, because, I mean, he's done a lot, he stepped up to the plate for me for 3 months when I was down in the leg, and he's really shining this year.
Okay. Gentlemen, what do you want to do on the request? He's dropping that budget out of 15,000, from 20,000 to 20 with a request that 5,000 go to, you wouldn't have any, then,
No, I'm not refilling that position,
okay, so you wouldn't
not
have
at
any.
this time.
And we've not done anything on any type of really salaries, I don't think, up to this point. And we're kind of putting those aside, but, until we get to that, maybe we'll come back and revisit this.
Well, they still get minus 15,000, but you don't keep 5,000.
But he
Well,
wants
you
that.
said no, then
Yeah, but I mean, he wants that to go to, his debt.
that's 5,000 in the extra.
And he would zero extra help.
Yeah, it'd be zeroed out. Just
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
roll.
transferred.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you don't wanna keep
that's big,
5,000?
no, we
No,
want
I
to put it
mean,
in.
whatever way we need to work it out, if it's going to his salary or whatever we need to do.
Okay.
About 6 months ago, Constable Mayfield came to me and I made a note, still hanging on my computer, that he wanted to get that extra help up and help the county out and his department better.
Okay, well, let us, we'll be a little further, we're just kind of doing preliminary stuff, and we're trying to make some decisions where we can, like we talked about.
Right.
This is one of probably 3 workshops we'll have before the end of June, and, so, anybody else have any questions for Sean? Really do appreciate what y'all have done on the ticket writers, that's been very helpful. Yeah.
Mostly him.
Yeah, that saves a lot of time for our clerks and everybody.
You get all the training from Dr. Joe, I'm sure.
What, Jay?
He got all his training from Dr. Joe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I know how to pinch a penny now.
I bet you do.
Worked with him for 20 years, you can pinch a penny.
All right, y'all have anything else? Thank you. All right. Next is, Lori, you want to, a little ahead of time, you want to come on up? Lori was off at school last week, and I haven't talked to you since you got back. Beneficial.
It was a great one, it was on, put on by DG Mountain, so, we were in a lot of turns, so we got a lot of legal help and unemployment and open records and pretty good stuff.
Good.
It was a good one.
Good. All righty, let's, you have a narrative from her on the, right before the actual budget, so which we'd asked them to do. So,
Well, I know y'all, the whole salary thing, but this is the same thing I come with every year, that my department is still being established. When I was first hired 3 years ago, I was given $55,000 for 8 months of the year. That included my salary and my staff salary. So this is just reminding y'all that we still are trying to get to where we should have been the first time. And we've taken on more and more responsibilities, more and more duties from other departments and everything, just trying to get the county where it needs to be. So, I also included some spreadsheet, from other similar sized counties and surrounding counties. And that information is not even updated from this last year, that is last year's information, so.
and that's right behind the
There's no,
budget.
yeah, so there's no telling what other counties have gone through over the last year. I also am asking for some extra help, not to say that I don't wanna hire a permanent extra help person. It's just to have in case, like this last week, this training that we went to was really a good training, so I wanted all 3 of us to go, and luckily I was able to pull Cassie from the judge's office to help out, but I'd really like to have a part-time person just on standby, or.
How often do you anticipate that happening where all 3 are going?
I don't anticipate it happening very frequently. This one conference was just, the agenda was really awesome, and I felt the need for us all to be there, but the majority of my time for the conferences would be just 2 of us and one sitting behind, whether that be me staying behind or one of the other girls. Cause I don't want that to happen, but it was just a good agenda that I didn't want to pass up on. But then we've got our busy time of year in open enrollment, and I mean, we pull long hours getting stuff ready and all kinds of stuff, so it'd be nice to have someone to help out with that, or filing when we're behind, and those kinds of things. I had a girl that came back, or she was in school actually for an HR degree, and I hired her to intern with me for a couple weeks, and man, it was awesome having just someone that is learning HR and teaching, and she actually helped me a lot with job descriptions and stuff, so luckily I saved a couple of months when I didn't fill that position that I got, so I was able to pay her out of that, and then lastly, the employee drug test line item and the new hire background line item, I would simply just like it to be removed from my budget. I don't feel that it's ever being accounted for elsewhere besides I'm the only one seeing it. So, and we have a lot of turnover and a lot of new hires, and it cost me $46 to hire one person. So you have someone hired on, and then the next day they're quitting or terminated or whatever, it just,
So where would the money come from, if not from this?
Well, we'd probably just put it in that, in our, fund, what is the general government fund, I guess we could put.
409.
Yeah,
just like the same like other benefits that we do, other
insurance.
insurance stuff.
That's the general government fund, you know, that's the big fund where we pay our health insurance.
But I mean, should this not be broken out so that we know what we're spending on the yearly basis for, you know,
Drug test,
for our turnover,
background check.
you know, basically?
Of course, it's always gonna be the same price each year for drug tests, always pretty much stay the same price, and background
The
checks.
current procedure we use right now is test.
45?
It's $45 for an alcohol test, and then my background checks, it's $1 per search.
You just do that on.
And I do it on
Yeah, online.
GPS unless,
Okay.
unless I get a hit on, because I have a private site and a public site.
Right. So
The
you
private
hit
site,
just move it.
if the private site, if they hit on the private site, I can't share that with the supervisor. So I have to run it on the public site, to make sure that it's public record. And then that costs me $3, so it can cost me anywhere from $1 to $4 on one person. Generally, 98% of the time, it's just the $1.
If it goes into 409, who's gonna control it and run it?
I mean, I would still continue to do the bill, because I would still do the bill and,
And the reason, and we talked about this, the reason you wanna move it from your budget, to, you know, located somewhere else, I mean, it could be put in the county judge's budget, I guess, for that matter, even though I don't know that it would fit there, but is because you're worried about it going over what?
well,
budget?
in the years past, I have had to move money, like, my office supplies to fund that, to pay for that.
Okay,
So I just don't feel that it's being, that people are really realizing where that money's coming from.
when we hire.
The extent to cost
Yeah,
that we
right.
have to hire somebody.
So it hits your budget, and it may not be because of anything that you.
Maybe we're putting it in the wrong budget. Maybe we should put that in the people's need to help.
Either that or just increase the budget.
Maybe that,
Not just
no,
increase the budget, it's all.
no, I'm
it's all
just saying.
human resource related.
Yeah.
They're all new hire,
Yeah.
and just increase your
Because
budget.
that's not
Somewhere else.
gonna have any impact on any of our departments, you know, because people leave for unknown reasons, you know, you have no control over, so it's not like, well, we're gonna control our turnover because of a $45 drug test, you know, that's.
Did we increase that last year?
We've increased it every year.
Because I noticed in 2013, we spent 2815, and then 2561, and it looks like through April 30th, we spent 1195.
And I have not done a random test this year.
You've not done
I
that?
have not done a random test on CDL because we've had so much turnover that I didn't want to get the budget, so.
Okay.
It's
Well,
not like I have to pick and choose.
the problem,
Okay.
go ahead.
Okay. This was put in her budget because she's the HR director.
Right,
That's her job,
yeah.
to run those, okay? She shouldn't have to take from one of her other line
I agree
items
totally.
to cover
Yeah, I
the
agree
whole
totally.
county's employees.
We should put
So
that
then
on
she
there,
should
yeah.
come and say, Karen, KW needs to request a line item transfer, and let's take it from some other line item out of her budget, maybe lower the health insurance or something by that small amount, it's never a whole lot, and cover that where, you know, the employees are covered, but it's in the right department.
Yeah, I think it needs to stay in HR, but it does not need to be, it should not punish your
Just
budget.
increase it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Put another $1,000.
You ought
Yeah,
I'd say put 5,000 in there for the drug test, because the CDL said, if you run, maybe we need more money.
Yeah,
And
that's
you're
what I was
supposed to run
thinking.
those
Background
every,
check.
aren't we supposed to,
$500?
Maybe 4 months, yeah, quarterly.
you know?
So everybody be okay with going up to 5,000 on that,
Randomly.
and then if we don't have as much turnover, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, but that means,
And then 500, we don't need it back.
we've probably never been audited for that either, though.
No, and I.
Probably won't.
No, and I think
Being
last year
county.
I did it twice.
Yeah.
This year I haven't ran one. I plan to run one. I try to
Yeah.
pick a good time.
If we,
Around 4th of July.
I would recommend making the drug test line item 5,000, she probably won't go over that.
Yeah.
All right, and then maybe the new hire background, because that's where part of the issue has happened, where I would put it at $250, then she's pretty well covered. If she sees an issue by March or April, then we need to bring that back to court and say, hey, we need
Give her some more money.
some more money because of this, and this.
Historically, we haven't spent
No,
that.
I'm okay with the new hire staying at 100. I
Are
would, yeah, I think I'm.
Even though we spent 115.86.
Well, that was back before we got on DPS website to do the dollar search.
You
We
know,
were
like you-
doing, we were doing a $3 search, so every new employee was costing
Okay,
us
so leave
$3.
that at 100,
I think the 100's
and
fine.
then push the other
That drug
5,000.
test-
5,000.
Because that drug test
Okay.
one also is for reasonable suspicion, it's also for our workers' comp, comes out of that, so,
I think we just fund whatever we need to do.
Yeah,
I'm fine with it, I just,
just need more money.
Yeah.
yeah.
You should have to focus somewhere else.
that $8,000 is just kind of
Well, I just estimated,
feeding,
yeah.
aura that might be.
Yeah, and they can be lower, it's fine. I just kinda estimated at what had paid, the other, and I don't remember what I paid her hourly, and based on like the 24-hour max for working, or somebody working. So I don't think I would exceed that.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with, like when Cassie came over and worked, she was able to continue her work here, on the computer. So I don't have a problem with sharing resources if we have resources to share, not for months or weeks or something, but for 2 or 3 days. But we'll come back and maybe look at what we can do on that. I don't know that 8,000 is, but certainly, it's something we need to take into, because we, especially on HR, well, on every department for that matter, but certainly you need to keep us out of trouble. And that's the way how you learn by going off to these schools to do that, So anything else on the HR side? Health insurance, when will we have
I'm looking in first of July. I believe she said their meeting was June 20th. I can check, for them to discuss the rates and things. There's a conference, or a webinar, I can't remember, is it end of this week or first of next week, that they're gonna talk about the changes and the renewals and stuff like that.
How are our claims running this year compared to last year? Keep track of
I
that?
don't know, I haven't.
They'll give you reports.
I think I just got a report the other day, but I haven't looked at it, to be honest.
we've had some high claims years.
We have several cancer claims. And that is our high expense, and we've got, and we've got retirees, we had 2 retirees that were on, dialysis, so that was a really high expense. I believe one of those has dropped off. They've aged out, so they're no longer getting our insurance, but, we've got some pretty unhealthy ones, and most of it, like I said, is a cancer, and, you can't do much to prevent that. But we've tried, we're trying to do more health incentives, working on changing the tobacco thing. Cassie, a wellness planner, she's helped me out a lot, and, just trying to get the word out to get people more active and more healthy. We've done the health fair, we're working on doing a stroke screening, to help people. It's free, on insurance, all that, so we're working on more preventative care, trying to get people more.
You might tell the commissioners what you told me about doing, TAC is really pleased with our Healthy County program that Cassie and Lori really pretty well operate, but they gave us a credit.
Yes.
You might let
Last
the
year,
board know about
because
that.
we're one of the few counties, I thought we were behind in times, but apparently not. We're one of the few counties that have implemented a wellness program. And so our wellness program consists of our, the wellness day, where you go to get your doctor's appointment or whatever, and then we reward the employee 8 hours, or we charge the employee, and then also the tobacco program that we have that we're kind of altering.
And the blood,
That we've done the blood screening,
testing.
we've actually saved one lady's life by the blood screening. So we continue to do things throughout the year, and TAC was made aware of that last year, and they gave us a 1% discount on our renewal rate last year. So, and then this year at the Healthy County Conference, they asked Cassie and I to come speak about what we're doing and things we're doing. So we went into that, and everybody was pretty pleased. So I'm hoping to just kind of expand on it more, do more incentives, and hopefully TAC will still take notice and give us more discounts. So.
and 1% on our rate.
Yes.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, well, in Wall Street and the news, and everybody reported that health insurance gonna go up 10%.
I read that this morning.
Yeah.
I read that this
You haven't
morning.
seen it for the next year.
And our rates continue, I think 2 years ago, our rate was 14% renewal, and last year it was 7% renewal, so.
We're doing
We're
7 to
slowly-
10% this year.
Yeah, they said family of 4 insurance is gonna cost $25,000.
Well, yeah, things aren't looking good. We have to figure out something new.
Yeah, it's been ongoing forever. Tell them, or I say tell them, and you may be aware, I know we got a notice that our contribution to the TCDRS, the retirement system, we've been paying 9.30 or 9 point.
Our new rate is 961,
Okay.
we're paying 972 or something like that.
Yeah, it's gone down a few basis points, but, you know, it went up there for a while, we were going up 0.5%, and that's big money, I mean, you know, but now, last year, I think it stayed about even.
I think it went down just a little bit, but not enough to.
So this year, it's gonna go down a little bit more, and.
We're paying 9.75, Judge, right now,
Yeah,
and the new rate's gonna be 9.61.
so that drops it 14 basis points, so.
So, and then I'm hoping our workers' comp will still keep going down.
Yeah, we don't get our workers' comp numbers until December, if I remember,
January.
January. And so what we've done, we've just historically based what we paid the year before.
Last year we went up, last year we budgeted the same and we went up because we had some pretty high significant claims. Our number of claims have reduced, but the cost of our claims have
Them going up,
increased. Yeah, so we're having more severe claims.
And we had them, how many claims did we have?
Oh, I'm not gonna make a number off my head, I can look for you though.
I've had one, now I've had two
Do you?
this year.
A lot of them are from
I had
the
one last year.
jail.
Well, I mean, some
staff.
of them are, you know, I mean, they're a cut finger or something. I
Yeah,
know
and
that
those
we
are
had-
easy,
Yeah,
those
that's-
costs are very
But
small.
they're not
They go to the
actual
doctor,
claims,
they're
they're
done.
just medical bills.
Yeah.
I know we've had a couple of medical bills, I don't know,
Yeah.
we've had.
We had one from you that was out for a while, and one from you that was out for a while, and then I know that I've had 2 or 3 at the sheriff's office that were out for a while. So in the last couple months.
Most of them are
But
slips and falls,
most of them, yep,
back problems, and stuff like that.
yeah, arms, like shoulders.
We would probably be in better shape, but when Mark was killed, that was a workers' comp claim.
In the same year, we had the constable that flipped the car, so those
Right.
were our 2,
Yeah, and we were steadily headed down, and then that kind of set us back, but hopefully, I know TAC is pleased, I think, with the efforts we've made at this point to try to.
and I'm looking, we're trying to get some more training set up, and they always contact me at summer to get training for you guys, and I'm like, nope, can't do it.
Yes, sometimes
So
good time.
I'm scheduling with them like September, October, trying to get y'all some more training, because we're overdue, we haven't had one this year, so.
October, November, first of November would be.
Remember, I left, no, I don't think you know, I left out a couple years ago, we had a training, we just by chance did it in May. And everybody was so mad at me because it was a busy time of year, and it was the one day out of the week that we got pouring down rain. And all 50 employees were.
Should have had it already then.
Yeah, we missed her off.
So, but we're working on it, I think just the training, just a constant reminder, and then, the safety stuff just helps. And they hate hearing about it, but they get into routes and routines and they forget, so.
Okay, y'all have any more questions for Laura? I would appreciate what you're doing, getting that department up and operating good, and, it's, when I think I told some of your story, when I first started here, the 3rd or 4th day I was on the job, I got a call from TAC from the workers' comp people, and they said, Judge, y'all got your workers' comp is totally out of control. And, so I said, well, they cut time up and then visited. And we had people, all over that were drawing workers' comp as well as full salary. And, I think we were the 3rd highest worker comp in Texas, the county wise. And so they said, we just got this, because it was hurting their pool.
Our law enforcement
Yeah.
are salary continuation, so when law enforcement are out, they continue to get 100% of their salary. And so that makes your cost of claims go up, so you really wanna get your law enforcement back to where.
Is that our policy or a
That's
state?
state, that's state, Texas Workforce Commission, any law enforcement,
They got a very good lobby.
their salary continuation. It's a dangerous job,
Absolutely.
but
Yeah, I know that.
everybody else is, they get 7%, so they don't wanna be out too long because they pay stuff. So they
Good
get,
incentive for that.
they get back to work really quicker.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
you're a dropaholic, we need you, and you stay in here some, I think, too.
Yeah.
All righty, Randy, you wanna, everybody okay? You need to take a break or anything? We still good? We got a break coming up here in a little bit, so.
Good morning.
Morning, good morning, sir. document for us. Before we get started, you wanna tell us how the blending of the departments has worked as far as fire marshal and environmental and public
Coming
works?
along real good. Environmental officers have always, somewhat worked hand in hand with both public works and the fire marshal's office. Business issues and so forth. And, communication wise, now that we're all there together, it's really coming around. Making there a lot of cases, a lot of cross conversations, and getting some stuff cleaned up. And they're also able to help a little bit with the, public works side, when they do their investigations, not being law enforcement, the database that they use is not as specific or as detailed, I guess. This is a law enforcement database. But it works most of the time. But if they run into a snag, then environmental people help them out a little bit.
They have full access, environmental guys, to everything like the sheriff's department has.
Well, yes, sir, and that's part of the, my request that you'll see when we get to the environmental, is, they're using a program called TLO. It's a law enforcement database, similar to LexisNexis, Clear, things like that. And, I got a phone call here a while back from the sheriff's office, said, hey, we're tired of paying for your guys for the TLO, so, and I didn't know if it was a line item budget or if it was just a county-wide, but apparently it was per officer type usage. Depending on how you set your account up, you can pay a lump sum for so many entries or usage. I've opted, because it is such a small department, I've opted to go on a request on the per unit. We've actually already acquired an account, and I've been paying for it. I believe I offered a couple of the, towards the back of the environmental enforcement side. There's a couple of documents there, which be the receipts for TLO. We're doing a per use base, and it's running, ballpark $50, something like that a month, depending on how many searches that they do and how detailed that they need to do those searches. I think going, there's 5325 for the month of March, and then for the behind that for the month of April was $40. I've actually got the detail sheet where it breaks it down per officer and what they did. I didn't know how much y'all wanted to be in the daily paperwork.
Why don't we go ahead and start on the public works budget, which is item 520 or department 520. And kind of go through that. And again on salaries and benefits and stuff like that, we're kind of holding off on that. So we get a little deeper.
I think everybody, was aware of what we had discussed.
You've had some changes.
Yeah,
you've, like Ken retired and Trish retired, so you recouped from that, I believe.
We've recouped from that, plus because that DCS search is what Public Works uses, and I got to looking at that, and I felt that they were using the Cadillac portion of it more so than they needed to, so I've established some new policies and procedures in the way we go about getting information. And because of that, I've actually cut $2,000 out of that line item, about $49.04. It's about 44% of that particular line item that I've cut to try to help out with our other needs. One being my secretary's position. And then the other is we would never have a tools and new equipment line item in that department. And of all the items that we buy, there's probes, shovels, levels, everything to do that field. There's never been a decent line item to take anything out of
What did you think of it before?
I don't know.
Parts and repair?
I have no idea.
No, did you have?
This is my first year in this, so.
Well, you have parts and repairs, it was 2,500 and you only use 595. I mean,
That actually, since.
I mean, new items with big parts too.
Been another 500 or so that's come out of that. Over the last 2 years, all three departments, I've just spent about $2,000 for repairs, and I've got another, I think 800. I've got one vehicle in our fleet that has a broken
You're gonna be
intake.
short there.
Yeah, probably so. It's towards the end of the year, we'll have to see what we come up with. But I was, the 1,000, I believe, is a good roundabout number for the types of equipment. You know, when we have a cordless drill, we don't buy the high dollar, but we'll buy them. And one will probably last you.
I don't know about that, I don't mean by good one at last.
Yeah. It's not used that much.
You know
I
what I
mean,
mean?
it's used daily almost, but it's
Yeah.
not used heavily. It's just a few screws that they take the lids off the safety covers or the cover off of a panel box. When they check the system, we have to do the leveling system, and I found that the laser levels work much better than the 4-foot levels and everything, and they're just as, economical to buy. So, been a lot of changes, procedural changes, the way we do things, and it's coming around a lot more efficient now. And, the numbers are just drastically going up on what we can take care of all our complaints and everything.
On the lease payments, what are y'all leasing?
I'm gonna ask Karen to help me out with that. Like I say, I just came in to this department, and
That's the two vehicles.
is it? Okay, I figured it was. It's the 2 Ford Escapes that we have, and then the interest payments associated with it.
Karen, let's look at those two.
What is it?
The lease?
Yeah, what is it?
You know who we have with?
Two cars.
The cars that you
Oh.
Bank
At least the cars?
Ford Escape.
And you know how many years is left?
I believe this is the last, this budget will be the last year.
Why don't we look at that, and that might be something we might want to go ahead and pay out of this year's budget, you know, after we get a little further down the way and not have to budget for that in the future. We're paying
Two cars, and we're not trying to replace them or anything.
Now we're just paying them all,
Yeah.
and that's strictly in public works.
No,
But what's gonna happen in the
I didn't know what lease
they're
is
gonna be
on.
out, is he gonna turn them in and do it, or what?
Is it a lease purchase?
If they're lease purchase, we'll have.
Is it a lease purchase?
Jackson, yeah.
So it's
It's
just
a lease
paid off at
purchase,
the
yeah.
end, right? That what
Sorry?
you're saying? You're saying yes?
Yes, they are lease purchase.
And it's just last payment's good and,
They're out.
a dollar.
I can't tell you when the last payment is, but I know that they, when Public Works turned in there, they had car allowances, and when they got rid of those, they bought those 2 vehicles. I think they were like 3 years, and they're right, Karen, something like that. So they're probably real close to, like Karen said, probably real close to being paid for.
But if we're paying interest, you know, we ought to just got the money.
Yeah, if you look though, the interest is not much now, it's just principal.
Yeah.
Well, it might make you pay all the interest anyway, and some of those.
Well, I'm not doing
And some of them, you know, you don't win by paying
It's
it all
just
upfront.
$7,500.
Yeah, I mean, there's no penalty, but you're not gonna get that far ahead.
Yeah, right, there's just no good reason.
Again, it's something that, those leases do show up on our audit report, and so.
Yeah.
You can get rid of
Get rid of
those.
it, yeah, it's just better
Yeah.
to clean it up. So, and we're up to that point.
92, we put 4100 on it, but
Yeah.
we can't put that over 3,000.
Yeah.
We could drop line 3204.
What is interest, please?
That's the interest on that lease.
Oh, okay.
On the payment.
Because we don't, everything's digital now.
Yeah.
It hasn't been used in a few years.
Yeah, you think it's 2 vehicles?
I think it is.
It is.
I believe everything else was bought out of the fire fund, is that
They're
correct?
both Ford Escapes.
Randy,
They park,
wasn't all the rest of your vehicles bought out of the fire fund?
the vehicles for the fire marshal's office, the last 3 vehicles have been purchased out of the fire
So
fund.
that should be it then.
There's not been a new vehicle payment come out of the fire marshal's office or that of the general fund for the last 3 or 4 years.
We still in good shape?
It pays off in June, and all we owe is, little less than 5,600.
And depending
This
upon
year,
the,
next year?
next year, next June,
56.
2016.
We only owe 5,600 for the whole thing now?
After we make these payments.
So we got 13,000 something.
Well,
This June
but
or next
we pay it monthly,
Oh, okay.
okay?
Okay.
So we
That's
would
the whole
owe,
year's monthly payment.
yeah,
I got
we
you.
would owe
So it's only
June, July,
5,600.
August, September, plus
Yeah,
5,600.
we could pay that off,
Yeah,
take these
I
two
think-
line items out of there.
Yeah, I think that's.
Lower that budget.
After we get a little deeper into the year, make sure our money's gonna be okay.
That makes sense to me.
I just think get rid of those, things. Save that little dab of interest.
But I do want to add that tools and new equipment line item, because it just makes for much better accountability of what money.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
And I was able to, and after a full year's review, we just started this within a few months. And I've already realized I'm able to cut 2,000 out of that. So, I mean, you can see historically, there's been considerable usage versus what's being used now. And it's more than 60.
So where are you on that?
Down on line 4904.
Okay.
And I was able to cut 2,000 out of that. And that, after a good year's review on the way we're going, we might be able to consider
That's good for that.
amending that some more. And
Okay,
all it is just the way we go about it.
Randy,
Yes, ma'am.
pardon me, you said cut 1,600 and then you put 2,000. Which do you want it to be? Because it's looking like you're telling me
Well,
cut 1,600
No, what
out of
I'm
the
requesting is
36.
to leave 2,000.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you,
I'm sorry.
no problem.
And you got the $1,000 on the tools?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, any other questions on public works budget?
The next page, just a line description.
Right. And the next one is 521 budget. And we have copies of that. And your officers, the fire you and the other two guys, you don't have anybody that's eligible for proficiency pay?
No, sir. I have actually 5 personnel under the fire marshal's office, 2 of them in the part-time. And no one is eligible. Myself, Chad, or John are eligible for there's no merit raises and the proficiency pay.
Well, part-time, you wouldn't do that here.
We got,
Well, you're getting proficiency training.
no, sir.
What the salary sheet,
That was
That
what
would be Larry.
that fire
Larry
marshal
Hughes.
prior was getting. We'll get that corrected.
Yeah, that'll need to be cut
So
back.
that'll be $3,600 right off the bat that's coming out of our
Yeah,
entire
they'll be
budget.
zero now.
Well, it's showing all three of you.
That was an additional supplement coming out of the fire fund that y'all agreed for.
Yeah, that's another line item.
Okay,
Well, it's under proficiency column, so.
right. That's the only extra column I had to be
Right,
able to put it in there.
But line 1204 will be eliminated then?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We may have to you can help me out here. Chad has been with the county quite a while, and he had, I think it was, they call it merit raises back when they had those.
Yes, he had 600.
Yeah. And that would be the only thing. None of us are, none of the other officers have the merit raises, and no one's eligible for the proficiency pay.
You are using longevity though.
Yes, sir.
Then on your ammunition, your qualifications, you guys have to make the same.
Historically, where there's been monies spent, in my opinion, in the past, that just were not, wasn't smart, the way monies were being moved around and spent, from certain accounts. I'm a big believer in accountability. And borrowing from the fire code, or even in some cases, Chad and myself, we've actually purchased our own ammunition in a few years past. And that was to meet the qualifications for just once a year. And I just, you depend on an officer, one day out of 365, to unload that gun and pull that trigger and be good. Or hope he's gonna be good when that time comes. That's just, to me, that's just unthought of. I believe we should at least twice a year go to the range.
So that would be you and the two fire marshals, the deputies, plus the environmental guys.
No, so the environmental, I'm keeping separate.
Okay, they're on another
Yeah,
budget.
they're on another
Okay,
budget.
all right.
I have an ammunition.
So this would be you plus the,
We've never had an ammunition budget. I'm passing that on about $250 per officer to buy the ammo for 2 years qualified. Now, that's the duty sidearm, shotgun, and we've got a couple of ARs. And then also, I require them to qualify with their off-duty weapon because if you're gonna carry one off-duty, then you know, you qualify with that.
So this is gonna cover a couple of part-time guys too?
Yes, sir. They have to qualify as well.
Yeah,
And take
yeah.
a peace officer license. That will cover all 5 officers.
okay, anybody that'll.
Yeah.
Okay. Karen, you got that?
Yes, sir.
Parts and repairs, we're doing pretty good on that, but in years past, you were.
Well, it's going to be very near that $3,500 mark. I just got Chad's vehicle out of the shop yesterday, day before yesterday, and it was, came across those desks, it was almost $926. Fuel injectors went out on that truck. The truck that I was in prior to the one I'm in now, we're trying to hold a vehicle in case somebody goes down, we've got something to go into that's ready to go at that time. If you're extremely careful, we can, on a daily basis, we can check the water level and drive it, it runs fine. But that particular year model has a plastic intake manifold. I've never seen a plastic intake manifold, but it does on the Fords. And it's got a crack. So it's really not water. Yes, sir.
What model is it? What year is it?
It's a,
You worried about your
2004.
Why don't you replace it?
I'm sorry. I should have told you, it might be an 08. Yeah, it's gonna be an 08, I'm sorry. That's
You gonna replace it, or you gonna leave it there?
Well, I plan on repairing it,
Okay.
and I've already got, I just received my bids yesterday. I've got 2 quotes. The courthouse wanted, $1,200, and, S&S Automotive, put down on the highway, they're gonna do it for about $900.
How many miles it got on? Just off of your head.
Right at 100,000.
So it's still got.
Yeah.
A lot of life.
110, 111, so
You can't leave it not out in the market, it goes back to the or something.
it may be.
It is.
Gas and oil, you've, really, 2013, we spent about 13.1, 14, 12.7. This year we budgeted 13, and you're only spent right at 4,000.
Yeah, main reason for that is I'm primarily in the office most of the day.
Yeah.
I'm not out in the field much. And, Chad and John are both kind of teaming up on some of the larger inspections that we do that require, rather than take 2 vehicles out, I'm just telling them, hey, let's try to save a little money, take one.
Yeah.
If the call does come in, I'm there in the office, I can respond. Now, it's getting to be that time of year that we're fixing that split and go.
Yeah, fixing to have grass fire season.
Yeah. And our fuel consumption will go up considerably in the next few months.
Do you think we could maybe drop that a little bit?
Yeah, it's possible, looking at what we're doing right now,
Maybe about 10?
Or even 7,500.
Ten would be cutting it close because we're fixing to get into that busy time of year where we have to go to be hopping nonstop. And plus, we have the fireworks, stands that we, have to do the inspections on before they open, and then we have to do spot checks on them primarily for civilian violations, during the season, they're popping too close to the stands and stuff like that.
11,000.
We might can accomplish that.
Okay. And if something happens.
Based on what we're doing so far, yeah.
And gas a little.
Yeah, fuel prices have a lot to do with that too.
You're using the fuel, man.
Yes, sir.
Everybody.
That's been saving us lots of money.
Looks like it. You're looking at everybody's fuel budget.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, the price of fuel.
Yeah, fuel's come down too.
That helps.
Does the fuel money card give us a discount? I mean, does it give us a discount on?
Well, it cuts the cost down so low that a lot of Exxon
No,
stations
I
are
meant-
dropping using it because there's no profit in it.
Really?
Yeah. Isn't that right, Jack?
I'm sorry.
The fuel man card, it lowers the price so low that a lot of the Exxon stations aren't taking it anymore because there's no profit in them
They have
making a
dropped
sale.
it, you're correct, yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. Well, it does lower it, the fuel money card lowers the price, like we do with the back. And tank, you know.
Almost a better deal than buying it bulk.
Yeah.
Plus it's a lot.
It-
A lot more efficient.
Yeah.
It's a cost plus, you may not get the price at the pump, it's based on a OPIS, oil price index service, but it's a cost plus.
It's kind of like your credit card giving you 2% back on using their card or whatever, you know, because they're collecting from them.
On line 4731 uniforms, you can see historically that, that 1,500 has been right out or
Right.
overutilized a few times. And I've got my reserve officers that I'm trying to keep in a decent looking uniform instead of wearing t-shirts.
So you
They
want
are
to add
public
300, it is 1,800, everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
On dues,
We've never had a dues line item, and we have not been members of the professional organizations.
that you'd like to be.
I just feel that's so beneficial.
Okay. Well, that's it.
Having
Everybody all right with that 300?
Yeah.
On the body armor and protective gear, you'd mentioned this about the vest and the spray. That's 2,400, that we've not had in the past.
We have not had that line item. We were able to, almost 8 years ago, we acquired, 2 vests for Chad and myself out of the fire code fund. And to me, that was not the best, use or accountability. It could be questioned,
Yeah.
coming out of that fund.
And Pam working on a grant for this?
She has been, her and I both have really been working hard on trying to get this.
So if we get the grant, we might not have to spend this.
We're not gonna get the standard grant that most local communities get. Kaufman County is no longer eligible because we hit the 100,000 population.
All right.
Historically, we've been able to get that through the Department of Justice, Road-Approved Vest
Right.
Program. I'm still checking with some insurance companies, some other entities, but so far, neither one of us have had any success. And, I'm just really concerned that, my guys,
So this would be for all the 3 full-time and the 2,
yes, sir, it's actually covering all the officers because even my part-time guys, they go out at night on people's property.
yeah, well, that's what I meant, is the 3 full-time plus the 2.
It's, the 2,400 is not gonna buy a new vest for everyone right now. My vest, like I say, is outdated. The manufacturer's warranty drops after 5 years. They no longer will warrant.
How do they go bad? Why do they go bad?
Body split and
They just
sunlight
deteriorate?
breaks down the fabric and materials and the body split and everything. So 5 years is, I've not seen any manufacturer. The NIJ, the National Institute for Justice, they're the ones that set the standards for body armor. And, I intend on going with the same type that the Sheriff's Department's been using. And, about $795 per unit, I just got a letter from KW, that's what the Sheriff's Department's been spending. That's for a level 2 vest.
What will that stop?
It'll stop a 9mm, 40 caliber, and 357. it will not stop a rifle round. But,
Slow it down, I guess.
if you get into the rifle rounds, it gets very expensive. You get in level 3 and 4 vests. And plus, you have to consider the safety of the officer from a heat-related injury also.
Yeah.
You know, if we're gonna get vests, there's gonna be a policy.
Is everybody okay with this, and maybe we can find a grant, still, we'll keep looking, and if we get a grant.
Oh, yeah, we're not giving up on it.
Yeah, we want, I'm under the
It's going to have a
impression.
minute, and I'm really concerned about that.
Yeah,
Like
well,
nobody in other counties under hundreds, they're not gonna buy them, you can build for them.
But,
It's
Do
a lot
what?
of counties that's not gonna use them.
yeah,
I mean,
do what?
I
I
wasn't-
don't know if they have a sheriff they may have a sheriff program, I don't know.
there may be another counties not using them, have a share program to get them through another county.
Could be.
Under 100,000.
And that is right.
You know, there are certain stipulations under that,
Why can't
that,
the sheriff?
Department of Justice, that grant program.
Mhm.
It's a 50-50 deal,
Well,
and there are certain requirements as far as the usage. You have to have a written policy of usage.
yeah, the county,
Trained
using
there.
there.
What about the body cameras?
We have those. I was able to purchase those this year. That was, to me, very important, especially.
Through the fire and marshal's fund?
Yes, sir. Yeah, all of my officers now have the
Okay, and then the miscellaneous, that's just for.
you never have a miscellaneous. I mean, if it was a, you know, a clock or a pair of gloves, or you're out somewhere and just needed something, you know, I figured even if an officer got it and just do a reimbursement, it would just be easier coming out of the miscellaneous. I would try to keep everything under a line out.
Right.
That would just be, that's
I
why.
believe your total budget for property actually decreased with the other changes we made on the,
Yes, sir.
efficiency pay as well as gas and all that. It'll be pretty close.
It'd be close.
It'll be a washout.
I still got one, I'm not clear on your salary, but on the salary sheet, it's showing 50 with the 5,000, proficiency, or that comes out of.
The 5,000 comes out of fire code fund.
And then on this sheet here, it's showing 45. So, is it 45 plus 5, or is it 50 plus 5?
Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at the big budget sheet right here, got every department's salary,
Uh-huh.
and then I'm looking at his budget right here in the book. And it's showing 45 as the salary, revised budget. And then on the pay sheet, it's showing 50 plus 5,000 coming out of the fire code fund. So is it 45 plus 5 or 50 plus 5?
It should be 50 plus 5.
For me.
So this is wrong.
This is wrong here. This is supposed to say 50/50.
Yeah, I've been at the 50 ever since I came in.
So that's gonna make some difference in the tally.
Well, it will.
Yeah.
Unless you want to just give up that 5.
I was kind of hoping y'all might come in and start doing proficiency pay.
When are you gonna be proficient?
So that needs to be.
We are-
Probably paying.
We are gonna address longevity, I think.
I
We
think
need to retain people.
He gets longevity.
there's been a big issue with retention.
Sure. All right, are we ready to
Ready?
move?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you just take the sheet that KW did for you and then you put your numbers in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's where the problem was. Because
Yeah,
he
this
knew he
is-
was at 50, so he took
45.
45 and 5
Yeah.
to make it to 50.
Okay.
That's what happened.
Okay.
Okay, now the environmental, officer. Budget 522.
And again, the only thing that I've done there again for them would be the vote for the best. They, when they came over to me from the sheriff's department, if they ever had a vest issued to them, that would have stayed with the sheriff's department as far as the weapon. And, they have not. And again, they're the digging around in the trash or snooping around people's property and everything. And they also assist, you know, any of the entities when there's a, you know, any type of a situation going on. We all assist the sheriff's office, the council's office.
Have a robbery or a murder or something.
That's been one of my extreme biggest concerns, has not been the not have the money to put my men in vest.
Is that two guys on Saturday, is that two people up there tonight?
Yes, sir, there's two officers in that.
They've been with us quite a while on that too, haven't
Oh,
they?
yeah.
Okay, you got parts and repairs as well. Real, I mean, you got good cars there.
They're pretty decent vehicles, they were both obtained through grants, and, they take pretty good care of them. So far, we've not had any big issues, but, and again,
2 sets of tires are nearly wiped that
Yeah.
budget out.
and I'm about to get ready for that. Historically, it seems like the fire marshal's office and environmental and everything is always towards the end of the budget year, and that's when you get your tires and your batteries.
Well, you're fixing to get busy for your busy season.
Yeah.
You know, in the fire.
And the batteries, that was another thing I said about the batteries for that.
I don't know personally how you can put parts and repairs down. Then you can say, well, I'm gonna use a set of tires, but, you know, transmission or motor over there, that just even,
Just
it doesn't even,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I
that's
think
this
that's-
vehicle thing that's
Right.
way out of control. you know.
To me, that looks like it's pretty much standard, you know, across the board per vehicle.
No, I know, I'm just saying it's just not a reasonable.
It's not exact science.
Yeah, there's no way to tell me.
On the,
Breakdown will come.
Gas and oil there too,
gas and oil, I have no idea why that number is that low on here. Unless it's fuel prices, because those guys are actually out more now than they were. We've got an incredible number of cases that they've been, I'll be glad to provide y'all with their, I'm having to bring me basically a sheet.
You know, that'd be helpful information for all of us, if you could give us
Well,
some type of update.
They break it down into public nuisances and
Yeah.
citations.
Yeah.
And
All
when we
we're
do,
doing right now is just giving them an idea.
yeah,
I'm
and
having to do that.
when we do this workshop, you know, we're gonna do on the public nuisance thing, that would be a good time
Yeah.
to.
Bring that in, yeah.
Sure, yeah, we'll be glad to.
Do you think we might be able to go in there and cut that back, some then, to, help offset the body armor and?
Sure, I mean, I'm game for trying to.
Cut it back to $8,000.
I think a lot of that has to do with the fuel prices now.
Yeah, we're just
And
lucky.
if something happens.
To 8?
Eight,
Yeah.
that's good.
Think they,
8,000 gives you 3,900 on the,
what we're gonna do if I run out of money?
Well, we'll come back to us on that
I
money.
don't think the fuel man card will get cut off.
All right. Line items 4302 and 4305, both go together as far as, you know, when someone goes to a conference. It's just, again, to help with accountability, where the money goes.
Yeah.
I've had over expenditures on the miles, meals, and lodging side, because that's where your hotel bills, typically your hotel bills for a 2 or 3 or 4 night are gonna outweigh the tuition of the course itself. So I wanted just to pull 500 out of one and put it in the other.
That's a wash.
Just, yeah, it's just a wash. Just to kind of help balance that out a little bit. And then we discussed the body armor. The only other item was that, investigative search, that TLO that we were talking about earlier. And, based upon the data that I have so far, the uses that we're doing, I'm looking at around $50 to $55 a month
Yeah,
average.
maybe that should be 600 or.
Possibly.
$50 a month.
Try to be
Let's do
frugal.
600.
Yeah, let's just do 600 that way.
Okay. And, that would be it.
You get that, Karen?
And as far as the tools and new equipment, I just, purchased a few batteries. They have the, we call them the stealth cameras, you know, when they're trying to catch the people out of the trash.
Did we get those with a grant too, or something?
Some of them were purchased at grant, some were not.
And what do you do with those? I mean, we don't
State
give away
law.
too much, but.
We actually share that program. The sheriff's office has used them before, the fire marshal's office has used them, we offer it up to the constable. Anytime somebody needs to do surveillance, we have some that are in housings, they're camouflaged, and you can place them up and they look like a little bird nest type deal, like a house or something.
Well, I've got a place over there close to your precinct that there's probably enough trash to fill a roll-off, 30-yard roll-off.
Those are the times that we'll go out.
When we clean that up,
If it's
we'll get with you and try to schedule it where we can get one of
Get
those.
one there?
Is it over
Sure.
for 261?
Yeah,
So it's just a dump ground.
starts out rock, it turns into dirt, and boy, I mean,
Have they tried to check names or anything?
I tell them about it, but I don't know.
Yeah, they dig through it, but it doesn't help.
I mean, it's furniture and, you know,
It's right by my place.
It's pretty hard to find a name on the refrigerator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These
Look, get
guys,
somebody doing that, you know.
I'm sure our guys will probably make.
I call them on value.
they probably look, but I think,
Yeah,
So
all up there then.
cases.
oh, I know.
I told them they had just a few minutes, pick it all back up.
You can only do so much.
They did.
Yeah.
And they are
Then they're-
obviously
They
doing,
won't pay
Oh,
for it.
yeah. Well, that's why I wanna see that, you know.
but it's just, when you're inundated with that many,
And I want them to put them up on 243,
I think everybody.
354, to catch these guys
But,
mudding.
we also utilize
In the
the
ditch.
12-volt automotive batteries, because it is such a long term,
Mhm.
and, I'm about to have to replace several of my batteries, they're just about out.
Well, is that,
There's enough money.
yeah, is that,
Yeah.
you wanna keep it at
We've
3?
only spent right at 2
Well,
months
it's
so far.
moved to 25, go
Yeah.
to 25.
Well,
You wanna leave it at 3 or?
we've only spent 200 so far, I'm about to have to replace the batteries. And there's some other equipment that they have, but I was just trying to help out with the budget, I definitely don't wanna hurt myself. But, if y'all are comfortable with 3, we'll go 1 more year and see what
They
happens.
let us borrow the equipment.
I want them to operate.
No, let them operate.
Coming back,
Yeah.
another $500 or
Let's,
another.
let's leave it at 3.
Money into the fuel if we set them up on that.
Yeah.
All right, anybody, any other questions on that fund?
That's a, well, the only thing, I think, these uniforms, is $1,200, is that the cleaning, or they buy that many uniforms every year?
The uniforms is getting the pants, shirts, that's where the badges, the name tags, the boots.
I mean, they buy
The
those
belts.
every year, that's what
Jackets,
they do,
yeah.
they just buy uniforms.
We don't buy jackets, every year, but boots usually go through.
Does that count the laundry service, the?
Yes, sir.
Is that what that is?
Yes, sir.
That's not
I
bad.
mean, your guys get in some stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, well, actually, as of this
What they
morning,
use it for?
we're trying to, in another effort to help save these, I've had, shooting out the bids, just to go with like, it's a t-shirt, that just silk screen.
Yeah.
And when they're going to get out and have to literally get down and crawl and get through that stuff, take your outer shirt off, but I'll still have them. I'll have police or something across the back of these letters, so they're still identified.
Is 1,200
These are
enough?
talking about a t-shirt.
Really? Is 1,200 enough? Cause you're at 700 now.
Yeah, I know.
And that's 7 months.
I didn't really wanna go up on everything in the world, but
June, July.
I just don't.
Did 990 last year,
Yeah.
first year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it.
Well, I don't know.
Well, that was for the whole year, and this budget is for, 7 months into the budget, so that's $100, $102.
Yeah, and they got 1,200, so it's 1,200, it'd be $4 over if it keeps going at the rate it's going, and $12, maybe.
Those are always real
Real
close.
close, yeah, pretty good.
You wanna put 1,300 in there, just to make sure you don't run out?
Sure.
I mean, does that sound
All right.
reasonable? That way you won't have to line item transfer $20 or something.
What do you wanna put it as?
I would say 1,300,
Yeah.
it continues for
Well, that
about,
raise,
you know, 100,
he's gonna go back
couple
$12
dollars a
a
month.
month.
Yeah.
Save a lot of extra work. Don't carry any of this.
Yeah.
Get a lot out of that.
If you can see it coming down the road, you might get it correct.
All right, moving on over to budget 649, that is our budget account number, 649 or 049, or 649 is fire code. You might tell us, so everybody kind of understands what that is.
That, the money that we acquired during, for the permits, all the money we received for permitting the fire code, per state law, that money must be earmarked and set aside for the use, and the terminology they use is for the administration and enforcement of the fire code. That's what those monies are used for. So there is a certain amount, the money basically, it's kind of like your road and bridge, it stays in there. And it accumulates, or in some cases, there may be some years that there's a much more extreme But that's why you see the dollar amounts that are coming out, other than my contract labor or my extra help. Everything else is, it has to be specific, you know, that equipment that we buy has to be specifically for fire code enforcement, not for investigations or, you know, citations or, you know, our felony cases or anything like that. So you're not gonna see that, those numbers really jump out. We just had to kind of put some numbers out here in line items.
Your extra help, is that the same guys that you pay out of that you pay on the fire marshal side?
It depends upon what they're doing, and I will mix, each time I submit my sheets to KW, many times it'll come out of two line items to get their paycheck. If they are going out and doing, like gospel parading, that's an ongoing project. I have one officer that's assigned to that.
Just because of the sheer size?
Yes, sir. There's weekly inspections that have to be done on that throughout the whole process. So when he performs duties for that comes out of the fire code. His pay comes out of that. And when he's doing an on-call for a night or a weekend or something, and makes an investigation, that comes out of the out of the fire marshal's fund. The contract labor that you see, we've utilized quite a bit of that this year. Fortunately, that money comes back to us. Typically on my contract labor is when I have a special assignment. The sprinkler system goes down at a facility that they want to keep the people there. Well, you have to have an operating sprinkler system, or you have to have a authorized personnel dedicated there for fire watch.
Exactly like you do at the apartments.
Yes, sir. It's exactly what we did for the apartments. We're currently doing it right now for for lack of a better word, you know, I mean, a halfway house, but I mean, we'll call it residential facility over on County Road 4102. And they had very similar, their sprinkler system busted on them because they weren't maintaining it in accordance with the code. And
So those entities reimburse you?
What we're doing is, I have to hire qualified personnel, and that rate is at the higher rate, you know, pay.
But they reimburse us?
We submit invoices to the companies, and so far, we've not had any denial of payment. And we're more than recovering our money.
And, like the festival, that they had over at Forney, what was that called? I think y'all did it again this year.
Yes, sir.
Say festival, it was.
We help out with that.
That's a pretty big deal. What's the name of it? I can't.
Somebody want a Christmas?
No, this is like a race deal or a strong
Oh,
man.
it's motocross, isn't it?
Yeah, a strong man deal.
Oh.
That combine?
What, combine? No.
So what you talking about?
Combine.
I thought it was at Forney.
No, we helped point out with another deal. I thought we were talking about something else. But yeah, historically, they've had some over at Cousins Paintball.
Yeah.
Right. They didn't have that this past year. They did have.
It had been easy to have that mud run this year, wouldn't it?
Well, they didn't come to us with the program.
They had it.
That's one of those situations to where they apparently didn't qualify by law to get the permit to the county judge. And the numbers that they delivered to us and the information they provided us didn't really qualify for the special event criteria that we have. Now, do I have suspicions? Certainly. But we have to dedicate the men out there to investigate that and find out also. And it's a time versus manpower situation.
So what happens in a case like this where they actually had it, but we weren't notified to get a permit? What happens?
Nothing.
You have to make a case.
We have to be able to.
Have to have so many people, there has to be such a event to qualify for
It's
that.
weekend, so I've got to make personnel be out
You have
there.
a party at your house.
I'm sure it's commissioner's
responsibility.
Your responsibility.
Now, the one in Combine, they've been very good about working with us. Last year was a little bit of a snag on the timeline, but they came through, and I'm very impressed with.
It's pretty professional run.
Yes, sir. They are very much on accountability and safety there. Good action plan in place. We still require an officer out there during that event.
We could probably fund a whole lot of this budget if we just have a mud run county really don't.
Well, you-
Which county roads do you wanna use?
You know,
We could use that one where all the trash is on.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
that's already paid, so we're ready. Already paid, it has trash on it.
Primarily,
They do it quickly.
That's
Already got the
that's where
money.
we try to purchase our vehicles.
I don't know if you don't have anything budgeted for that.
Well, I haven't
Just have
replaced
money.
it yet.
Yeah,
I don't really have a line item for that, and to be quite honest with you, my first year into this, and I'm kind of learning. I don't know if that needs to be a line item set aside for it.
Well, you don't plan on budgeting anything this year for it, or replacing anything this year?
I don't think we're gonna have to this year. I believe the repairs that we're doing on the reserves is gonna carry us through the year just fine. Now, after that, we've got several vehicles that we're looking into getting into that age. Plus, you don't wanna hold on to one until you just don't get anything for it, no,
Right.
either.
Well, I mean, something we could put a placeholder in there, but if you're not gonna do it, we can just do it next year, I would think.
I don't see that this year that we're gonna have to do any replacement. We're doing pretty good. We got a good maintenance program on top of that. Eventually it's gonna get to where
I
they
got one question for Karen on this. We got our estimated ending balance for 15 and 16. What is our beginning balance? Where is, is that the ending balance of 50?
Yeah, that would be on the expenditure side, you're not seeing the revenue side in that.
Right. So, shouldn't that be under like 2014 actual? What would be your beginning balance for 2015? Where the blank is?
Well, yeah, we established that budget with 92,000, that's what he had to carry over, okay, from 2014.
Okay, so
He
that-
hasn't spent or requested to use any of that as of 4/30, so that would be a zero, just blank like it is. And we're just carrying it forward till we work on the revenue side to see what it would be.
We will likely, next year, we'll get into that by vehicles, and also, I intend on approaching the court, most likely either, possibly later on this year, but looks like we'll go ahead next year, we are currently in the 2006, edition of the International Fire Code. The ICC, International Code Council, strongly recommends to stay within 2 cycles of that. The most recent edition out right now is 2015. So we're already outside of that parameter. We should come up to the 2009 or 2012. It's revised every 3 years.
What
It looks
does that
like
mean?
the 2012 edition is probably what we'll go to, is what I'll recommend. Still checking to make sure that it's not going to be detrimental to the county, because as those codes change, sometimes it creates problems.
So you'll have to re-inspect every facility that you're required to inspect now?
No, sir, it's just, it's the standard. It establishes all the criteria and the guidelines for inspections.
Like
And
the gospel for
building
age,
construction.
Did not
Gospel
change the
for age,
gospel for
yeah.
age requirements.
Whereas they were required to have so many exit signs and certain type of construction.
So that will be on new
That could
projects,
change.
that will be on new projects that you will inspect in 2016, 17, 18. So that doesn't back up.
Is that gonna cause an expense on your side?
Yes, sir, the books, for us to purchase the books, it's gonna be around $1,800 to $2,000.
Could that come out of this fund?
It'll come out of this fund exclusively. And then, I'm also working on trying to streamline our efforts a little bit on, doing our forms out in the field, instead of handwriting a lot of stuff and then coming back. I'm looking at either, the laptops or the tablets, on the type of a program for that. We've already done that on the fire marshal side and on investigations. So, whatever programs or anything like that we have to get, then I have no problems at all utilizing that through the fire department.
Okay, because once you update this every, not be out of 2 cycles, and you've already got, why would you pick 2012 and they've just done 2015, and I'd be advanced to
There's,
15?
historically, there's always little bugs in every one of them on the building. You rarely see any municipal government or county government that will adopt the most recent code, because there's just so many bugs out there that And there's several amendments that they'll even make. Todd even makes, several amendments throughout the year.
Okay.
So it just, staying one behind would be.
Pays to stay behind.
Yeah.
We need,
So-
we don't have,
Go ahead, let's go.
To finish answering your question, Commissioner, you take your beginning balance, like at the close of 2014, and then you would add the current revenues and subtract the expenditures to get a new estimated ending balance.
Right, but I don't have the revenue, so.
Right, that's why we haven't included those yet.
And that varies, that depends upon the project.
Sure.
Typically, what makes that large number is.
So if you don't know that, how are you gonna know what your ending balance is for 16, if you don't know what your revenues are? I mean, it's just a projection of what.
Well,
or is
it's
it a
gonna
copy of what it
be,
did
it's gonna
last
be
year?
larger than the 92,000. If you just look at the expenditures he's already spent, he's nowhere near what we budgeted.
Right.
So he's gonna have a larger beginning.
That's what I'm asking, you use the historical number from the year before as revenue, I mean, as a projection? Is that what we're doing to arrive at this number?
Yeah.
Like the gospel praise you do like it, do they pay into this fee here?
Yes, sir. Their permit fee goes into this fund. That's the reason you see the water. The North Point High School is a large, permit fee.
any commercial building that's not within a city limits,
Correct.
or ETJ.
So either if it's a
In,
little.
in some cases, even if it's in the ETJ, it depends upon if that particular city wants to enforce that portion of it. Mesquite enforces theirs. So they don't be permitting Mesquite. Talkett's the same.
One other
How
thing.
about Point Avenue?
ETJ.
That was that force there. Point.
Boarding does not enforce their.
I know, I'm surprised they haven't, because they did own the development, so I mean, I'm surprised they didn't go on fire marshal.
Kaufman does in certain things, fireworks, stands, things like that.
And we've been sitting here since late, so we're going to get up and stand up in a minute, but anybody, before you leave, anybody else got any questions, I'm gonna ask you one quick question, just so I don't have a. Quick question. Explain to me how the ISOL, and Jackie may know this, or whatever it's called, fire rating. ISO, yeah. Tell me how that works, and the reason I'm asking this, Steve, who he said last week, that probably show up from the state. How much and said because of the call center that we're going to have, that we're going to get 100 more points, or less points, or whatever, we should have had the homeowners. I don't understand how that works.
There is a wide array of items that produce points, all the way.
The more points, more points.
Yeah, more points is what you want. Your water supplies, your ability to transfer those waters, your training records, everything.
Yeah, identifying the plug, the plug red, whatever, everything that goes in that code.
ISO rating of 10 is the worst that you can obtain. We do not have 10s in Kaufman. The worst that we have is 9. And that would be remote areas, say Elmo, Able Springs, the very remote areas.
The interest rate for 9 and 10 is the same.
They have a 9.
Yeah.
Kemp,
Saved a lot.
several years ago, Kemp was at a 6. We made an effort to try to really evaluate it and see where the points could be obtained easily. We did that through training. We got with our water department. The fire department started doing all the flows and everything. Volunteered to do all that and record, so that provided better. We improved our training records, and we purchased a few items, equipment, certain types of clamps, connectors, and so forth. That all makes a difference.
Funny, that's pretty detailed, isn't it?
Long list.
We're from a 6 to a 3. Yeah, I think Kaufman's currently shooting for a 3 right now. They might even make it 2 before it's all said and done.
Supposedly, the dispatch center is going to give an additional 100 points countywide, that's the way but I had no idea what that meant, so. And I don't know how that would affect it, I guess.
It's done through each taxing unity, like through each fire district, is how the, insurance rating is determined.
Hey, also, it help that your fire departments keep up with their records. Also, isn't that also affect
Yes,
you?
sir. Records keeping is big, big plus. In fact, if we do the investigations for most of these outlying departments, also provide pinpoints for us to.
I was just curious about that.
Personal issue.
All right, good deal, thank you.
Sorry to drag that up so long, but
Well, that's a lot to cover. Yeah, it's a lot to cover.
probably just before every.
Sorry to keep you waiting, but we.
You know, he called me at 8:30 and said,
Okay, you're good. You're good.
Got your name on it?
Here's got my name on it.
How's he feeling?
It says stolen from.
It says property of. Yeah.
Does he have a problem with that? All right.
Look, throw the back of it. Oh, that nice.
Well, I guess I've got plenty of time on it. Jason, thanks for being here, and I know we've got you waiting and, a little bit, and I know you've got a school you need to get back to, and, so we appreciate you being here. This is, we have a copy of the constable's budget there, and, I think, extra help, we were looking for a little additional funding there, $5,000.
yes, sir, I was.
And that's because you utilize your extra help some on weekends, I think.
I do, yes, sir. I initiated the Fresh Start program, and we do have a lot of teenagers that come in that we've been hitting really hard on Travis Ranch and Windmill Farms. Kids back there mudding and racing, and a lot of the kids that we're coming involved with, they don't have jobs and don't believe in hitting the parents' pockets for the fines and the court costs. So we have them actually coming out and doing community service. We had them clean up the roadways with shovels and brooms. I've got with Mr. Mincer over at the City of Forney Parks. He's willing to utilize them. At the same time, I was going to get with Mr. Phillips and see if these guys can go out there to the road and bridge or any road and bridge and help clean up and pick up what they need to do to work off their fines.
Good.
So
Surely you're welcome there.
she comes out a lot on the weekends to help keep track of their hours that they put in, their names and so forth. So she's been very helpful.
Looks like you spent about 14, you spent about, that was your first full year, I guess.
Yes, sir.
You spent about 15,000, that's what we budgeted. You spent about 8,500 so far through April the 30th. But you feel like that with the summer going on, you'll utilize that service more, so.
Absolutely.
Well, and the other three, all of them had 20,000 in theirs. I had suggested to him that they ought to raise that to 5,000, and poor Sean come and took 15 of his for 3,600 for his full fee, and 3 for his other deputy to make him a sergeant, and then added that other 2 to something else, so he's gonna be earning 22. So I don't have a problem with that 20, I think that 20 is a good thing, and since everybody else is keeping it in theirs, the other 2 is keeping it in theirs.
And then on the ammunition, I think we decided we were gonna go.
We did, we changed that, Sean puts, he's got 600 in his.
I thought we said we were gonna let everybody have 1,000.
Yes.
Is that what we
Yeah.
said?
Yeah, yeah, I don't mind, but we raised it to 1,500 per, I thought it was 250 per person, so that'd be 500.
Yeah, it's $250 per person. Then I have myself and Deputy Bowler, but I have 2
Yeah, 2
reserves.
additional, they need to be, so,
Yeah.
what we're gonna do is take it to 1,000.
That's what's gonna get the guy in Oklahoma, that was a reserve. I don't think he was, the guy that killed, he had the training.
Yeah.
Well, he might have showed that he had it, but I don't think they actually had it.
Right.
All right, parts and repairs, you're, actually done pretty good there. I guess you've got one car you just pretty well parked, haven't you?
Yes, sir. I was under the impression that precinct one, and I have one vehicle that is just, it's costing more to maintain it than it is to operate on the roadway. And precinct one was going to allow me to take the Crown Vic that he has, which is newer, because the one that I have has about 150,000 miles on it. And we're still waiting on that. It'd been nice to put in for a new vehicle, but trying to save money. If he's got one that's got 60,000, I can still utilize it.
Yeah, you know where we are on that. I keep forgetting to say anything to Sean about it.
I do not know.
Since he's not gonna have a part-time,
I will follow up on that and, get with Jack and see if it's, what is it, you remember? I remember we just talked about that and I didn't, it needs to be done.
Yeah, I have the 2008 Crown Vic with right at about 150,000 miles on it, and he has one that's just, 2010, but it's got, I think he said it's 70 or 80,000. And he said it's still operational, very good. It does have the overhead lights on it, and I would have to change the stickers a little bit.
Yeah. And
the camera system in it, because it operates under the old VHS, which we don't use anymore. But other than that, maintenance, it saves a lot of money. Absolutely, so I can utilize that vehicle.
So the old one you have would just be turned back in.
That's correct, yes, sir.
I will follow up on that.
So if we're able to do that, then I wouldn't need to mess with my maintenance at all on that.
Parts and repairs.
Yes, sir.
What about your gas? Looks like your gas is down considerably, too, and, of course, in 13, there was, spent 44.64, 65, and then 14, 5,500. Do you think you might be able to cut back a little bit on, that?
On the gas side of it, I actually bumped it up, considering with the Fresh Start program, as well as my understanding, I'm supposed to be taking precinct 4 emissions, and I plan on bringing on a reserve from Dallas County that ran the emission side over there for me. And if that's the case, then he's going to be doing a lot of driving around, checking the stations out.
But it actually shows that you budgeted 10,000 last year.
Yes, sir.
Or this year, and you're requesting the same amount.
Just an extra $1,000 just to be safe on the fishing side.
yeah, it didn't come out right, it should have been 1,000 under.
Yeah, I see, okay, I got you now, so. And you, kinda wanna explain what happened on the emissions deal that, it was that precinct 4, that started with the grant.
Right.
And then Constable Bryant decided he did not want to fool with it anymore.
Constable Bryant says that he's got a lot of stuff that's going on right now, and he doesn't have the time or the manpower to operate it and do what's required by the state. Now, since the emissions side of it is a grant program, we definitely don't want to lose that grant program. And for me, being able to work the emission side of it for Dallas County, and then plus I have a gentleman that did run it over there for us for Dallas County. He has since left Dallas County and he's looking for a job. I was actually going to put in for Precinct 1's position that he was turning in to hire him to run the emissions full time. But I know that we're trying to save money, so if I just at least get the emission side of it, I can bring him on as a reserve and maintain that emission so we do not lose that from the state. Because I understand that we called in on yesterday, and it's $30,000 every year that we get just immediately to maintain the emission side of it. So we get $60,000, and then plus if I get Deputy Stevens or Deputy Kitchens to come on as a reserve, he can also file grants to maintain a full-time position under the grant money alone.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the funds they've freed up down there, or freed up some of it, so I think there may be more money that'll be coming our way.
We need to keep it going.
Yeah,
exactly.
And
so,
tell them exactly what officer does.
But it's more than the grant company.
If I do get that position and I hire Deputy Kitchens over it, that officer's gonna go around and check, even though that we don't have the inspections on the vehicles anymore, they still have to get their vehicle inspected under the registration side. They'll go get the registration first, they give them a form, they take it to the inspection station, get the inspection and bring that back. Now, under state law, it says that anytime that we pull somebody over, they're still supposed to maintain that inspection certificate in their car. And we have a way under the database for the DMV on the emission side of it to check and see if that paperwork is fake, fictitious, made up, doesn't exist. Maintaining the emissions, we will be able to identify the fictitious inspection certificates. And if so, Deputy Kitchens also has filed case reports against the inspection stations for fictitious inspections where we can go in and seize their machines. By doing that, that is income that comes into the county for any station that gives fictitious inspection certificates out. And then plus we get the vehicles off the roadway that do not need to be on the roadway. So it's a huge asset to the county.
So they're supposed, like I just had mine inspected, but they didn't tell me to keep that paper in my car.
You're supposed to keep that paper in the car. That's an issue that we've been running with right now.
Was it a fairly new one?
2-year-old. So you just take this, get my tags on it, but nothing.
Well, I thought that was the idea, is to, if you've got a tag, they know that you've got it inspected, so there's less, you don't have to have a sticker, but now you have to keep up with paperwork.
You're supposed to keep up the paperwork, and that's an issue that we're running into right now with the tax office. Some of the tax office are not telling the citizens, you need to keep, once you get this inspection and bring it back to us.
Well, it doesn't say on the inspection thing either when they hand it, tell you that you're supposed to keep.
Right, you're supposed to keep it.
Nowhere does it identify or tell you that you're supposed to do that.
Right, and technically, you can still get a citation for the display inspection certificate, being the paper that you just got to get the vehicle inspected.
I know Dallas County just, they passed sent a thing out in their deal, said that you can't no longer stop or write a ticket
For failed to display.
For a display of inspection.
Right, because it's no longer on the list.
They won't write a ticket for that.
Right, right. Like for my vehicle, it's brand new, and my inspection doesn't expire until next year that my registration goes up. Well, what they're telling me to do is just go ahead and pull the inspection off and just get your vehicle registered. Well, since the inspection expires until 2016, I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if I pull it off and I don't have the inspection certificate, I can get a citation.
Well, that's not right. They need to change that.
Right.
If they're gonna do that, they need to go back and give you a sticker that you can display, and then that doesn't give them cause to stop you.
Yeah, I guess I'll take the ticket. I'm not worried about it too much.
And I mean, even on the citation, on the certificate, on the inspection, if you get a citation for not having your inspection certificate, you can go get it inspected. And state law says you bring it to court within 15 days to dismiss it with a 21
Yeah, but what if you already have it inspected?
But if you already got it inspected.
And you wouldn't get a license plate if it wasn't already
It's
inspected.
supposed to come up on the.
It's supposed to pull up on the tax, but it's not pulling up.
Really?
That's why they're telling everybody to maintain.
They can't, they can't write a ticket. Dallas said they can't write a ticket for it no more.
Right. So that's why I actually bumped the fuel up to 11 for that purpose.
Is everybody okay with that?
Well, I don't know,
I mean, it's only used 2,000.
Yeah.
I mean, if
and we're in 7 months, I mean, I don't wanna be rude,
but at the same time, I mean, the only reason why is because I have that one vehicle that we can't even drive. I mean, it's sitting in the parking lot.
And you're gonna implement that other program.
Yes.
how many days a week you gonna drive?
Well, he's gonna be here as much as possible. I mean, this isn't a minimum of 12 hours. He's wanting a full-time job, and if he's wanting to maintain his emissions, he's gonna have a
They don't
grant.
have another full-time job.
They gonna pay for them out of the extra.
Right.
What's our grant versus our cost?
On the grant side,
We're gonna get 30,000 in
Increase
grant.
the extra help.
the grant will be 60,000. It's 30,000 a year, so it's 60,000 right off the bat. Now, from what I understand, because I haven't got the emissions handed over yet, we still have money in the emissions account for this position over at precinct 4. Now, with that money alone, that could pay for a part-time job.
That could pay your guy.
That could pay him for
Half
it.
that plus your.
Let me go get
We
the
don't find out
current
here about
report.
The only thing that I don't know is if that emission side of it comes with a vehicle. So if it doesn't come with a vehicle, that is the imperative importance
The
of.
income and cost will equal out.
Yes.
It's gonna put us in the.
Well, and I tell you the other thing,
Let
this
me
is,
go get the.
Right, no, it's gonna equal out, because the only thing that's gonna cost us is just the fuel side. That's it. Everything else is gonna be under the grant alone.
That's
part of the issue always is we're in a non-attainment county,
Right.
and, you know, we're supposed to.
Supposed to regulate that.
Yeah.
Enforce it, police it,
Yeah.
right.
And the other thing is, I think this grant has been inactive. We've not done very much with it.
Nothing with it at all.
And the COG is, you know, I mean, they're honest.
They're getting antsy to pull it, and
Yeah.
and with our county, we're required to have it.
Yeah.
But also, under the fuel and gas and oil, just to let you know, I've been contacted by TABC to help implement a program for selling tobacco to minors. Now, under this, all I have to do is go to locations with a minor that actually not employed by us, doesn't get paid by us, but just to go in and try to buy tobacco. And if they go in and they buy tobacco, the TABC will pay $75 per sting to the department that has initiated this. So the only thing that I've been waiting on is trying to figure out how many locations in Kaufman County sell tobacco, so I can send them paperwork. Exactly, because they need to know at least close enough to the number that we can have, and we can go out and try to do these purchases on these stings. So you figure if I can get this implemented, I have the paperwork already done. I just need to get places up the back.
Well, and of course, on gas and oil, you can't use it for any other purpose.
Yeah.
Just those anyway, so.
I'm good with that 11,000.
Yeah,
He
just
was bump it up.
And I mean, at any point, you know, when it comes time for the next budget, if I didn't use that much, then I'll be more than willing to give a portion of it back that I need to.
Okay, and then the next one was the training education conference, 2,000, you want to go up from 1,200.
Right.
And, but you only spent 202.44, as of April 30th. I know you've been to some conferences.
I went to the Huntsville, which was a mandated course under the newly elected constables. And then the rest of it is actually fixing to be spent for the JPCA, that we're going to in June. So that is, and I'm actually
JPCA is.
the Justice of the Peace Constable Association. And believe it or not, we're actually going over what I have in there, so we're having to pull money out of my general budget to cover the cost. That's what it is for us to go.
I think this court is certainly supportive of the education stuff. You know, I think we just want everybody all right with that. The uniforms, tell us a little bit about that.
On the uniform side of it, myself and Deputy Bowman, along with my reserves, we've purchased our own uniforms, because we didn't know what the budget side was at first until when I took office, I was able to figure out what it was, and then we were able to buy new uniforms. Now, since we've only purchased 2 uniforms per person, and that's, you know, including a heavy jacket as well. The heavy jackets alone are $180 a piece. On the reserve side of it, I've had them buy their own uniforms because I didn't know what the cost was going to be for myself and Boner. Because we have our heavy jackets, our long sleeves, but then we have our summer uniforms, so we're not out burning up in the heat. Since I raised it, if I get the emission side of it, that was going to cover Deputy Kitchens. That was also, I wasn't going to dip into Deputy Hoops' personal financial responsibility anymore and pay for his uniforms as well, because he is unemployed, he's retired, and he enjoys working here. And I'd like to keep him here because he helps out with the court so we can go work warrants and traffic. So if I need to drop that down a little bit, I'll be more than happy to. But I do know that a full uniform, pants and shirt alone, is $120. Now, that also includes the patches that we need to reorder, which was $488 for the shoulder patches and the chest patch together from G2 Distributors. And then the badge.
Like Sean has 1,500, the one behind him, I don't know, who's the one behind him, that has 2,500 in his. He's asking for two now, he's in the minute.
So
I
that
think
covers.
somewhere along the line, something, we ought to have a little consistency.
Some of them have more reserve.
Yeah.
You know, that maybe.
I'm trying to say,
Right.
I'm agreeing with you, I'm not.
And it
I'm
covers-
just not convinced you have enough.
Right, and I mean, you know, it covers everything. I mean, that's just being the safety side of it. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, I'll be more than willing to take, you know, the money that I can get, just in case if I run out of that, or for the uniform side, I can use that to buy vests.
Well, that was gonna be my next question.
Because we don't have vests. I am actually wearing a vest that was loaned to me from Dallas County. Since
I think.
You got any more of their loans, right?
Yeah, but they're completely out of date.
I'm gonna ask you to have 2,500, that's what I'm
On
gonna
the uniform?
Yeah, I think you ought to have 25, I think the other two have 25.
How about three? Would you want three? I mean,
Sure.
No,
I could get a vest out of that.
Yeah, 25.
Well, should we have vests and equipment?
Well, I'm
Something,
thinking
another
that
line
would
item?
Be the equivalent.
Well, I think that,
think
I'm
we
gonna
need-
come back to that, I'm gonna come back to this best thing. I think that I think we're going about this wrong, I think we ought to be buying all the best to the sheriff's department, I think one place would be a good spot. And then when somebody leaves or somebody comes in new, maybe, I don't know, Jack, what do you think, but I think that you could just go over to the sheriff's department and say, I need a vest, and, you know, I think somewhere along the line, we gotta get some uniformity going in the vest and.
They're not gonna want to pay for them out of their budget.
We're not,
No,
No, but
we have to
it's
have
all
money
got
to
money.
it.
Well,
It's
I
all
know
the
that-
same money.
Yeah,
I know
but
the
mean,
sheriff's
to be
office
consistent
buys
in
their
the budget.
vest through Uniforms Inc. in downtown Dallas. Because-
They all come from the same place.
Right.
Yeah.
But the deal is that we can't, with the sheriff's office, I mean, and I know I'm speaking, if sheriff's office buys 12 vests for 12 individuals and 5 of them leave, the vests are sized for the officer alone. So if I go over to the sheriff's office and they have a brand new vest, unfortunately, that they purchased, but somebody didn't make it and left, that vest may not fit me. And then therefore you start running into a safety issue. I mean,
Well,
it would be nice.
I'm not saying that, I'm just saying that, you know, they take measurements, they do whatever it is, and they fit everybody and every officer that comes in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying that
Absolutely.
it just seems kinda, the only thing I'm saying is to simplify some of the budgets and some of the
Right.
places like parts and supplies and the vehicles and things, it's just, I don't know, it just seems like you don't know where you're going. You know, in other words, if he puts $3,000 in a budget, how many vests does that make? Next year, does he need 3,000 because he's got that many more new vests? No, they should last 4 or 5 years, and if he's got the same guys, he doesn't need 3,000.
Yeah, they're supposed to last 5 years.
You know, it's one of those things where it's a tough call to put it in all these individual budgets.
I don't know about splitting it up for how to pay, but I know that the body armor will get for that, so it is a good price. We've checked quotes numerous times, it's a very good price. I will say, however, the uniform thing is an issue. I think it would be great if all the constables wore the same uniform, and get a better price on all that.
That's what I'm saying.
The patches are different, you know, there'd be a saying that we get, everybody wore the same thing.
Yeah.
I know I don't wanna wear tan, but let's say they wore the same uniform in blue.
No, I'm totally on this page, you know, it doesn't have anything against you wanting to pick out your uniform or your vest. It's, you know, it's just a thing that it leaves, you know, it's kinda like squad cars, you know, everybody tries to, you know, when one of them started doing white and blue and they all copied that same Dallas thing and then it went around the country and now they're going all back to black and white and they're all trying to get uniforms. At least we can go from one city to the next, you recognize the police car. And if they're all wearing pretty much the same kind of uniform, they pretty much recognize the uniform. This, it just seems like we ought to be doing something.
We can come back and when we, you know, get a little further down the way.
Address all this, because I just think, I think it needs to be addressed.
2,500.
Yeah. Yeah.
same. We're, probably gonna do something different on that, you know.
Well, the only reason why I did that, gentlemen, is because, you know, the first part of it, we had to purchase, the laser, and we had to purchase some other equipment, a couple of new desks, because the desk that I had for my employees was falling apart, so we went to the cheapest place to actually purchase those desks in Terrell, to buy 2 new desks, or tables. The reason why I left it the same is because right now, when I took office, there was 3 tasers there, and I have 2 of those tasers that do not work anymore. And the one taser that does work, I'm carrying, and Deputy Bowler is wearing a taser that's been loaned from another agency. I've contacted Taser, and unfortunately, the tasers that we have are obsolete. They're not making them anymore, they're not fixing them. They said I can use them for paperweight. And the tasers that we have to go to now is the X26Ps. Well, those tasers are $1,300 a piece.
Well,
not only that, my office doesn't have body cameras, and so I'm trying to purchase body cameras for Bowler and I, and then anybody else that I hire. And the body cameras, I think Precinct 1 and Precinct 4 have those. And I think who they bought them through was like $300 or $495 a piece. So trying to get this and be an operating department with the body cams, 1, to provide safety for my officers in the county, but 2, the taser side of it, because we do deal with a lot of white warrants. And the less lethal we have an opportunity to seduce somebody, I want to maintain that.
right, yeah, and I think we all do.
So
Back to the tasers, we do that, I volunteer Commissioner Phillips to test it on, make sure we're getting a good
Well, you
quality.
got this.
I'll be more than happy to hand it to you, and you can do that.
Let me see it. I've got a guy down here, one of you fixing to use it.
But I even contacted
You might be able to
Taser.
get anything you want.
I even contacted Taser to see if they would do a buyback program on at least the ones that I have, and they said no.
Probably don't have.
We can give you, we'll put you on a list if you have one that's working, and for agencies that cannot afford one, you can donate it to them, but it's not worth anything, we can't do anything with
Jack,
it.
what are we paying for the tasers, you know right offhand?
I do not.
Do we have a single source or a source?
There's several sources. I think they cover GT strippers most of the time, but there are
Why
different
don't you,
sources.
And teach,
we won't put that in there at this minute, and if you need one, you tell me, I'll get it for you out of my budget if I need to.
I need-
And Jack, will you let me know what one costs, and can you find the source for me?
well, I need,
They need to let me know what model number they're talking about.
the X26Ps, I need 3 of them. And the only reason why I say that is because we have no way to charge these batteries. These things are 7 years old. And mine's about to die, and like I said, the other 2 that I have in my office are paperweight.
You might say,
But
well,
the good thing
Is
is,
this the one, is that,
no,
is
sir,
that,
you cannot.
is that the model right there, X?
No, this is the X26. This is the one that they're no longer using.
in
The
that-
X26P is the new updated version, which I have all the paperwork at my office.
And you can recharge those?
It has the cell battery on it from the time that you purchase it has up to 500 shots, guaranteed. The cartridges that I just purchased for, at the time, these 2 of them that were working are universal to the X26Ps.
You can use it. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So it was not a waste
Grab
of.
that, truck that got Tulsa or wherever it was,
Yeah.
it's just like.
You know, but, you know, even that, you know, it comes back, see, I just think, you know, I'm with Jack 100% on this uniform and the thing, we just need one source, you know, even these, you know, you need one, you break it, go over to the sheriff's department, we've got a supply officer, or a supply unit or something that sits there and says, okay, you need a taser, get it, and they bring it to the commissioner's court, if they need more than budget, and we put it there.
Well, there's bound to be a way we'll need to work with Karen and see how we do that. There's bound to be a way we can accomplish that, so.
I mean, this
Yeah, but
thing,
if you can't keep going back to the sheriff's department, I mean, you can be consistent with their equipment and we can buy them from the same location, but to be true to budgeting, they need, you know, if he needs 5 tasers or 2 tasers or 1,
But I'm just saying-
it needs to be in here so that you can historically go back and see what each department
Yeah,
is
but what I'm
costing.
saying is it could be at the same spot, you know, so
Well,
we
they
know
don't-
what the price is.
Well, I mean, we know what the price is
Well, when
anyway.
he bids it out, he could bid them all out.
Yeah, yeah.
Because one of the big
We're getting a
issues,
quote now as we speak, so.
Okay.
yeah, one of the big issues is that if we do need something like the notebooks and stuff like that, and the sheriff's department was giving them out, we were going to them, we're basically the last ones to get them. And it goes to everybody else first before it gets handed down to us, and so it
What are you
takes a
talking
long
about now?
time. The notebooks, the notepads, the laptops and stuff,
Oh,
went from laptops and notebooks, and now they're going back to laptops again.
What about the ticket writers, y'all?
We're the only ones that have the ticket writers, just the constable's office. Sheriff's office does not have those. The ticket writers and the printers themselves, so.
I think the 2 commercial vehicle officers may have them.
I think they,
They
yes, I think they were getting them, because they file the tickets in the JP courts.
Okay, and,
Did you find the money?
is that the?
Yes, sir, I was waiting. Go ahead, Jed.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering on this last line, so Jason can get on to his, back to his training, the new equipment, is that what we're?
That was to replace the 3 tasers that we have, and then plus to order body cameras.
That's enough to cover all that?
That should be enough to cover, yes, sir. We tracked down the cheapest price to get the tasers, which are colored in yellow, so that way there's no unclarity whether you've drawn a Leslie or you've drawn your firearm.
John doesn't have one now, and yours is breaking, and we don't have one.
John has one that's loaned from another
I know,
agency.
but if we break it, then we're gonna owe them one.
Exactly.
If
And
we
then I
get-
have 2 that are paperweights.
So you're
Did
good
we
with
get the price?
Yeah, I've already sent Lisa a message, she's gonna call GT and get the quote on some of the.
Fully equipped with the holster.
$5,000, which is the same, it should
Yeah.
take care of that.
Yes,
Well, if we do, we'll take
We
it
can come
next.
back, we could come back and say,
Okay.
we do it, if we do it, we do
We're
it.
gonna, because you don't need to be without them.
I mean, what money I have left, I can order one right now if I needed to.
Well, that'd be, you know, just, if you got the money to do it, feel that seriously.
I think, I spent 35, I think, the
think
taser
Eric-
with the holster, everything was right at about, $12.89.
Yeah, we'll find that in a minute, Jay, but, and did you get the money on the,
Okay, last year, we got about 43,400 in the admissions grant. $37,228 went to Brian's salary and benefits. The rest of it was for parts, repairs, gas, oil, uniforms, and equipment. So,
I'll use it all?
well, we budgeted 14,000 for this year, and then we had a carryover because we got like 70,000 from that grant that he did not spend all of it, so we have like 20,905 to carry over, so he had a total of like 35,000 that he could actually spend this year.
And so what will Jason get to carry over? What will be the, since he's taking it over now, right? 35,000.
Yeah, the only thing that,
Well, I think
Constable,
she said he spent for it.
He has 35,000.
Oh, he has 35, okay.
And, Brian has already spent 5340, so he'll have about 30 to carry over if nothing else is coming in.
Okay.
But I think there's a deadline on having to spend that too.
Yes.
Well, I know there is.
Well,
And I don't know how long this grant's for, if,
Right.
Pam knows if there's additional
Pam-
revenues
yeah,
coming
Pam
in.
had no-
25 to 30.
You can spend it, whatever the deadline is, get spent.
Yeah.
Going.
I know
That's
it's
what
all
Megan's got
Pam's
to
son,
do.
I think.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's already gotten all the paperwork ready to transfer what equipment was to that position over to my office.
Just needs to be done.
Just needs to be done, and the only thing that I spoke with Constable Morris, the only thing he's waiting on is for me to hire kitchens, which I plan on trying to do this week, or bring it to you to bring you on as a reserve, once I finish the background.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go back and see what you can learn about those.
If they'll let me back in.
Where's the
Right over here off of 34, the new training center we're holding, they're trying to hold all the new training now.
at the office?
I know.
Yes.
I got it tomorrow. I figured that up.
Thank you, Dave.
Yes, sir.
All right, next is,
Break.
yeah, I'm running behind, we need to get Steve.
No, I did.
They're in the hallway.
I did. I'll get you.
And Jack is checking on the vehicle status from the constable one to constable two. I forget about that. That's a pretty patient for this. Good morning. Morning. Sorry to keep you waiting, we got a little long-winded on some stuff, so. I think we have his documentation that he, narrative that he sent.
Yep.
And so this is moved right on into the budget. And looks like everything is pretty well the same. We get down to line 3216, which is parts and repairs. And I think that you might be gonna tell us about that. I know the documentation had it. Good.
I've got 2005 Grand Vic is showing 171,000 miles on it. The 2009, the odometer is showing 182,000. I don't think that's, well, I know that's not correct, because the odometer doesn't work. Without going back through the fuel man, without going through the fuel man stuff and kind of figuring where we're at on that. That's just what it shows when it does come up. Right?
So you have a 2008,
The 2005 and 2009.
2009, and one of them has,
The 2005 has 171,865.
okay, and then the other one has, the 2009 has.
It's showing 182, but it's not correct.
Right.
It's lower than that. I don't have the fuel man stuff.
Right, and then you have a tile, you have one
One
tile.
and no spare car.
On the vehicle, what we're doing is just kind of taking a list and see where we are on those. And, you know, obviously these are pretty old cars, and a lot of miles on them. And so, that's something we'll be looking at. And that's the reason you've asked for increased, parts and repairs.
Yes,
Because
if
of
they don't
that.
get replaced.
Right.
Because I've had to replace transmission in one of them this year, last year. Front end had to have some work done on one of them. I mean, they're starting to show some wear and tear.
Yeah, one of the brown, and,
No, they look great.
or, I seen one of them out on Highway 80 every Saturday morning when I was going to farms.
That's somebody.
Maybe some.
That might have been.
On Saturday?
That might have been the guy that
I've got
looked.
one of my guys works every Saturday.
Yeah.
But he's driving a great Grand Vic.
I thought it was brown.
It might look brown depending on the setting or something, yeah, it's
That
mine.
might be the one that gotta go out Richardson.
He's pretty faithful, I mean, he's out there pretty often. Okay, does anybody have any questions about that? And depending on what we were able to do with the vehicle request.
Right, well, that would change that up.
Yeah.
We got something different.
And, what about your gas and oil thing? We talked about this with several, because the fuel man card seems to be working pretty good, as well as the fact that price of fuel is down a little bit too. I think we tried to cut back on some of those. I think we've gone to what, about 11,000 or?
11,000.
Yeah.
Okay. I think so.
We need to up his age. Well, that's how we do the others.
My ammunition's already at 1,000.
I think we're trying to do 250 per person, you have 5 people, right?
I've got another reserve supposed to be coming on, 75.
So 10,000 on the gas and oil.
Yeah, and 1,000 still on the use 10, or that makes you 4 people or 5.
Said 10, didn't we? We got 4 right this minute.
10 will
We've
get it.
got another reserve that's fixing.
So really you need 1250.
1250.
Yeah. He needs 1250 on ammunition.
Okay, that sounds good to me.
We know you won't run out.
Yeah.
If you do, it's
That
your
way
fault.
you can take this.
And uniform 25,
I'm asking-
1,500 over here, you trying to cut it down?
Yeah, that initial 25 is what I asked for when I came into office, because we were changing uniforms. And, everybody's pretty much up to par where they need to be now. So I'm asking to lower that to 1,500 to be with everybody else where they're at on their budget.
A lot of them are going up.
The mask going up, so.
Yeah.
1,500 be fine for me.
1,500, sure? I mean, they're gonna argue with you twice.
Yep, I should be fine with that.
And then on furniture and equipment, you're asking for 6, and we had 3, I believe.
Yes, sir. And the reason that I'm asking for that is, you know, here's, for those of y'all that haven't been in my deputy's office, there's a photo of it. It's like a broom closet. There's only one desk that's workable for a deputy to be at. The other desk is falling apart. It's in the corner over there. It fell apart when it got delivered. It's actually screwed to the wall holding it up. We're doing some remodeling over there right now. They're removing the wall between that office and the hallway to expand that office, and I'm asking to get 2 of the office cubicles. So I'll have a computer on each one, so we'll have 2 workable stations, because at times I've got 2 to 3 deputies in there. With the amount of paperwork they've got with the civil and the criminal stuff that we do, they're sitting there waiting to get on a computer, or they end up having to work over to get the paperwork done to do it. So we're asking for the 6,000, that should be plenty, more than plenty to put 2 cubicles in and another computer.
What we're doing on the furniture and equipment, we're probably going to eliminate those line items. And we've already done that to some extent with every other area of the budget. And so we're gonna have money, and we're just undecided exactly how we're going to do that. But it probably would not be in each individual county budget. It'll be, yeah, and so, but we do need to know what you need. And so,
Yeah, I'm just asking for something compatible to like what they've got in CID.
yeah.
You know, it's a little work cubicle with a storage compartment. Guys have
Not
water in their
terribly
office.
expensive. I mean, they're not that expensive.
I don't think, I mean, the ones that I looked at, just internal office supply, I think for about 6,000, we can put 2 cubicles in with the 4 overhead locking bins, so each one of the deputies would have a place to store some of their stuff if they need to. If I figured it right, then about $6,000 ought to be able to get all of that done, and the computer too.
And that was that other thing. Equipment, what we do on equipment, what we say we did on equipment with the other guys, or did we just?
Well, they kind of have requests, you know,
What kind of equipment
Yeah,
you're talking
you know,
about? Everybody had something different.
everybody has different needs.
One person needs tasers, one person needs
Vests,
yeah, you know, vests.
y'all all have vests? They-
Taser, you
they-
around when you taser.
We've got 1 taser. The Kyle, my part-time doesn't have one. So you don't have to marry her, I don't carry one.
Don't want to carry no.
No.
Yeah, I mean,
You don't take prisoners.
he wanna make sure they're stopped. Okay. I have no problem with it, but you know, if you prefer it and want it, then that's enough.
Yeah.
I just don't think you ought to be without any kind of safety equipment you need.
I mean, if we can get another taser, 1 more would do great, because that way my full-time and part-time both would have one.
Don't you have to use it on yourself before you can use it on others?
That's what they say.
That's the reason they don't wanna carry one, cause they don't that way to use it.
When I was in the sheriff's office and they went to the tasers,
You did that?
everybody was ordered to get shot. But CID didn't get tasers. Well, I'm not gonna go get shot just for the fun of it. That just doesn't sound like fun. So I said, when y'all get me a taser, I'll be happy to go through the class and get shot. So, no, I haven't been shot with one. and
I'm gonna be
I don't
shot
have
with
one. If I had one, I'd get shot with one, but I don't have one. So,
No,
Does your deputy not want one? Or your reserve?
$500
I haven't asked, but if we can get one, if he hadn't been to school, I'll send him to school.
Well, we wanna give everybody what they want to use, you know.
We
provide the equipment that they requested, you know.
But I mean, I would like one to have one, because we deal with a lot of mentals with MHU,
Well,
and
yeah.
Girl State Hospital and everything over there. So,
And then, let's add
yeah,
the patient.
I would like to add one.
Jack, you ever get the price back yet?
No, sir, it may take a while, but we'll get it.
I'll tell you what, we'll work on getting you one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got other
I think
requests.
we're gonna, because we got other requests for it, we're gonna work on this and get this taser thing straightened out, make sure everybody has what they need in their safety efforts.
Furniture deal, we're gonna do a little different, so that's gonna be a whole different program.
Yeah,
What
we
do
gotta do
what do
something.
we put in there?
Yeah, we gotta do something.
500 or 1,000 for equipment, just so he has.
Yeah.
Yeah, you never know when he's gonna have something go out on the bid.
This 1,700 that you spent on furniture and equipment this year, was that, on furniture or equipment side, or do you have any?
One was a shotgun and an AR, and then I got, 3 chairs.
Okay, so you're not gonna have to replace the shotgun or the AR, so.
No.
Or probably, or the chairs.
No, the only thing is if we end up getting a new Tahoe, the only thing that I would probably wanna add to the Tahoe that didn't come in the one I got is a gun rack that goes in between the front
There's
seat.
what, $300 or $400?
No.
Are we ordering those, Jack, when we order the Tahoes now?
Gun back,
The gun racks haven't been enough, sir.
Okay.
It's kind of whatever their preference is, whatever kind they want.
I wanna say it was about 800 when,
They're pretty
on that
high.
one,
They're pretty high.
cause they're electronic lock, so if they break into the car, they still can't get it out of the rack. And that's the same one that's in my Tahoe, I don't know if any of the other Tahoes have.
So if we put 1,000 in there,
That
that
should
should.
cover that.
Okay. Anything else?
Bonds from 400 to 500.
Yeah.
that's okay.
And the only other thing that I asked for is, a medical fund. Okay, and I'm asking that that be set up possibly with HR or something, because if we have a new hire, or have a deputy that quits, or put a reserve on, or somebody that, has more than 160 days leave, they've gotta go back and have a psychological. Well, we have no fund, no line item or anything set up in order for us to do that. My understanding, the sheriff's office has a medical fund.
The
They have a
second,
psychological.
and it comes out of there, and I don't have anything to do with it, the scheduling or nothing.
Well, can I ask a question on that? I mean, the psychological, do they have to go a certain place, or does it just have to be by a doctor that?
Has to be a certified doctor. There's one here in Kaufman. that
Well, I was gonna say,
we've always
are they,
used.
how are they certified? But I was wondering if the doctor that works for us, I wonder if he can be certified to do that.
Dr. Davis?
Yeah, doctor, that.
I don't know whether he can.
I don't know,
I
there's.
wish somebody asked, just out of curiosity, because if he could, that'd be pretty nice.
Yeah.
And
not-
then, you know what I'm saying, then it wouldn't be a cost factor.
Or is there any reason why that does not go through your office?
No, the sheriff's office has always, they're the only ones that ever do it, I don't do it for other employees. Even their drug testing goes through them, they use my facility, the same people we use for other hires. But when we do the bill, I send the bill over to Brian Beavers, and he reconciles the sheriff's part of it, and then it's paid out of their separate fund.
Out of their budget,
Mm,
that's what you're wanting to.
And, well, the only reason I was asking that is because, I mean, $500 I think would be more than enough to cover all 4 offices.
Well, and I don't mind, I don't mind using our funds for that, we would have to say drug test and psychological, but I mean, I don't mind. Cause it would just be for the,
That's the way to do it, rather than.
And then that way I don't have 500 that I can transfer to something else later on. It's one fund except for all 4 of those. I think one test is like $149.
I just got an invoice for, cause we recently had to do one on,
Test on
an
everybody.
investigator in the DA's office, and I told him I don't have fund for that, they would have to pay it out of theirs. And I didn't see what the invoice was, but I can go run check on it.
I think it's $149. I think that's what they told me.
That's what I'm saying.
And we can check, there may be some special certification with the doctor.
I mean, since he's
He examines the inmates.
that's what he does, so.
He may not be able to do our county people because he works. Well, might be a conflict.
But as long as he meets the T-close requirements, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, I'm just asking, I was just curious to know if we Do it, I just said.
It's something we find out.
Yeah, but why don't we do this for the time being? Why don't we start letting the
Let
constables
HR.
go through HR
Yeah.
theirs? And if the sheriff's office is working fine, we'll just let them keep doing it, but on the constables. And maybe fire marshal and,
Well, and I just had to do one on the DA's office,
Okay.
for an investigator, and it's only if they're out so
Out so
long.
long.
Usually, they
don't
run
have
just
that many.
transfer it. Mm-mm.
Very rare.
so what would be a logical or a legitimate amount to put in there for the constables as well as?
Like you said,
In the 3 years I've been here, there's been 2. One for you and one for the DA's office.
I think we could even ask for it.
maybe.
Yeah, whatever.
We could even,
I'm pretty confident the one that we did here in Kaufman last week or two ago was $149.
I can go check this out.
But is everybody all right with that? Go through the law?
Yeah. I think that's where it should go.
That way we won't have to have everybody's budget.
Right, yeah, and that's why on that I asked for, I even stated in my deal
because
that
everyone
I was asking
I've
for
heard, and then
for that to go into HR instead of
It's
the
because, it's gonna be hard to budget for it, you don't know, somebody's gonna be out for that amount of time or not, more than
It's
likely.
$133,
Yeah.
and it's done by a
So
doctor
we
here in,
We put 500 in the line item for you.
Which
You
one?
have,
Joanne Radke, Radeke.
Yeah, she's right there in Kaufman.
Yeah, I've
Millennium
seen her.
Drive?
Yeah, I've seen her office. I think it's out on 175.
Yeah, Millennium Drive, Suite D.
Okay.
Maybe we need to do some.
All right, anything else for Constable Steve?
I don't know if I don't ask, but I am gonna ask for another deputy position. Right? We've got about 9,000 outstanding ones that are JP free. Average time is $300, that's 1.5 million in outstanding. We flat don't have the time to work with the manpower that I have.
And we've heard that from the other precincts. So what is a good way to handle that other than adding, additional constables on each level, at each is there a way we can, is there another way? I wonder how we can do that. I mean, that's a lot of money out there, but, and some of them you won't get because you can't find them, too, So is there another way we could address that issue?
Probably some things to think about, maybe, might be able to.
If you hire some retired deputy sheriff like that, get on a percentage. You don't got any money if you don't break it.
I don't know if you can't pay on a percentage legally.
Maybe that'd be something you guys could talk together as a group and see if there's something we can do that.
You might be able, for guys that need to keep up their license,
Did
you might
y'all-
be able to advertise and get reserve officers just to come work 1 day a week, do that for free.
But then again, we don't have cars for that.
Don't have what?
We don't have the vehicles for
But
that.
I meant, if we had the vehicle, instead of paying for labor.
I don't mind putting.
There's 100 cars over here, there's a big list of cars not being used, so
Right.
I think we could find a car if we had to.
Good idea.
Precinct one's got extra.
You know what I'm saying?
Precinct
I mean,
one's got
I
extra.
have,
We don't have to put them in the best lane.
I have a question,
One of my members down, I've got 2 guys riding in a car together.
and I need an answer. I need some help. Lori has 2 bills for psych evaluation now. We need to pay, and I'm gonna do a line item transfer request to put some money and establish a new line item for that.
In her budget,
In her budget.
okay.
And I'm gonna put 600 instead of 500. Cause
Yeah,
if they're running like 133, 139, what if that doctor's not there and we have to go to
That
somebody
covers four
else?
exams.
That'd be for 4 exams, and if we find out we have to have more, I could come back and bring it to y'all, and she can give you a report on how many she's having to do or something. Is that okay with y'all?
That works.
Okay,
That works.
thank you.
All right, thanks, sir.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate you being here.
Did you, did y'all's department participate in that warrants roundup weekend?
We did not physically come out, no. I mean, it normally just, it normally doesn't pay for itself here. And the revenues, you can look at the revenues for the ones that came out and work it, and the revenues out of our office on the same thing.
On the same time period?
Yeah, because by the time you come out on that deal, and we go and find one, spend the time driving all the way over here, get them processed, get them booked in, and back over there, then we're done It's still,
Help me and I remember.
I don't know, I didn't see that, I'm not sure. Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Morning.
Hey, how are y'all?
Good. I think you've been waiting on us a little bit, no problem. Trying to move along, but we're slowly getting there. And I believe you've given us we have a copy of your budget. This is the narrative part where the justification is at the bottom, everybody will see that. And, you're, saying no change on everything pretty well where you are, but you do have kind of a wish list, I guess, down at the bottom. Yeah.
I asked for one full-time officer and a vehicle for the officer. I believe I've got enough in my budget and asset forfeiture fund that I can outfit the officer and take care of that. Because, I mean, sheer size along with precinct 4 requires an additional body down there. And I'm not covering what precinct 2 has. Same with Commissioner Allen not having the same amount of people as Commissioner Phillips. It's just that we got our area to cover and do it proper. I feel like I need another full-time officer. And I wrote in there, I never had before, I've never mentioned another office, and I'm not throwing stones in another office, but I put in there, and it's all numbers that you can pull from the DA's office, or when I give my racial profiling stats, it's all numbers you can go and look at. Year in and year out, since I took office in 2009, we've made more arrests, filed more criminal cases, and made more traffic contacts than the other 3 officers combined year in and year out. So, I don't have, that's all I really have to add and say.
You've already got extra vehicles, don't you?
I've got 2, and I'm pushing if Johnson can get this man hired that was working in Dallas County, I told him I'd give him one of my vehicles, and if Keith needs an extra vehicle, I'll give him another. I'm tired of paying for cars to sit around that are just old and wore out. If I got a reserve that needs to do something, come get one of our old ones.
What do you have?
I've got an old Impala and an old Crown Vic.
And give us a little information about them.
How many miles?
How many miles?
I have to check them to be sure.
Okay.
I'm tired of spending money on them.
It costs a lot to maintain.
Absolutely, they do when you have to buy batteries because they sit there. They're old. They're, just like the old equipment that y'all have at the precinct farm. You're tired of sitting around having work on it every time you want to use it. So I don't like having it at my house, and there's no sense in me keep using it down there. And when we need to use it, you got to pay to work on it. And
well, are they drivable? I mean,
if somebody would use it every day and maintain it every day, I'm sure they would be fine for somebody. But they're like anything else that gets rotated out that gets used for an extra car, an extra, you got an old tractor you don't use but to rake hay with, and you get it up once a year, and you spend the first month getting it working right again. So it's same thing.
Well, tractor.
And let's go ahead and just buy me a.
Well, I should have said that.
You brought it up, I'm gonna go home right with you. I
just
agree.
kept quiet.
I know.
But I know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's where you at.
If they need
Been
it,
2
they
days
need
worth,
headaches.
30
Like I said,
minutes.
if Johnson get that man hired, he's the one that I looked at initially that ran Dallas County's deal. But, I'm sure they brought y'all the numbers, she printed it off. What we got this year was a little over $4,000. I can tell you guys, it's not worth my headache dealing with DPS with all the reports for $4,000 a year. I'm not gonna do it. They wanna release more funds, I think it's a great idea. Somebody needs to do it.
Yeah.
Because that's just money that,
Well,
the counties, everybody in here that gets a vehicle registered or inspected, this is in Missions County, we're paying to have it done.
Yeah, right.
And, the state uses that money to balance their budget, is what they do. There's $250 million in that account.
Which
Same
I
way
think
like
they-
the insurance business, where it's paid for on the, these auto task force, on the auto theft task force, same deal. That's money that's charged and paid out, just like the 911 system. It's one of those accounts that's set down there that they use to balance the budget with, so there's nothing we can do about it unless they turn loose.
There are many other funds too.
Sure, absolutely.
It's like, but that's, and I think they're releasing some of that.
They are,
money.
they said they're gonna release some, I haven't
all
talked, I'm gonna call, I believe last name's Brown up at, TC or at Cobb, and try and find out, the exact numbers that we might release.
They may not even know.
And if it's enough to pay somebody part-time to do it, and they did away with inspection stickers, I can't drive down, we can't patrol and look and say, oh, this is there, we need to stop and check it. Now you're gonna have to have a man that sits down in front of the computer and looks at that screen, and you go over every car that's been inspected at every station in Kaufman County, and you start looking for the same tag to pop up more than once.
Yeah.
Because that's when you know, it's the only reason to get it done more than once a year. So when you start seeing that tag reoccur more than once, you know they're doing a clean scan on the vehicle that was either prior to it or right after it. That's time consuming, and I'm not a good secretary, so.
Why don't we get a deputy to sit and look at the screen and do that? Couldn't anybody do that? Look at that screen and do that?
Well, the secretary should. I guess, yeah, I mean, you might.
I mean, when they called it, they turned it over to you, and you say, oh, okay.
Right,
here
and
it is.
it may be also what the state giving access to somebody that have access to that porthole to look at it. They may only want a commissioned officer looking at that.
Well, I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and you may be right, that might be an avenue to look at.
Yeah, I
But
mean.
it certainly is time consuming to look at, and then, you know, then once you need to decide how you're gonna work the case, you're gonna go right on it. You know, like we did one station, year before last, when we started, we wrote 17 citations at one station, and we kept it as all Class C citations. They're still, last time I checked, those are all still sitting in the system. They have not been resolved. They're still in the system right now. 7 felonies at the Exxon station.
Where do they go?
I don't know, you can ask our DA's office.
I mean, they go to the DA, not the
Yes, sir.
JP.
Well, they'll be turned in, there's still gonna have to be an ADA represent
Yeah.
the DA's office. We turn the case in, it's out of our hands until the court date comes up.
So they're in the office over there in your office.
Absolutely they are. Yeah. Like the 7 felony cases that we did at the Exxon station. I don't know if they've been disposed of yet. I haven't got a disposition form on them.
That's not good.
No, sir, we seized the machine.
Is it?
No,
I mean, if you,
we're going to
if
the
you,
effort of it.
if you're going to.
That's what I said, I know.
Just to get the money.
No,
I mean, ask you, if you get this other deputy, then you're gonna wanna keep this position, this thing? The relationship?
depending on how much money they turn loose, I think it'd be a great idea if, for Johnson, if he can get that guy put on up there, to let him have it.
He feels pretty confident, I think.
Yeah, because that guy's familiar with it. He ran the task force for Dallas County and helped write case law and deal with legislation and everything. He is very familiar with it, and I'm not, nor do I want to be. We took that upon ourselves because the county's supposed to lose about $80,000. It was gonna be given to somebody else, and I said, yeah, we'll.
You still need another position.
I still want another position for what I explained, just right there in the note for the size and what we do.
Let me go back to where, just so we can kind of see where we are, but on the Impala, you don't, what year model is it?
Judge, I have to go back.
Can you just text that to us? or-
Absolutely. I'll get the year model and the mileage.
And the mileage, that way,
And I'll get it to you. Yes, sir.
And what does that leave you with?
That'll leave me with 3 titles.
3 Tahoe?
Yes, sir.
So you're okay on vehicles?
Well, until I get another person.
So right now, you have yourself and 2 deputies?
I have myself, a full-time deputy and a part-time deputy.
Is that the extra help thing?
Yes, sir.
that we do?
I just lost my other Dallas fireman that was a reserve. He went to work for Sigleville part-time.
Okay.
So we lost having him here. It was a good help because he's a good officer, and like I said, he's a paramedic. So, you know, a lot of times, both of my part-time guys that are Dallas firemen would respond to our medical calls.
On one of these Tahoes, was it bought with the grant?
No, sir.
It was not?
It was bought whenever the license and weight commercial vehicle was down there.
So do they allow us to buy a vehicle with that money?
You show an in-kind purchase,
Okay.
depending on how much is there, and there's money left in there. I rushed in, I don't know, before last, I ran in there because I was concerned, Pam had thought we were gonna lose the money if it wasn't spent. So I hustled together and put some POs together just to secure that money so it wouldn't have to be given back. But I'm not gonna spend money on something that I don't need.
Right.
So
But on the other side of that, if we turn it back, somebody else spend it on something.
somebody will.
The only good thing is, you know, if we put it up in precinct 2, and we buy a car up there, we can buy a Dodge or an Impala, but up there, 'cause it's all decent streets, and they're gonna be running around and checking on it.
Well, if we do
Well,
this.
you're going to service station.
He's got it, Crown Vic.
But, I mean, this car's gonna be used
Don't
all over
bid.
the.
If you use all the county, it still won't be on any county roads. It'll be
No,
on
it'll
be
farm market state.
Right,
No.
because they're going to inspection stations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I would say, you know, if that's that person's only job is to do that, because DPS actually uses civilian employees
to do their inspection on these.
Well, that's the reason I was saying, I think you could
So-
use a,
But they're still, I don't know what type of credentials they're gonna want to look at that porthole, but you're right, they did have a female that would meet us a lot of times, she met us up there, we dealt with her from time to time, but then they have an officer, a lieutenant, I think, that was over.
Do you have any idea, of course, all this is changing on the inspection stickers and all that, and I'm not sure I totally understand it yet. It's supposed to be simple, but I'm not sure I'm grasping. Do you have any idea, just the time that you spent doing this, what we have out there in the way of counterfeit operation? Bad,
They're there, I mean, we get some from time to time, but as far as saying, you know, I know we have a counterfeit organization here, I couldn't say that. I couldn't give you a number on that. Now, as far as the ones that do clean skin, you know, I can tell we hit, 2, 3, 4, I could think of about 6 stations just offhand that we were actually able to sit down and look at the porthole and go through and look.
double tags
That we
on.
found where they.
Well, that's what-
And it's multiple times. Nobody, you know, if you do it one time and, you know, you look around, you're like, hey, I got by with this, and start doing it. That place there in Terrell was charging $140 to do it. You pay them $100 bill for them getting it done, and they write it off as work done to the vehicle. And then, you know.
Yeah, pretty good deal.
And what you can do on that, I mean, like I
Do
said,
15,
somebody
20 of those a day, that's pretty good. job.
pretty good deal, yeah. And, you know, word will get out.
It doesn't take long.
Yeah.
Sure.
That,
Well, and a lot of it's, everybody knows he's doing it. Everybody their own station or something, got it back there. If you have a little trouble, you go there and he got a way around it.
What I found on it is just so time consuming. And
All right.
I don't have.
That's why the state doesn't wanna do it anymore.
Yeah.
Back on the top.
You're right.
The free top was, it was not bought with a grant.
None of them were bought with
But the one that was with the commercial vehicle guy, it stayed with you, it did not go with the sheriff.
Correct.
I thought for some reason it went to the sheriff department, but it's.
He used 2 trucks that they had out there, they used.
Okay, all right. All right, and, so what you're asking for is another deputy, full-time
Yes.
deputy.
Yes.
If we gave you that, if you were to get another full-time deputy, would you do away with your part-time help?
I would want to, but, you know, that's gonna be at y'all's discretion.
Or cut it back?
I cut him back to 20,000, we started, it was 30.
What would you hire a new deputy in as? That,
Where was starting pay is.
I don't know what that is, I don't think.
What is it, 40,000?
Most all the deputies make 41,
41,391.
So whatever starting pay is. There's really a whole lot, I mean, not a lot of incentive on those deputy constables, because there's no promotion, there's no.
That's it,
you know,
you're
so,
stuck
I mean,
until
they hire
you
in,
get
I
ready
mean,
there forever.
So, you know, I try and treat my ones I got good and take care of them. You know, make sure if they got something going on.
But if you did hire a
they're able
deputy,
to do it.
you've already got an extra Tahoe to put him in.
right, now we got the part-time in one, and the full-time in one.
Well, he's got 2, he's got an Impala and a Crown Vic that you could put.
He's got 3 titles
Yeah,
He's got 3 Tahoes and 2
they're
cars.
occupied, 3 Tahoes are occupied.
occupied, but
Right.
The 2 cars are not. Well, he has 1 Tahoe, but
Yeah.
this has
and
one
his part-time
part-time.
deputy and his part-time one has the other.
And
The other
I'll
full-time
send
get the
one,
other.
I'll send one up precinct 2. You can take one of them up
Well, I
there.
think we were working on getting Sean to let him have, Sean has a Crown Vic, I think.
And if he needs one, if he wants an extra car spare one, I'm tired of this, but having to work
Oh,
on.
no, we
all
got
that.
2 departments that need 2, and we got 2 extra down here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
precinct 3 was asking for an
Yeah.
extra car.
We just need to get the
Send
mileage
one
and
to
VIN
one.
numbers and what.
They're welcome to have it.
Well, what we need to do is go through Jack on that, because they're on your inventory.
Right.
But if they're a piece of junk, these other guys may not want them, and I don't know if they are a piece of junk, that's the reason I was
Judge, I
asking.
feel like if somebody's using it,
It's okay.
you know.
He's gonna keep it up.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and it might have to last for a while, even though they're not just wonderful.
No, I'm fine with that.
We need to increase our parts and repairs budgets, you know.
I just spent about 500 on one of them, so.
So Jack, what's the procedure on that? Does he just need to?
Just transfer them.
All we do is just one form that the department that has the vehicle signs and the one that's receiving the vehicle signs, and we just track. That's all we're involved in. Just- they're ready to
So
go.
who needs to make the contact with the other constable that's that something he can do, or you need to do, or I need to do?
Now, whoever has the vehicle needs to be the one to
Okay.
issue.
Both of them go to Jack's office and sign the paper.
We got the forms and all.
Yeah.
Hey,
You go to Jake will get it moved to.
I'll tell them to come down, I'll have it cleaned up and running, pointed out of the parking lot, they will. We're getting close to the end, I got enough left, I think.
Check the tires and wipe the windows. That's it.
Yeah. We shandy out, we'll do that.
Walking around the car making nickel.
You know, and you mentioned, I already have another one down there, if I have to put off, if y'all give me another person, if I have to put off getting a vehicle for that person, I will certainly pull that vehicle and put it with pull the part-time guy's vehicle, that Tahoe, and put it with him. And when my part-time man needs to come in, he can come in and get mine. I'll find a vehicle to put it in, because I'm mainly using the cover in the evenings.
Yeah, because all the three of y'all are not gonna be working at the same time.
Right, I try and use him to cover the layover in the evenings, because just because people are getting civil papers don't mean they don't have jobs. So they're working during the middle of the day, so we have to come back out at night, and then we all try and pick a Saturday a month when we come in and just work till about lunchtime to get some coverage. Sometimes, I'll have one officer, or John will come out and stay with us.
Well, it's a huge precinct, and we know that, and Jackie has the same thing, because of just
Absolutely.
the size of the
Right.
precinct. But we're kind of stingy for personnel too, but it makes sense to do it, I think, it's something the court will do.
So we do away with the 20,000 part-time and create a new 41.
No, he's that part-time.
Part-time, okay.
If we can't get another, if I get the person and I can't get a vehicle, I'm okay with it. I'd certainly rather have another vehicle to put them in, because that's gonna put one running more. But, if we can't get the vehicle along with the person, I certainly would take the person, get another vehicle.
You keep one of those cars, if we give you a part-time person, you keep one of them.
I'll do that, I'll just put my part-time guy back.
Just give it that one away to,
Precinct 3.
precinct 3,
I think, hopefully, I think Johnson.
Yeah, that'll utilize all the cars.
that'll utilize all the.
I don't have a problem giving him an extra deputy for the size that he's got.
I don't either.
And maybe next year we look at getting precinct 3 one.
It'll be the next one to get one, yeah.
Yeah.
They got so much more paperwork.
Well, yeah,
I
they
mean,
do the hospitals and then they've got the interstate.
Only other thing I can suggest is if that business thing isn't just a 40-hour-a-week deal, we could take that deputy and use him in 3 too.
Got a part-time.
I mean, I don't know why you have to have
Well, y'all are not required to stay within precinct boundaries by law.
not by law. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know why that it, he could use him 2 days a week, go down there and serve paper, and 3 days a week to
Well, I
use
know.
him for,
Vanessa serves a lot of the truck
thing.
warrants,
We
she
do.
has a stack this tall every week.
They send us 30 or 40 at a time, we don't make time off of it.
That's something else we need to address.
But I'm just
It's
saying,
all
I mean,
true,
That's
because
what we're getting some.
we don't need
There might
to.
be some court fees, but as far as the constable's office, that's what, a lot of times, and, it gets brought up when they look at the JP fees, and you say, well, precinct 3's doing this, and 4's doing this, and 1's doing that. Now, I told them, I said, look, that's JP, I said, y'all can get hung up in there, because what I put what y'all reading on the bottom of that paper is true, that's all numbers you can go pull and look at. That's what the constable's office does, that's not what JP3's picking up off of DPS's tickets that they're writing out here on I-20.
Right.
Okay, so I mean, I wanted one or two of the constables to understand that. Because we just Pam just did some grants here a while back, and I'm sure she showed you the numbers that she pulled.
Yeah.
So, I present them to y'all every year in about March.
You have a pretty wild precinct down
It gets that one. Henderson County's nice enough to loan us people.
Really?
Yeah, they're criminals.
Oh, you're talking about, I thought you were talking about law enforcement.
No, we work with them.
They might be carrying guns, but they're not carrying badges.
You probably get a few from Dallas County on the other end.
Oh, yes, we do.
Yeah.
They need to increase his ammunition, but I'll be there with us.
Yeah, up to 1,000 or whatever.
1,000.
Yeah.
We're trying to make that kind of.
Well, that's with 4, so that's what we're saying, they're gonna get a new one. So we're gonna increase that to 1,000, because you're gonna have 250 on each person.
That's what we're trying to do.
You do
Make it even for all of you.
Qualifies twice.
I do employ Steve.
Okay.
Yeah, are y'all okay with the new employee?
I am.
Fran, Jackie, it's your precinct, so.
I know they need it.
Okay. Now, I guess that'd be the other thing I'd have. This guy will, I know he'll have many duties, but the backlog of the warrants, that'll be part of what he does.
Yes, and I don't want anybody to look at, say, oh, there's this many warrants. It doesn't make any sense for us to go off in Dallas County, look for somebody on the warrant for, where the pay's gonna be $300 for the failed severe and $290 for whatever the warrant was. I try and only work warrants that we have people that's either within our county or just over the county line. I'm not, you'll start, it'll cost way more money than what we're gonna receive on, we're trying to chase
Can't be going
down.
around Irving and
Absolutely,
chasing
all over the state, right.
When you put a warrant, when you put a warrant out, how long does the hard copy stay in the sheriff's department for now?
They're there forever.
They'll keep the hard
They're
copy,
picked up.
they'll keep it there
Yes.
for now on them?
Yeah, the
They
warrant-
used to, they wouldn't keep them forever, like if they pick them up and down, they won't pick up your warrant no more.
Yeah, and a lot of them say, we'll only say, confirm in Dallas County.
Okay. And so, yeah,
But, I mean, I know our transport officers, they're going to,
they're wearing it out.
all over the country.
Right, one other thing, your uniform, if you hire another person, you have to up your, uniform budget. Cause you're already spending, I don't know what you spent so far, but you.
Yeah, it didn't.
1,500.
It didn't show what you spent this year.
Yeah, I haven't, I brought that in with me. I just did a PO for, let's see,
He spent,
500 on my ammo, and I just did a PO for, I guess, 1,000 on the uniforms. And I just bought a set of tires.
I don't know, we had a set number on uniforms, if whatever it's
Well, we
called.
Well, some of them said they didn't need any.
Yeah, but if you hire another person, you have to ask them.
What- And you do it from time to time. I spot, like my Class A uniforms, I haven't replaced them in several years. But,
Do you have a uniform company that comes and, launders them?
You know,
Or do y'all do your own?
No, how you pay that out of your pocket, you either do them at the house, or I take my
Yeah.
hands on there.
that's kind of funny, I mean, you go to different police agencies, different things, they make, like Dallas, they make them take care of their own. I mean, big deal. Tough luck,
Yeah, they take care of it all.
Yeah,
That's partnership.
they got a quartermaster that'll give them X number of uniforms,
Yes.
and if they tear one up, you can take it, turn it in, that's it.
We just
You
use.
do your own laundry.
We do our own laundry. If we need something, I used to try and use Tyler uniform,
Yeah.
but, they got one of them guys that show up every once in a while and sell something. Y'all see them in the county barn quite a bit.
So you're okay with 1,500 on uniform?
Yeah, you don't get another
I
guy.
think unless we ever change it, I mean, and this is gonna be a bad way at all, but we would, I'd love to see Jack come up with one thing for all the constables, all the uniforms, whether it's lawn or service or whatever, and everybody kinda look.
Well, all three of
Similar,
us
you know what
have
I
the
mean?
same, there's 3 out of the 4 have these uniforms, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and they all have, at least they can all be a deal. You know what I mean? It kinda,
And I wanted, when I come in, they had like a 5-letter shirts, and we'll wear them if we go to the range, or if we know we're gonna be out working a lot of traffic out on the highway, we might change. But for the most part, I didn't wanna show up in, I didn't want to, nor did I want any of my officers showing up in court and BDUs and,
no, I agree with you.
just doesn't look professional.
You need to look professional and watch out.
On the budget, you need 1,500. You okay with that if you get another guy? Go to 2,000. You tell us what you need.
If we get another guy, I'd probably get by with that, because I've got a PO right now that's in here to go buy uniforms for people that are employed right now. So we ought to, if we can get through.
So you'll have 1,500 to use for the next entire year.
I think we'll be okay. Like I said, we'll leave it like it is, if you're good with it. Yeah, if we can leave that bottom number at 4,500 to outfit, for them, and also, I've got, like I said, a little bit of money in my asset forfeiture fund, and I've got a car sitting over the sheriff's department that I can sell that we've seized as well. We're gonna need some vests coming up. Pretty soon, everybody's vests are expiring, so.
Cameras, or you have
Cameras?
Well, and that will be one thing that I might need to address and come back to y'all. If we do this, and I move the cameras that I have for my officers right now, our body cameras, I purchased with the emissions money. So will those cameras have to go to precinct 2, or will I be able to keep them here? Do y'all know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer. I would think that's grant money, it's gonna be kept on inventory.
We probably have to check with, give Pam a check.
I think that you could leave them. I think it'd be a thing that you can purchase again.
Then we'll go from there.
That might be the answer to his problem up there too, is that he
I think
needed cameras.
I think typically, if it's involved through a grant for specific use, it needs to continue to be it.
It'll have to transfer with that grant.
Yeah, I think that.
When you say it that way.
It's not a grant though. That's not grant money.
Well, it's not grant money, it's been.
That is not a grant. That's money that's already paid, taken from each of the citizens and put in. So I don't think it's a grant. It's looked at it, but I don't think it is a true grant.
Yeah, to look at it as a grant, because it's included in their grant.
Maybe there's some way we can
Just talk to Pam.
find some rules about that, because if we can actually purchase some more cameras with it, that, you know, in this next year, maybe it's a deal where we can purchase some more. And then we can move him to another department, we can purchase.
All right, anything else? Right.
Good.
What we're doing down is furniture, we've taken that out.
Okay.
Completely gone.
Well,
We're leaving $1,000 in there for equipment.
I think he's.
That's why I asked to leave that number at 45, or you can mark furniture off there if you want to leave the equipment, but I asked it to be left at 4,500.
No, we're gonna put it down to 1,000.
Well, I won't be able to buy a handgun or a shotgun.
Yeah, everybody got equipment,
Yeah, but they got, all of them got $1,000.
$1,000.
I can't equip an officer for $1,000.
Yeah, that's true.
What would it cost you?
For the Glocks, Jack, they charge us about 4.5 on the Glock, another $350 on the shotgun.
Leather.
To buy a vest, it's leather, I mean, it's gonna cost.
You'll need that you'll need at least 3,000.
Probably so.
That's why I said leave it at 4,500, just, for the vest, and we've got vest expiring. So I was gonna purchase that,
So you can stay at 4,500 and cover it.
Well, you said he said the car that he's gonna sell in the forfeiture fund,
right, I'll have some forfeiture money,
For
but
the
they're talking about
vest.
replacing,
best.
you know, 4 vests,
But you
5
can-
vests that I've got a reserve, so.
That car covered.
That we won't, but I've got some money in there, I have to get some, I don't know if
We'll get some more cars, we'll see some more.
Go see some more cars.
Okay.
Now, what's in your furniture fund?
That's, I don't have that on this one, I don't know.
Remember right off.
Couple thousand dollars anyway.
What?
There's a couple thousand, maybe 5, I don't know. I have to look at it and see.
Maybe six.
Let's see what you got.
I don't wanna tell y'all how much I got in there.
We'll take a good attorney.
Yeah.
It makes good money, don't answer the question.
You know, we're gonna use it, we're gonna put it to work.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
DPS, is not gonna be here, and they're the next one. And I just, by the way, Jack and Commissioners, I just talked to Sean, he's waiting on Brian to get out there on the list. And, he's fine to go ahead and transfer the car to precinct, you know, he's ready to do it, he was just waiting, yeah, precinct 2, so I'm sending everybody a text just so they'll know whatever the procedure is.
Not two.
Just
Which
one,
one?
two.
Him?
Yeah.
His is going.
Sean is
Oh,
going.
Sean, oh, I thought you
This
said.
one's
One,
going
two.
to 3.
When does that one get off?
So anyway, on the DPS,
When is that, Zane?
this is
We furnish your office equipment.
The secretary.
Yeah.
the secretary, the state does not furnish their secretarial help for the 16, I think they have 16 troopers that are located there. And traditionally, over the years, the counties, not just us, I mean, elsewhere furnish. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they pay for the secretaries and the people that give the driving test and all that.
No, these are the secretaries that do their,
There's a separate office.
Well, I know there's 2 officers there, Rob always did David was the supervisor, now it's, what's the name, I don't know who does that.
So is this for two secretaries here?
Yes.
There's two secretaries, and that's basically what we're paying.
I think they do their helping with their accident reports and their.
Who else pays for that?
Y'all come on in.
Who else pays for that?
What do you mean?
Or nobody, every one county there ain't.
Yeah, I think so.
Like
And
Dallas pays for that great big
That's-
major center.
But I don't know about that, I don't know about like big office.
No, I know.
So what they're asking for is doubling their office supplies,
Yeah, like a computer or something.
and then there's a, communication. Going up 1,000, office furniture going up 1,000,
No, they're,
or they won't go.
I'm not
they're
sure.
doubling. I'm not sure what they're
they
doing.
want, I think they wanna go up 4,000.
4 to
On
8,000.
supplies and 3,000 up on computer to make that 4,000 and.
See, I have not talked to him, and for whatever reason, he's not here this morning, we can hold this when he talks to him.
I like the whole that.
Okay. I do know they, I think,
But it doesn't have a road right, you know,
He
saying
got-
15 to 16, he's got 6 out there to ride, is he trying to go to 11, or is he trying to go to 5?
you got it, that report the other day, you know,
Yeah.
it made the presentation. And it may be just not real up on,
He probably been trying to see it.
he may not have, yeah.
People.
Okay.
So let's just go.
Big question mark.
Go to the same.
Yeah.
Late, but, we can take on, we've got, we covered a lot of
60
territory
seconds.
this morning.
Y'all this morning.
Good.
We're doing good, Ralph. You all right?
Pretty good, I think.
All right.
I like
Made it here in one piece,
Yeah.
so that's good, right?
Saw Dr. Reese picked the combine going down.
Did you see it?
It had tracks on it? Yeah, it did.
Or pontoon,
Yeah, you know, you can pick the flotation tire, going down the highway with it.
It had the flotation tires on it?
You know, it had 6, they look like hard tires, and then it was like flotation tires.
So you didn't, I never got a text from you, so I guess everyone out there started.
Yeah, it started,
I mean,
I drove by 2 or 3 of his places, and it
they
started.
did, it started, I'm gonna go over
They
and
were,
watch.
they were cutting hay yesterday, trying to get some hay off.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, you know, he's got one of these great big things with a front end
Self-propelled.
cutter
Yeah.
thing that cuts long. I think he's just trying to get it off where it's, you know, it's not any good.
Yeah.
Cutting 2 cuts at one time.
Yeah. So he's just trying to get it off.
Okay.
Okay,
So we, really and truly, I sent in a budget request that had 2 or 3 items I wanted to increase. I went back and looked at it 2 or 3 times. In my mind, I think we didn't increase anything. If we do, it might be on our out-of-county travel. We go, I used an example in the letter I sent to the judge. I have, got the honor, I've been given, the Distinguished Service Award for county agents this year.
Well, that's impressive.
And, but I have to go to South Dakota to get the thing.
I'll go with you.
Do you know that?
Going deer season?
Do you know that?
He's up there, you don't need any money, you can ride with it.
So 2 things, I gotta go to South Dakota to get it, and then I gotta go to Corpus Christi to get the national convention and the state convention. Do y'all know that it's 72 miles further to Sioux Falls, South Dakota than it is to Corpus Christi?
Really?
See another one, right?
That's like,
Isn't that something? Yeah.
depending on how far you drive off the road to a restaurant.
That's using that,
Depends on if it
using
works that
that
way.
quest to temper miles.
so that's the reason for the,
So I thought well, here's the
No, he
thing.
didn't increase it, he left it.
Judge, I asked for a $600 increase in that deal.
on line 4305.
Yes.
Right, and the reason is, all 3 of us are pretty tenured agents, and the fact is, kind of the time of our career where we'll get those rewards, and, you know, and you have to go. Katie, for instance, she went to her national convention year before last. She went up to Pennsylvania. In her association, she has to go to 2 of those before she even qualifies to get the Distinguished Service Award. I'm not sure about the 4-H agents, how they qualify for that thing, but the fact is, we're kind of in that part of our career, and another $500 or $600. I actually find myself, I may need to come to court to ASCO, I find myself $73 short of being able to go on all the trips that the state 4-H horse show, which I'm a part of the management team of it, and go to these two conventions to get that GSA award. I figured it right down to the penny. It's $1,273.31 that I'm short into my budget to be able to cover those. So
Do you have an area in your budget that you might be able to
I'm
cut
going,
back a little bit?
that's even after moving
Some money around.
Money around.
Okay.
I'm gonna be a little short.
And I know we've asked you guys over the last 2 or 3, 4 years to make some cuts and adjustments, which you've done, obviously.
And so, like, this year I did go to 2 stock shows, which are more experienced families went to those stock shows, which is San Angelo and Houston. I did travel to those because they didn't need me down there, but, even with me not traveling to those 2 stock shows, I'm gonna be short $1,400 just to try to make it to my mandatory state assignment with my 4-Hers. Because I'll be gone next week, all the way through the middle of August with things going on with the kids and their leadership camps.
So we find ourselves short in the out-of-county part of the travel.
And where is that shown here? Is that on the training, education, and conference?
It is, no,
4302, isn't that $8,000? No.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it,
Okay.
yeah.
So, in addition,
4302.60.
so you're at, what are we,
So if you increased that one up there, you wanted, what were you looking at? If you want, you didn't put anything for it to increase it, though.
yeah, I'm only asked for,
1,300
for,
3150.
in, 665, 4305.
Training.
Yeah.
Training education. Yeah, so we actually, we originally asked for an increase of $1,200 on that. I came back and said, well, you know, maybe we can buy it just $600. I'm just trying to be frugal.
well, we appreciate that, I promise you. So, but on the, out-of-county transportation, it's at 45.
Right.
So
Yeah,
you,
like go
you'd
57.
request it to go to what,
57?
57?
Yeah, 57.
Is everybody all right with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I think that's good.
We're gonna buy a new computer this year, but I find you, but we gotta money to do that. So, it's gonna be next year, but I don't have to increase it. I thought I would have to increase the computer budget to get enough, but I don't have to.
And how about this 4305? The education conference,
3,000 enough there?
3,000?
Well, that's where I actually asked to go up 600 because the registration fees for these conferences are out there.
They are going up, seems like
They're out there.
So is that adequate to 3,000?
Well, I'd like for it to go to 3,000, yeah, I think that would work for us.
I think 3,000 good.
Karen,
And
you
what
got
else?
anything?
What else? What else
Well, I
would you
got-
like this is, we
Well,
slept.
maybe I need to go
down
back
there.
and figure this. It's all so good. I have a tree down on my road, I really need to get it.
There's no charge.
There you go.
Put that line in.
Put that line.
I need to call your barn, if I do that, but elm tree down right in front of my house.
Firewood's $120 a car this year.
Oh, wow.
We're gonna charge $240 to cut it, so. We'll put that money in. You pay us,
There you go. Pay in advance.
start the line.
I wanted to know that the other day when we were there, that the deal, the kids were, they were.
They just are a very good program.
They did.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. I think Carrie's 4-H kids is.
Yep, did a great job.
I think they, you know, I spent time with every one of them and, you know, every one of them impressed me.
They're above average kids.
Yeah.
On the next page, on the 4-H and health education, why do we have those in separate budgets?
So that started out as part of a tobacco grant.
Yeah.
And it just kind of rolled into a separate line item thing. We use those for programming, of course, now I'm gonna use the agriculture education thing mostly for that trip. This year I'll have to use what's left. Quite frankly, I needed to do a few other things, but my master gardeners are kind of stepping up to the plate, trying to help finance some of those, you know, the livestock tools community.
And you
Well,
know,
you got a good group of people there, good Lord, you know.
yeah, they take it serious, too.
Yes, they do.
They very
You
serious.
know, I like them,
But those are our programming monies, and I'll be quite honest with you, we spend every bit of that every year.
Well,
But is there any reason for it to be in a separate budget?
It's like, Katie has one item, Ryan has one item, I have, so when we're doing our programming every year, we know where to say it.
Okay, so that's probably the reason, and like the next one is 4-H education, and it's only $1,000. So
Yeah, I never really understood why the two 4-H things were separated, but.
The one is, we basically use that towards, a lot of it's the diagonal classroom or the curriculum enrichment, and the other one is for my camping, where we try to do day camping. This year, we're really gonna try hard, we're working with a new, corporation, and we have day camping starting in 3 of our Section 8 housings here in Kaufman County, so, it's gonna be able to reach out to a lot of those underserved kids, and it's really neat, because they've signed up to using solely 4-H, materials for the education project, so it's really kind of neat. We've already done the first training with all of them, and so a bunch of our 4-H volunteers and our leaders are gonna be going in and helping with those programs to try to get something done in those Section 8 housings, to really try to promote healthy living and some science. The 4-H end of it, we're doing the science, technology, and engineering. There's some of you got to view what we're doing. We're doing the science and the
Y'all had asked me the other day at the program, about the fairground building and whatnot. Actually, the day before, they made their check was walking through it. Whoever part of it now, talking about fixing the roof. I guess they've got some roof leaks and stuff in that building. But Carrie knows way more about that, what's going on out there than I do, but, y'all had asked, and I brought, if you would like a copy of that lease.
I got it.
Pretty much just a open-ended lease on that thing. I signed that in 1987.
So what could we do out there to make that thing look a lot better and upgrade that a little bit, or?
Well, actually, last year, in 2014, the show board finally started asking, really pushing for some upgrades, and we have a lot of new show board members on our list now. We actually voted in 2 new facility managers. We have one that's in charge of the schedule and keeping it rented out, and another one that's actually in charge of the maintenance. And with working with those two, just in 2014 alone, they actually totally redid the electrical board in the main barn, because basically you go out there and turn it on and start smoking, but you're trying to do clinics or stuff like that, it'd get a little alarming with it buzzing. So the 6 things that were changed in the barns just in 2014 to 2015 March was the switchboard panel was totally replaced, the electrical lighting in the main barn was replaced so nothing would fall down on the kids from no lights exploding. They cleaned out and they steam cleaned the women's building. They totally redid the kitchen area. The gutter work was done on the main barn so it wouldn't flood as much, and then we added those cement walk steps down and really made it to where it made it more handicap accessible. And then also there was AC work on the 2 main ones. So those were the main things that when we went through and assessed it with the showgrounds and show board, those are the first things that were like, after years of trying to get things done, it wasn't. And then when we elected these 2 new people for the facility managers, they finally said, they came back with a list of like 20 things. Things that are working on this year after we steam cleaned out, the rabbit barn roof is in some need of repair. And that's the little barn back behind the main showroom. That's what we're trying to get bids on right now. It's kind of hard because it seems like the roofing companies are busy. And so trying to get bids on that to get it done. And then also in the main building, we're trying to get bids on that. And then they want to stain the concrete, and then they're going to start doing the walls. But they had to do a lot of rework on the kitchen area.
Does the fairboard have enough money to do all that?
We don't. That's one of the things we always have to bid it out, try to find who the bid is. The show board, a lot of the show board guys have had to donate their time. I know when they did the electrical work, a bunch of them said, if you'll just pay for the materials, we'll come in and do it. But they're working families like all of us, and so it's just the thing, they don't have the budget to try to do it. It's just been years of letting it go, and you know, the best buddy system of, hey, come fix this little thing. Well, really the big thing you needed to do was fix the big thing. And so now we're trying to play catch up. And so, the whole process is trying to get some of those things done, is we have to bid it out, see what can get done, and we fix all the major things first. Now we're coming back down to the aesthetics thing. The biggest thing that's been the biggest help is the county has really helped out by helping us with the mowing, and the mowing is.
Yeah, and quite frankly, that's the only maintenance item in this contract, and it says that the leaseor will pay for that, and actually, y'all, the county's always paid for that.
But I know.
It's the only maintenance item in the whole contract, mowing the grass.
But I know that lots of the commissioners have really been helpful, like whenever we needed, pea gravel or gravel to put around the barns, that we've always been able to ask and help get that out there. It's just lately, the last 6 weeks after the county fair, we haven't been able to do anything.
You know, the only thing that gets me about that barn, it's almost like Kaufman County said, we'll settle for this type of meeting room here, you know. You go to other counties, I know y'all go to other county functions and this, that, and the other, and everybody's got a pretty decent kind of place to have a meeting, and we walk in there with that thing, the walls are ugly.
Bathrooms need work.
Yeah, you can't even shut the door on the women's bathroom without it. We had a 5-year-old girl locked in that thing in a show. Get a screwdriver.
Break her out.
Break her out, you know.
Luckily, we have some people now that are actually assessing it, but you're right, I mean, it's been so many years as it went that it's been the best buddy system, and I mean, they shut down not renting it out very much because it's like, well, we really needed to keep renting it to be able to afford the upkeep.
Now, from what I know, the buildings belong to the Fair Association. Is that right?
No.
The buildings belong to the county.
Yeah.
Everything belongs to the county.
I used to have a lease.
And then like if, I know when they added on to the women's building, the county fair paid for the add-on, but it's basically owned by the county. And that's part of our lease. And when they added the big, let me keep the ag mech equipment.
Oh, you know, we built the show arena with the money from the hail damage on the roof, but we never replaced the roof. We took that money and built the show arena.
I can't.
So.
It's just cosmetic.
Gotta do what you gotta
That
do.
was just hail damage, right?
Yeah.
So we have the buildings insured, I think we've talked about this
We do.
before.
Yes, and there was supposed to be some kind of agreement, Jake, you can help me on that.
I'm waiting for, Todd.
Okay.
He never sent me anything back.
Okay, I can follow up on that. But
Okay.
if there's like storm damage happening, that's something we can.
Well, this was a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
No, that was,
The show board had them insured at one time.
Oh, okay.
That's an.
Well, moving forward, now that we know that ours
Up
is
here, it
damaged,
says
it needs to be recorded on our insurance.
Yeah.
so far we haven't seen
Not
like
15,000 anymore.
damage on us.
That
I'm trying to get the guys, because I'm only an advisory board. I'm trying to get
Do
these
we
guys.
have a survey showing how much we actually own out there in the county property now?
There's damage that as per wind damage, we need to
Did
search
we
for
have
wind
them go out
damage,
and
or
stake
is
it
it?
all?
They did survey, they actually put pins.
We
Do
got,
we have a map, survey map?
I've got.
yeah, we got that.
It's like an aerial, really. is what
Okay.
it is.
How many acres we have left out there?
Yeah,
We had Sherman go out and do it
yeah.
last
That's
year.
just one big
And we were gonna try to go and clear that so we could actually see what was usable. But just, you know, just putting out one fire after another.
Yeah.
But, we do, and it's kind of a moon-shaped, crescent-shaped piece of property with the.
The city owns some land there too.
Yeah, the city owns the best part,
Yeah.
Down toward the bypass.
some of it.
Yeah.
And then all
Some
that
of it's
behind
on 1388.
off of 1388, all the good high ground, the city has 50 acres there.
Oh, okay.
Where all that dirt pile.
By the library.
Yeah, between the shelter and the
Yeah,
new
oh,
34,
okay.
the city owns about 50
And
acres.
actually, and there's some on the west side of 34 where the Paupers Cemetery is.
The county, I don't think the county owns any there, I might be mistaken. I don't know, I was concentrating on, looking on the fair side, kind of.
For some reason, I think there's some on the west side of
Where that Pauper Cemetery, I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my recollection, I think.
I don't
When I was
know.
on the historical commission, we talked about that.
currency what we have out there.
Yeah.
I've got I'll try to get you a copy.
Well,
Well, anyway, I appreciate y'all's support on the budget.
well, I agree with building, it's not anything we ought to be, it's usable, but it's not anything that we ought to really be proud of, you know. And, just one of those things that if we can, have some help, maybe purchasing material, we might be able to use some of our guys to help do some work on the interior of the building and, maybe some, get some inmates to help do some things too. It's just a matter of trying to get it done, get it scheduled. We got a lot of things on our plate, right?
This February, might be a good fundraiser, just for a building.
Yeah, I think people would really support something like that too, Yeah.
We have a lot of really good new people coming on that are actually community people that are underneath the age of 80.
That's good.
Yeah.
The eighties, we're not far off.
Getting kind
We're not that far away.
We're looking at all of us, saying 80.
None of you are close to 80.
All right. Anybody got anything else for the agent?
Appreciate all the work you do.
Thank y'all. Yeah, thank you.
All right, guys, here's the schedule. I want everybody to listen up since there seems to be some confusion. These two were here, all right?
That's just been anything.
We're slow learners.
We showed lunch from 12 to 1, and it's 12 now, we're after. We have Casey coming in at 1. Yeah, and, we got Pam, Yasma, David, and Loretta is not coming in. And, so I'm gonna move, George up for now, try to get him back here about 2:30 or so. So maybe we'll wind up a little early. All right. Yeah, and so I know we've had 2 full days, but it's been 2, I think, productive days for us as well, I do want you to know though, and we'll have a little time after we get through. I know what we're gonna hear from precinct 2, from Jason, and that is, he's got approximately 40,000 people in that precinct, even though the square miles is much, yeah. And, yeah, and so that, you do get into, he's got a lot more population than what, precinct 4 has. And it's State Hospital and Terrell, so just kind of be thinking about that, prepared for it, not that we need to do anything, but I just know that. Compared to letting him have a deputy, letting Brian have a deputy, and then the Jason.
Well, but that's what I said, if we give Jason one more, I don't know why that's what I'm saying, I don't know why we have to stick it with Jason for 5 days a week. If this mission thing, if you can do it in 2 days or 2.5 days, I don't know why I can't do 2.5 days.
Well, if that's the case, but we'll need to make a full-time position.
Well, that's what I said, maybe, they have,
Again, I promise you, Constable Stevens is gonna be here. The one that may not be is Sean, because he makes it work, So,
Go down and look at the numbers for that,
Yeah, but again, that's on the interstate. They
My
got it on the
biggest,
interstate.
my biggest concern,
1,000 tickets.
but still.
is, I'll be honest with you, I'm not fine, you keep having so many different police agencies. If, in other words, we'd almost come out better saying, okay, let's put on 2 more sheriff deputies and 2 more patrol officers and put them in these areas and require the sheriff's office to patrol that more or doing more, If you serve them papers, that's wonderful, but if they're trying to do what the police department, the sheriff's department does, we're kind of.
and I don't know what.
You know what I'm saying, that's all I'm
They've
saying.
got a backlog of that many tickets, and we had some assurance from them, our tickets are warrants. That we had assurance from them, they would work though, well, it probably was.
Let it get closer. Yeah. It get closer to paying for itself.
But I think we have to have
I'd
a,
like to know,
I think we're pretty consistent where we're at.
well, I'd like to know personally, one, to talk about, what time frame they're from to what time frame.
Yeah.
If
They current.
If 750,000 of them is from 1999 to 2005, we're not gonna collect them, those people living.
They're gone forever.
or maybe,
or,
Be in Mississippi or something.
yeah, I mean, you know,
They're too
not
old.
here. I'd like to know how many, I'd like to actually know how many been talking about, how many current within the last 5 years.
Yeah.
If they're not, if they're not
Sure.
within the last 3 or 5 years,
I don't know, we can ask maybe George.
we never
Well,
collect
we're
this.
gonna have some good talk about that.
I mean, that's all I'm saying, I'm not trying to dig him up, I mean, you can throw figures out there, and that's kinda like the best, well, how come all of them big best this year? None of them had a good best in the last 5 years, they said they hold up, guaranteed 5 years.
Well, it varies, I guess.
You know, but every one of them even,
Yeah.
that's when I said, we have one place, and their name's on the register, you got this December the 2nd, 1999, you see what I'm saying?
You
I'm
better
not trying to
track.
put everything on the sheriff, I'm just trying to say, maybe the sheriff's department needs a, what do you call it,
General supply?
yeah, but,
Inventory.
yeah, whatever you call them, you know, in the service, what do we call them? The guys with the uniform, check it out, and all that, you know. And they all have the
So
same
we have like a
uniform,
quartermaster,
uniform
like a
service.
quartermaster.
Yeah, quartermaster.
Well, I
I mean,
just
you
throw
know,
that on the
but-
table, 'cause I know we're gonna hear that, so.
No, I'm just saying, you know, sometimes you eliminate some of this, you know.
You gotta weed through the
Well,
steps to figure out.
that's where we go.
Consolidate, we need to consolidate.
I think this probably shouldn't be.
All right, we're cutting into our lunch now.
Let's go, Warren, I think we get work.
Judge is shortening our lunch by 30 minutes today.
Pretty good. Now, you know the answer is yes, no, and C.
Just one more answer. That's what I used to tell my clients all the time, they, when I ask you, you can elaborate. When the other attorney asks you, you say no. One word answer. Yes or no. Don't go into anything else.
Elton Jennifer,
I think the GPS started, try to get him over around.
The DPS?
Yeah, DPS budget, we're trying to get in touch with the two people, about 350. Or no, he said he didn't know enough to ask.
That's the only reason.
Process.
I don't ever touch it.
All right. Judge, thank you for being here. Yes, and I know this is your first time with this. We went through the same thing with Judge Rich as well, so he,
Okay, good.
and, we walked over together, and so Judge Flair said that, he didn't really know, you know, what, he's not asking for anything, he doesn't know that he needs anything particularly.
Yeah, that's like, I guess that's one good thing about being my first time. I really don't know what these numbers are. To be honest with you.
What this is that it's the, what we budgeted for this year, and so there are several departments that have not asked for any changes, just like it was, and so that's kind of where we are on it, and, you got, of course, you got y'all are gonna get anywhere, you got $20,000 in extra help, and you only use 71,925. I don't know whether you're using any of that now with the vacancy rates that you have.
Well, I'm
I think
assuming
you
that
are.
20, and correct me if I'm wrong, but, you know, I do have a part-time, helper that sits up front. She's just part-time, she doesn't get benefits or anything like that. $10 an hour is what we're paying her, but I'm assuming that's where that 20,000 is coming
Yep.
from.
Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay, all right.
And yes, right now I'm really utilizing it.
Yeah, right, I'm sure you are.
I'm trying to keep her underneath that 40 hours, obviously, my court reporter's stepping in to help out, but, yeah, I don't know. I would think that I'm gonna get pretty close to be honest with you, Joe.
That line 4302, mileage, meals, and lodging, you've not long, and you may not, this is through April 30th, so May's not on there, and I know you've been to a school.
I have been to one, and I just turned some of that in to Karen, and then I've got one more. I just paid for my room for the advanced family law. The good thing is the state bar pays for the actual class for that, which is very expensive. I just have to pay my own bill. That's it. No travel down there. I can get down there. So, and I would like to. My thoughts on that is, since I do family and criminal, alternated every year. Go to family 1 year, criminal the other, just kind of back and forth. I think that's what Judge Chitty does too.
Yeah.
Alternates that back.
And I guess anytime the legislature meets,
Anytime the
they
legislature.
that in case of any changes. So.
Okay. Yes, sir. So that's kind of what I was saying with that is, so, you know, I know at least half of that I'll be at least in half of that. Hopefully, not time to turn it up. I already paid for my personal funds, but that's
And then on the, that 4315, on the pro rata expense of our cost of the first administrator, that's already been transferred to Judge Chin, so that would be zeroed out. And visiting judge expense, I guess that's just, I don't know exactly how that works, whether it's charged to the judge that brings in a visiting judge, or I guess.
It is.
Yes.
Yes. I know Judge Jones got rid of that money, and then of course he's had, and now since he got rid of it, he used it. So I would like to keep it just in case we, you know, who knows, if there's any conflicts, obviously.
Yeah, it's good to have it in there. If you don't use it, you don't use it.
Hopefully we don't ever have a need for it.
And views, Judge Taggart had used some of that in the past few years, $400 exactly in 2013, and $330 in 2014. It doesn't look, and I don't know what those views are, I guess.
Yeah, I do. I just turned it in to Karen also. We just had to pay it June 1st. It was
okay.
It's $310 for my dues. The taxes and fees, which is about $400, that they waived that for me. And then it's $100 for my court reporter, and then I think this, I know the coordinator has a certification, but I don't know how much that is. So that sounds about.
You would use both.
That sounds like.
Office supplies, you feel okay about that, back up on,
Again, Judge, that's probably one of the ones I just don't really know enough about to know if that's good or not.
I know if we spent $90 on a book, we didn't have anything. Well, we did, we had $90 in the adopted budget, revised budget.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I know we have a library fund that I use to get most of my books for the.
Out of the law library.
For the bench that comes up there, so I don't.
You don't buy,
Require me to wear it over the right.
you don't buy a special book or anything, that could be an office,
You buy one of the-
sports field, or, well, I mean, sometimes,
Shooters digest.
GQ, sometimes they even have a special kind of load or something, I don't know.
We'll make it a subscription.
I believe Judge Tiger had asked for that to do something to do with the court coordinator had needed something at some seminar they.
And that's,
A special,
I don't know what kind of expense we're gonna have there, or what's eventually gonna happen. You know, I don't know if there will be one, but if I do have to, have a new person that fills that, obviously there'll be a training that they'll need to go to, that's what. That they'll need to go to on there.
Okay. All right, y'all have any questions, Judge?
No.
And it's, and we've tried to tell the other judges we've met with, we appreciate, I know especially your efforts, and all the judges for that matter, on moving the cases through, and I know you really have a lot go through your court, and that helps everybody, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mike. You know, we're gonna, some more stuff too. The good thing is, I don't think any of those things that I've talked to y'all about that maybe we want to do, I don't think any of that needs to come out of this particular budget. We're gonna find other ways to fund those cameras and things of that nature to be able to do it. Good. I think we're all good. Anything else?
You make a point.
yes,
What you think about it?
I'll do that. All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Pam will be, and I've asked Pam to look up a little more information for her at lunch on that grant thing that we talked about this morning. Maybe
Here she
we'll-
comes.
Okay, here she comes.
Ta-da.
Yeah, we were just talking about it.
Uh-oh.
You gave it in a good,
My ears were ringing.
in a good time.
Like, well, paperwork.
So,
Homework for y'all.
more paperwork, good grief.
I know, we're on a lot of trees. You know, get these stick 'em.
Pam's official title is project manager, but it should probably say project manager, because she has several different things that she does for us as a county, and still occasionally makes a tree call, I think.
Do.
I think you're lying on.
A lot lately.
Yeah, quite a few of those.
Drowning?
And just falling over again.
So, actually, I don't believe she's asking for, anything, different. There are a couple of, down at the bottom where it talks about the, fireman's grant, $1,000. You wanna tell us?
Yes, that's a grant that I applied for education for our firemen. In the years past, we've used it for our programs like the clown. When they would go out and do the clown acts, we bought a speaker system for them, so things like that. So we use it for the firemen to educate the children. And the other one, the $500, my son did tracking for Texas Forestry Service and donated the money to the Veterans Wall that he made. So that $500 would go toward trees, I hope, to plant at the Veterans Park.
Anybody have any questions about her? You've only spent $158.76 in your gas and oil, and of course, that's just, you have a vehicle.
Yes, it sits here in the parking lot, and sometimes it's easier for me to just drive my car when I'm going to someone's house on the way home or on the weekends, so.
You don't use a lot of that, it's
Right.
primarily for fuel. Pam, whenever we have something come up that we don't have money to pay for example, the snacks, she just charges that to her budget, you know, so.
To my, the education fund.
Yeah.
I don't use as much money, on my summer camps as this year. I'm looking for a location to have it because Cedar Mountain Lodge sold, so I've got to find a new location to have my camps. That was a wonderful place for years, and they were very gracious to us. Yes, they have summer camps. They have, the camps coming in the churches. So maybe if I do a Saturday, you know, something different, I can arrange something. Or even the library, I can go back. I used to do it at schools and at the library, and I can go back to that. It's just not as fun.
Then on your, miscellaneous, you cut it to $100.
That's what's
You're
been in
asking-
there.
Or you're asking,
No, that money is, they put the grants in there. That's the grant funding.
okay.
So they put it in there. Karen might be able to explain
When
that.
we wait till we get the grant, and when she gets ready to spend it, we come to court and ask for y'all to amend the budget for the revenue that came in, for the grant check, and for her expenditure, and then she extends it out for the fire department.
Okay, all right. And, you may wanna talk to the board about this, kind of, what do you do, you know, again, Pam wears several hats, but one of the most important ones she's been working with certainly has been the grant stuff, and she's gone to some schools and made some friends at the governor's office and at COG as well, so, you wanna kind of go over this with us?
So these are the grants that we received this past year. We do have 4 grants that are still out there we're waiting to hear from. That's the amount of money that was brought in this year. The enhancement grant is the 4022nd mental health court, mental health drug court. The murder trial grant, the second grant will be just for the Brownlow expenses. We won't be able to take the Williams expenses out of that grant. So it's gonna be mainly just the Brownlow expenses. The TCEQ, that's gonna be the $4,300, which will now go over to Mr. Johnson. I believe that'll be doing that position. And, then of course the tree grant, the tree funding that my son donated back, and then the $1,000 for the firemen.
This, mission grant.
The admissions grant, that is for this year. So a portion of the money, and I wanna say it's $6, I should have found out. what goes from your inspection sticker back to the county.
Everybody in the,
Everybody that gets one in Kaufman County, and there's a fund. And that fund has been sitting and not being used for years.
because of the state using it to balance their budget, right?
So, year before last is when we got the large amount of some, and that was years that had built up, and that's why we got the almost $80,000 that we started the program with. So it was a new incentive. They gave us the money that we had coming to us, which was about $59,000, and then there were counties who didn't want to use their money, who didn't use it, who didn't get their stuff in, and they lost their money, so we applied for that money, and we got $28,000 of that money. So that's how we just continue to try to apply for the money that the other.
Next year you'll apply again and.
So the
We don't know how
4,000, the 4,000, we have spent all of our excess money. For years, Kaufman County didn't use their money, and it was sitting there, and we were about to lose it. And so we'll either we spend it, or we build it back up. I suggest we spend it, because we might lose it. But it looks like they're gonna open up the funding, where they've been holding on to that money, balancing the budget, whatever they were doing with it. And we should see more money. We should see a lot more money.
We don't know yet.
We don't know.
Certainly don't know the amount.
Anytime frame.
No.
The money that was rolled over, we talked with Brian, who was in here before lunch, and there was some money that was not spent last year
And
that
that
was
was
rolled over.
approximately $8,981. So we have that money left to spend on equipment. And with Mr. Johnson taking the program over, I'm sure there's something that he would prefer as equipment to
And
take
then
care of him.
we had a question for him, and they wasn't sure, but it, like the equipment that we bought.
That equipment has to stay with the grant.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm already working on a list, and I have a list of the things that we purchased, and it will go and be tagged now, moved from his equipment list or inventory list over to Mr. Johnson.
So it followed the grant.
Yes, yes. The one thing that we really wanted to purchase was a pole camera, and so this might be enough money to use that, because the pole camera is very, we could use that in different areas. The sheriff's department could use that for something. We could
Whole
use it.
camera.
Pole camera,
Well, but
they'll sit
if
in
it has to
there.
follow a grant, how do we give it to the sheriff's
They
department?
could use it, they could use it and
Borrow it.
borrow it. So a pole camera would be, like a TXU could come out, Encore could come out, climb the pole, set
Put
this
the camera
camera in
on top.
place. No one knows what's going on, no one knows that it's there. Then the person that's doing the enforcement could be sitting off somewhere else and on their laptop watching what's going on in that camera. And so there's a lot of issues, a lot of things that we could use that camera for.
But do you think that
Talk about
the grant?
dumping, illegal dumping too. you know.
Oh, no, we're talking about that. Do you think the grant will be enough money to hire an officer?
And I don't know that we would be able to hire someone with that money.
So probably at this time wouldn't be a good idea to do that until we know more, because.
And with the change in the counterfeit inspection
Right.
stickers, but they're always gonna open up new programs. This was a new program when we latched onto it, so there'll be new programs. So maybe there'll be something else that we can apply for funding for.
And I would imagine that money will start being, the session just ended yesterday, so they still got a process.
Tighten up.
Distributing it,
Bigger
all that,
Continue to make rain.
2 months before we know, but,
Pam, I'm showing that we had a carryover from last year of like $20,905.
Some of that money must have been spent. I just got this from KW, and it was $8,981.51.
What?
Out of the emissions fund.
I mean, you're reading it wrong. It was, we've spent $53.40. What we have unencumbered is that $89.
That we haven't used.
We haven't used.
That's what,
That's $14,321.65 that we had budgeted originally that we were gonna get for this year. The carryover from last year.
okay, so he must have taken the 4,000 that were already, would 4,089 be that number?
We all cleared up.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure that's what he did.
Yeah, that's exactly what he
He
did.
put the
what it is.
4,000 in that account because it's the emissions.
Yeah, but adding together what's been spent, what's
we have
unencumbered
13.
would make the 14.
Mhm.
All
We
right,
have 13, so, yeah.
but he had $20,905 that they did not expend last year that we carried forward. So altogether, he has 35 and he spent 43.
But we do have to use that 89 on equipment, because that's how the grant was written.
And the equipment has to be, I mean, they don't just,
No, then they approve, I have to send, information in, I have to go through and all the, different details
They'll
about it,
verify
and
it.
they verify it and say yes or no, and send it back to me over and over and over.
Back and forth until we run out of paper.
And until we both just are like, okay, come on.
We spend 8,900 hours in man hours with the
And we've gone through 3
Yeah.
managers since we got this new grant, 3 different people that I've been working with. Well, when we got the new governor, everybody got reassigned and everything, even in our grants, our murder trial grants. It's been a lot.
yeah, they're going through a learning process too.
They are.
The grant officers are, that we deal with.
Yeah,
Okay,
there's
then.
been nights that we've been on the phone till 6 o'clock on my way home, talking with them, trying to get things figured out, so they're trying. So anyway, and then there are the other projects and programs that I do. In Commissioner's Court, I believe, maybe Mr. Shane asked about a welcome package for the new residents to put something together. And so I'm working on that, and then we definitely are working on our low-cost clinic 4 times a year for the animal control. Judge mentioned that I take different things out of my budget, and animal control is some of the things that I'll take. If I'm gonna go meet to print things or do that, I just kind of use it out of my budget to do that.
One of the things Pam does, as you're aware of, she is kind of our liaison with the animal control. I get that, exactly, yeah. And that is something that at some point in time we just absolutely got to address. And there are grants that are out there, but you just gotta know how to, who they, where they are, what is attractive to them and all that kind
So
of
can
stuff.
she find a grant for them, so we're going down
Keep
there?
going down there.
We don't, we
I don't know what we want
don't have
to
to
do.
build one.
Yeah.
I think that if we were able to find the funding to build one through the county budget, we can find the funding to run it, because all the shelters around us, they never buy food, they never do anything.
Oh, really?
Donated.
There's donated money.
Yeah, big, I mean, like,
Like, when we visited, I went to the SPCA, Chief Spillman and I went and we visited to learn a little bit about what they're doing. And, they don't ever buy dog food. They don't ever buy dog food. They don't ever buy anything. It's all donated. And then you just see volunteers pushing around. And Miss Reese was there, and you've probably heard of the Reese family and the product donations that they make. They make a lot of money, and we got to sit down and visit with her. And she's interested in what's going on in Kaufman County.
yeah, and then we had a group from Longview or Gray County that contacted. But the issue seems to be having a facility.
Your facility, there's not money to start it,
Yeah.
there's money to continue it.
And we went over and visited with Newport to see if they might be willing to make us,
And Mr. Shane, yes.
make us a deal. And we did have to follow back with them. But the problem of it is, if it's in the city, and if we put it out at the sheriff's office where we have room, the jail area,
It's in the city.
it's in the city and you got the brick, stuff, yeah, so. Which, I mean, that may not be a deal breaker, but it is a little more expense, but really,
Is the sheriff's office in the city too?
yeah,
I mean, the county, the new county, yeah?
Yes.
yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, there may be another location, but,
And the state guidelines, so it
Well,
has to be a certain square footage. But Newport was
You're right.
willing to do their materials at cost, and they actually got plans. I sent them plans from the Mesquite shelter and the Cedar Hill shelter that we visited, so that they could look at it. But we put it on hold right now, just because we didn't know what was going on, and that's when everything happened in the county, and I stepped away from that to do this other.
we do have the 598 property out there, the textile property,
The precinct 4 transfer station.
Yeah.
Is it out of the city limit?
It's out of the city.
There you go.
I mean,
All right, I mean,
It's-
that's, any place,
Don't you have about 5 acres?
I think so.
it's just a few
Is
minute
that-
drive.
Yeah.
Pleasant
Not
drive.
far from mine.
yes, easy to get to.
We have perfect drainage, it's all down here.
There you go.
Only good thing about that, off 205 would be it'd be between the 2 biggest populated
You get a lot
areas, and you
more
might get more
volunteers.
shelters and
Get more volunteers.
Probably that.
Well, and we might be able to entice Carroll into coming in with us, and Barney is in Barney
They haven't
building.
built it yet, so they just have the money
When I
for
say
it.
come in with us, they might help us, you know,
Yeah, money.
staff it.
I'm already talking to them, man.
Yeah, yeah, but that's in
That's
good.
third precinct two barred into a show.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right.
You'll get a place on the Colbert Road.
I've been a good place for one. Except if they have really expensive piece of property, so they will, you know, if they get everything
Probably
built up
already.
around that, we might be able to sell that piece of
Probably
property.
already pretty expensive, I don't know.
We could probably already build a shelter with the money from the, I mean, they call it.
Well, anyway, it's something we really are gonna have, and we've fooled with this now for 3 or 4 years, just one of those things that, you know, we get started on it, then we get back distracted.
I
But they have to deal with it, they would do
I
a
was going to
grant
Austin to visit
for a
with the
building.
governor's office.
We just had to get in line.
We were having
Well,
problems with the
Mueller,
shelter, and they were gonna close it,
uh,
and Jeff said, you can't go till you get something figured out, and I had nightmares of all the dogs being with me.
The Mueller buildings, did you talk with them?
Well, we did, I talked with them, they do a grant once a year, not something that we would ever probably get funded through, but they might be able to help us with the cost, just like, Newport.
I bought me a 50 by 60 building the other day for
Well, I know.
$18,000.
I don't know how big this building would need to be.
Well, we'd have to see what the requirements
Well,
are.
and I think I
Concrete
said,
floor.
what did I, it was huge, that I said.
You know, I hear all these requirements, and then, you know, you turn around and you hear about them, you hear about them, you hear about them, and then all of a sudden, somebody pops a shelter up over here. And it doesn't even come close to all these requirements they talk about, and they're running, and it's okay. Now,
If we
how
When
did
we
that, we
went
could
on the
only-
visit, we started off at Sigaville, and when we got out at Sigaville that morning, it was Brian, Mr. Beavers and I, and then Mr. Manning, someone else was with us. And we got out at the Sigaville shelter. It smelled so bad. It was so little. Those dogs were coming there. I got back in the car and said, I'm not going in this business. I can't do this. It was bad. It was really, really bad. But then we went to Mesquite and we saw the Mesquite shelter. And it was really nice, with a really nice price tag. So a mediocre, you know, somewhere in between, something that people would want to come to. People don't want to go to something that isn't very nice.
But the key to it is, we don't wanna run it.
No.
We want somebody else.
No, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
I went in the city of Dallas one day and go to the SPCA, you know, I used to donate the trash service and haul it for them for free, along with, what's her name in Carrollton too. I did both of them. In the Dallas one, it was nice, free. But you had to do that for the.
And I'm sure a lot of them
And it just
are.
depends on the health that day and what time of day you're there.
Nature of the business. I guess.
Yeah, if you get there right after they wash out everything okay and everything's good and, you know, all the drains have unstopped and cause they put hoses in the drains and turn them on full blast and it flushes on down the sewer.
We have a lady that's one of our bailiffs over here at the courthouse, and she is passionate about this.
She's helped find homes for these dogs that we were picking up, so.
Yeah, I mean, she
she's
just
wonderful.
loves it and would be a good facilitator for us, probably, if,
She could do it,
yeah, I mean, she knows all about the law.
and she has the contacts.
Yeah.
You know, it's kinda like me, and since I'm on a dead end, you know, that's what happens,
Oh, yes.
you know. I have 7 dogs and they're all strays.
Down at the
You
farm,
know,
we get
but I
maybe
can't-
2 a week.
They can't do it anymore.
Right.
I mean, I'm about dogged out, you know, all with the cats and the dogs and
Are y'all friends on the Facebook page? Do you see the dogs that are posted each day?
Lord no. I don't need any dogs.
I don't, just so you know how many are coming through. And the cats, we spent over $4,000 in 15 days on cats
You
this
do
month.
that.
But they said it would be coming because it was springtime. And every time those bills come in, or every time a picture comes in, I post them. Usually once I get home at night, that's something I do, you know, because you're so busy during the day, and it just breaks my heart, because I know there's another 75, and they're probably not gonna survive with that facility.
But you got a lot of
We are
Facebook.
getting a lot of them saved,
Yeah.
people are constantly, so I have to constantly be looking at it. Sometimes I'm tardy at looking at the comments, and they'll say, that's my dog, where do I find it? So I started trying to post every day the phone number for the location, so they'll see it. and they'll go and they'll call them, because if they reclaim within 72 hours, they don't get charged anything, we still get charged, but they don't get charged. And they, after 72 hours, it becomes theirs, the shelter's animal, and whatever happens to it after that.
Well, anyway, that's kind of an update, but it is something, maybe, once we get past the budget and everything, maybe we can kind of get us a game plan and try to do something with the building. We just need to know a few more details about what size the building would need to be and how, I don't know, what makes
I'd
up.
love to take a few of you to some of these shelters that we saw. I'd love to.
I'd like to see the specifications for the
Okay, I can
facility.
put that
That's
to
gonna
you.
tell you how expensive it's gonna be.
Yeah, because
Stuff in there has to be stainless steel and.
well, the one that they're doing right now, not building, but the one that they keep budgeted, talking about it, is well over $1 million already.
I went to a class with some people from Georgia.
The dog shelter is all related,
Yeah,
but it's gonna be a super duper, I guess.
I don't know.
Again, now,
Yeah, I guess.
One thing that we need to look at is
Facade.
preparedness for the animals in emergency. So just where we do with everything, where would we take the animals, those kind of things.
staging.
And so I need to try to find another class to attend to understand a little bit.
There's a sign machine out, and it has up there.
I don't know a lot about that. I know he used to make the signs and then he didn't
Well,
make
can't they
the
turn them to
signs.
make them anymore?
I think he's making some now.
What? Sign.
Danny, I think Randy can, I'm sure Randy can.
Why can't we not, machine set in there? And he said he had the time to do it.
And
Well, we
then-
just need to go
Do
to
we
Randy
have a-
and get him to do it.
Do we have that,
Okay.
well, Wayne was supposed to be getting with him, cause I told him to get with him and find out, if he's not gonna make sound, let's find out if he's got all the equipment.
It's all set right up there.
Cause I'm gonna take it, and we'll start making something. I mean, if they're not gonna do it,
Well,
It's expensive when we buy those things.
yeah, we can check with, Randy and see, I mean, I don't know, why he was cut off from making, but I know he's made some.
they cut them out, they haven't made signs for quite a while now.
Okay, well, let me
And,
check on
and,
this.
we went over and picked up all the
Thank you
things
very
that he
much.
ain't made.
I'll check on the sign.
Sorry, your name's not-
It's Randy, you.
That's it, he's gonna have the cutters and all that, and,
We ordered from Stacy.
and well, I said, I told Wayne, we'll do this, all day, we order all that stuff in, and so we'll get it.
Texas Road.
I'll get some extra.
I
I'll
think-
help
Texas
you,
have something like
and we'll
that.
start making signs.
One
I
of those
think it might come
magazines,
from
Stacy,
Jim Mayor's
or
office.
Jim's been ordering.
It did come there, it came from us,
They-
and then over there, and then, I said,
They're
well,
not
this,
cheap.
I don't want it to go, I don't want it to go out to roll somewhere.
No, no,
And, I want it to, I want
But
it,
it's
I want
okay.
it.
What would you do to do central link?
Selling it.
So if it doesn't go
I know.
I asked him about plastic signs.
I'm all about right on me. I'm
We
all
had
about
one
put
for
that on one place.
Oh, I agree.
I'm there. That's why I said,
Must be
I'll pull it over and I'll
Some
start making.
composite material that will last.
Need to work out a recycle.
They know you give me the benefit, I'll run it too.
Yeah, really.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, here's the reservoir.
Judge on tasers, they're over $1,000 each.
Okay.
What's over?
Between 1,000 and 1,100?
Yeah, I think it's like 3,074 for 3 of them, and that's the taser, the holster, or whatever. You figure close to $1,100.
Wow.
So I think it's a little bit,
Pistol cheap.
I think it's a little bit high,
About 2 pistols in one taser.
that's a little bit higher than what I think was estimated.
Yeah.
I thought he said. I don't know what it is. 3,074.
All righty, you didn't see Yasma. I think she's next, isn't she? She's out here. She's out here? Yeah. Okay, I think we'll go ahead and move on to you, if you'd like to come on up. We may want to talk you into this animal control facility.
Yeah, I was actually sitting there thinking about it, is when I was in Tarrant County, the Fort Worth Animal Control Facility and the Arlington Animal Control Facility were two of our biggest community service providers. We had a ton of offenders that signed up to volunteer work out there.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
But you didn't run it on a day-to-day basis?
No.
You're not volunteering for that necessarily? All right. Well, this, y'all have met, I think, Matt David, he's been to the court a time or two and visited with us. And how long have you been here now?
July 1st was my start date, so
Okay, so it's almost
not even a year. Yeah, so 10 months.
Almost a year.
11 months, that's what I'm sure.
And so everybody kind of knows, just tell us how your funding works. Some of it comes from the state, and then, but the majority of it, or a large amount of it, comes from your probationers that are assigned to the probation, just so everybody kind of has an understanding of that.
We receive 58% of our funding through the collection of probation fees. Probation fees in Kaufman County have historically been around $50 per month per probationer. Whenever I got here, I talked to Jim Carmona, the previous director, and I talked to the county judges, and we raised that to $60 per month, because it's, the probation fees hadn't changed in over a decade. And state law allowed them to be raised up to $60 per month about 12 years ago. So we went ahead and moved ours up to $60 per month. That collection accounts for 58% of our budget. The remaining portion of our budget comes from state funds. We receive a couple different formula funding from the state. We receive 42 cents per day for the first 182 days that a misdemeanor probationer is on probation. After that, we don't receive any other funding for that person, other than what we collect from probation fees. And then we receive a set amount per felony offender for each day they're on probation up to 5 years. After that time, then all we get is the probation fees. It's our funding being based on our total population. I ran our numbers from 1 year ago and compared them to our numbers from today, and we have more felonies on probation, but we have fewer misdemeanors, for a total decrease in the number of people that are currently on probation. Part of that is, looking at it, is with Judge Tybridge and Judge Lewis. Towards the end of last year, the production from those courts, we received much fewer referrals from their courts. But now with the new judges in, and this year, the referrals coming from the courts are actually up quite a bit. So I expect our numbers to overall be up in the near future.
They're running quite a few cases through there.
Yeah. Yes, we had previously been averaging about maybe 10 to 15 intakes per week prior to January 1. After January 1, we're averaging anywhere from 30 to 45 intakes per week.
So it really has come up.
Yeah. So it's, we receive no direct funding from the county. The support that we do receive from the county is through the providing of the physical office space, equipment, maintenance, facilities, that type of stuff.
And I'll tell you, since David has been here, and perhaps we didn't ask Ben to do enough, but he's really good about helping us get people to, like they're painting the precinct 3 sub-courthouse. He's got a couple of professional painters that are on probation. And so, and that's not hardly they do work, but they provide their own paint equipment.
Yeah,
is that right?
We're having them bring their own professional outdoor paint sprayers, and for them providing their equipment, we are giving them a little bit of credit on their community service in addition to fiscal hours work. If they provide their equipment, we will go bump them with that as well.
Great.
Can I get my barn repainted too while you're at it?
If you have the paint and supplies, I can get you the workers.
Yeah, I know, your barn looks horrible.
Wait a minute.
He's talking about my barn, not your barn.
But what we're doing over there, Paul and Ness are over there, and I think they did last week, we're trying to make it so it doesn't peel off, so they went to Sherwin-Williams, they got some sort of chemical or treatment that they put on the facility. And then your guys are gonna come along and paint.
Paul and them, they got about half the building done, and they had to go meet with an insurance adjuster, and there's a small part on the half that they got done that they gotta go back over. Due to the weather this past weekend, we were unable to start.
Yeah.
And so our plan is to start this weekend priming, see how far we get with the priming, and then we've got the probationers lined up for next 3 to 4 weeks, all to knock that out over the weekend.
Again, I'll visit, we'll get out of it, absolutely.
Definitely.
And, inside painting, we've not used them for any inside painting that I'm aware of, because, you know, it may be might be an issue, you know, but, certainly on the outside. But we hope to get this whole building over there, kind of, you know, make it look a little bit better. I mean, it's got 3 different color paints on it, now, and so,
That's what everyone did.
I don't know, it's got one end is white, and then the next end, it may have 4, I don't know, but it's got 3 or 4 different colors.
Yeah, Paul had said when they were using that paint remover that they got from Sherwin-Williams, that they said that would take off up to 5 layers of paint. And he said down in one section where they still have to do some more work, there's still about 5 or 6 layers of
Shitty
from what they've taken off.
Some of it may be because of vandalism or graffiti.
Yeah.
But anyway, we do appreciate you doing that, and Skeet, I don't know whether.
We talked the other day, and, you know, he's arranging, and,
As soon as it dries up a little bit, he's gonna go over and mow.
mowing our yard for him.
And he's doing the mowing around the sub courthouse in Terrell.
Yeah, and we have a pretty
We're
good
not
on
on South
Saturdays.
Courthouse, and, was that a little more?
We don't have to pay for that, right?
No, they furnish the equipment too.
So we can do, you can do that at camp also.
No, it's, over in 40, it's,
They furnish it, because we have a bigger lot, like zero turn and stuff. I'm gonna back the trailer up over there and have hooked up sitting there on the day that they're done, they just right there, knock her out.
Apple what?
I need your phone.
Equipment operator.
Yeah, I won't think about that some, but I run
Well,
off.
I'll agree, I'll take a
But
little
very
story.
likely could, I mean, yeah.
well, we also, I've had guys in the past with Tarrant County, I'm trying to get a little more proactive community service here, but we had kind of talked about it. I had guys in the past with Tarrant County that they'd go out to the Commissioner Court barns, and at the beginning of the day, they'd go out with the road crew, and they'd be the ones standing there with the stop sign.
Flag me.
Yeah, they'd work as flag me, or they'd work as a shovel, and then that freed up a paid staff.
Yeah,
for-
exactly.
Yeah.
See, we was using my one, but they worked about 3 hours, and they come back in and said he's sick. We go home.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean,
3 hours free work?
Yeah, but you had to haul them back to town.
No. I don't know, because they won't. Walk there.
Out before
There you go, man.
See, those, commissioners in Tarrant County, one of the things we did there is any offender we refer to them, we let them know in advance they were making a minimum of a 9-hour commitment for that single day. That would cover 9 hours of work for plus an hour for lunch. And so they knew if they showed up, that they were there for 9 hours.
They tough it out, whether they like to.
Well, you know, if they wanna clear up their community service in a hurry, that's the way to do
I mean, the
it.
law
9 hours
guarantees
a month.
How many guys
I'll-
do you have with this program?
How many are available?
I have around 1,500 offenders currently on probation, active probation in Tarrant County. In Kaufman County.
1,500.
And, and as far as the total number of community service hours that they owe right now, I'm not sure. But it's, I'd say probably about 85% of the offenders that we're supervising right now have some type of community service that they need to do.
All right, anyway, it's good to have this information, and, David, we really do appreciate you helping us on the things that we're able to talk about. And, it's good to, everybody know what you're capable of helping us do. And I'm sure the folks that are in probation, they'd rather, they just shouldn't be doing something. I think you clean up cemeteries.
This would be the cemetery over in Terrell. They go out there, they mow the cemetery, they pick up any trash, that type of stuff. They mow the areas around a couple different churches. It's also my offenders that have completed at least 50% of their hours in sweat equity. And if they're in compliance with all other conditions, they're current on their fees, they're just doing really well, they can actually purchase community service from the food bank. I charge them $7.25 for 1 hour, so minimum wage for 1 hour. So if they make a financial donation to the food bank, bring us a receipt, and we can grant them community service that way as well. So,
Oh, that's pretty cool.
gotta get
You
this,
find
we got a cemetery on 237, we need to clean up, it's been there a long time.
Where is it?
On 237,
Where is it?
you know, up there by,
We're going numerical.
on the opposite side of
I have defenders in all four corners.
Are they, specific to any precinct?
behind Genius.
Yeah, just county.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go about this numerically. So-
Y'all are in trouble.
Thought you mean alphabetical.
Yeah, I'm a numerical.
We're gonna take every lead before we get to the dead folks.
Actually, I have to ask this question, whose precinct is my building in?
Mine.
You.
Well, I'll pick it right quick.
Sound like
You're the
y'all-
one that ran the road crew. He's already going your yard, so this is.
Sounds like you got,
I gotta get-
if you got 1,500, you got plenty to go around, though. It sounds.
Say, give me the statistics again, you got 1,500 cases?
1,500
1,500,
cases.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd say probably about 80 to 85% of them have some type of community service hours they need to do.
And what's the average that they do?
75.
Yeah, I'd say about average is 75. Some of them can get ordered up to around 300 to 400 hours for the, company offenders that are on 4 or 5 years.
So to access your help, they just need to contact your office?
Yeah, just email me, let me know what you need. I'll contact my staff. Typically, before we can get people to start showing up, it takes anywhere from 2 to 3 to 4 weeks for the officers to sit there and find some people that say, yeah, I'm willing to work in that area. But if y'all have a big project that you know, hey, on this particular date, we're going to do this, and we can use all the help we can get, let me know, and we'll just sign people up for that day. It's, normally what I do is I like to coordinate all that, but then once I get it coordinated, I turn it over to Edward Johnson, one of my supervisors, and he's the one that sits there and compiles the list and keeps track and make sure people's where they need to be.
And some of these can even be during the week, not just Saturday, I mean, some of them can be during the week.
Yeah.
I would imagine some of them might be unemployed too, so that frees them up some too. So. Okay, the real purpose to have you here today.
Who cares about that?
Yeah. The good, I mean, and it's great information for us to have, but I don't know, we've had that discussion like this, you know, so that's good. And you've got some changes here, or you're cutting back some staff, I think, is that?
It's, one position has been eliminated, and that's on account 34. There is a CSE coordinator that was budgeted for $13,000 a year. That was a part-time position. Prior to me getting here, that position had been vacated, and they hadn't filled it in close to a year. And since I've got here and done some redistribution of duties, I've completely eliminated that position. And also that one's gone. Other positions, I've had 50% of the staff turnover in about the last year. It's with Ben retiring, Miss Deborah Kelly retired, Michelle Harris retired, David Hill retired, Richard Jordan opened up his own private practice for counseling. I had one officer I had to separate with, and another officer that retired. Almost all those people have been with the department 20 years or more, so with them leaving, our salaries overall greatly decreased.
And many of those had longevity pay,
Yes.
because they fall under their hours.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that did cut back.
Yeah, so it's, my overall salary for the department has dropped by about $100,000 or a little more.
Yeah, about 1,000.
Yeah. So,
That's a lot.
yeah.
And again, this is pretty much, it's kind of like the children's shelter, it's kind of a pass-through deal, I mean, it pays for itself.
Yes.
I wanted to ask you a question about line 4430 on utilities.
Mm-hmm.
What, and Karen may be the best person to tell me what that is. Is that your phones only, or is that?
It is for non-normal supervision, utilities. It can be phone for residential facilities, which we don't have. It can be for cellular phones, which we do have. I've had that back where we had 5 cellular phones for the department. We previously had, I'm gonna say 18 phones. So I reduced that down where I've just got one for each of our vehicles when my staff goes out for home visits, and then I have one for the sex offender caseload. And outside of that, that's the only cell phones I have, and that's pretty much all we're using the utilities for.
Okay. it's my understanding that some counties, the probation office will reimburse the county for utilities like electricity.
That is something would need some clarification, because government code, what is it, 76.008, says that the county is responsible for providing the physical facility, utilities, and equipment for the probation department. And that's why the utility section we've been paying for has been for excess stuff, like some departments.
Well, one of the schools I went to, the guy that was talking said, well, our county, and several of them said our county charges them rent or maybe utilities or something like that. Whether that's legal or not, I don't know. I'm not suggesting we do it, it's legal.
If it is a building outside of basic supervision,
Yeah.
Or if it's a satellite office, or an extra office somewhere, or something along those lines, yes. Then in a situation like that, the department could assist with rent, could assist with utilities, things along those. But if it's just basic operational needs, then that's supposed to be provided.
One facility for each county, and then if you decide that you need 2 or 3, then you start stepping up and paying some of it.
Yeah. If it was going beyond just basic. Because that's actually one thing I'm looking at right now is I have applied for a grant from the state. Don't know if I'll get it. Won't know until the end of July, beginning of August. If I get that grant from the state, that's going to add an officer to my department. I have one vacant office, and it's actually a closet office. Wasn't ever going to be on it. So if I get that new position in, I'm going to have someone in that office, and then I'm 100%.
And how many have in there now, 15, is that what you're doing? Yeah.
Right now, I have 2 supervisors, 12 officers, 3 support staff, and myself.
That's 17?
Yep.
Okay. We went a little fast for.
Oh, sorry.
My bad. But I mean, thought I had it, but I
Yeah.
just want to make sure.
18 total.
Yeah, 18 counting you.
And we're doing some stuff over. Do y'all have any other questions about this budget?
No, we're good. No, I think
After we volunteered all this help, I
Yeah.
mean, everybody.
well,
You know, a lot of butter.
the money's gonna come back to you anyway. I mean,
And the budget is very, very rough, because I haven't found out from the state yet exactly how much we're doing.
Yeah, and we understand that, but we're doing some remodeling and renovating inside that building over there. One of the issues we've had over there is that some of the probationers and parole people, would go out and hire somebody to do their urine test, or pay somebody, I say hire somebody, $10 or something like that. And so we're adding some cameras, and we're making a single.
I know, work well for you.
Well,
I go that way.
well, the hall area, clarify that.
Okay.
See where your mind goes. Anyway, so we're making an additional restroom over there that will be where the probationers use that, and so that'll be good. And just doing some kind of general cleanup inside that building. And, I mentioned we wanted to maybe try to put up another sign on the front of the building. And, since 34 goes by there now, we ought to try to make it look a little bit better. It's kind of a dull and drab place. And maybe with the flagpole, find, where we put that. Just do some things to kind of brighten it up, but inside and out. So I think it's going to work a lot better. All right. Anything else?
You did mention the remodeling that you're doing out there. One thing that Paul brought up to me just last week was people who have keys. I've known some people that have keys to that outside door to the training room over there, and that same key works to get into some other buildings, some other offices there, like the tax office.
Well, we need to change the lock on that.
Yeah.
And what do we have over there? We don't have a keypad, do we, George?
Well, we're about to do access control. That's
Okay.
part of it.
That would solve that.
Good. Yeah, because this particular person who had a key is no one that I know, no one that Mr. Johnson knows, and we didn't even know that key was running around. So, just over time, it looks like some keys have been given to certain people to do certain things, and we've got no way to do
But you got him on
That's the
video.
trouble with keys.
Yeah. So nobody recognized it.
The people in the tax office actually actually spoke with him because the key for that outside training room actually works for the tax office as well. And the tax office people were in there at the end of the day counting out money. And he opened up the tax office door and was walking in. He was like, hey, am I supposed to be over here? And they were like, we have no idea who you are, you're out.
They didn't ask for a key.
Yeah, they're pointing up there, I think I need your key.
Yeah, so it's, just with remodeling, it'll be the key control.
We've got it,
Yeah.
good key.
These things, and I think we pay for these out of the JP Technology Fund, some of it, where it goes where it all, so.
We're gonna divide it in three.
All right, y'all, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you'll be getting a call.
And does everyone have my card? Nope. Or the CSR.
Thank you.
It also has my email address on there.
I think I've got it.
Thank you.
I've got a sale too, but if y'all.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, next. Jasmine, we kind of jumped ahead of you there a little bit, so
That's
you
okay.
want to come on up, we're right,
Sorry.
almost on time, but,
I appreciate it.
good.
I'm good.
Thank you very much, and, just so, everybody knows, we've had some damage at the library. Some roof damage, and then also some air conditioners that were damaged out there, the coils on the back of the building. And, the insurance people, you still haven't heard anything?
He emailed me this morning and said that this is the first time he's been back in the office, and he will get me something by the end of the week.
Okay, so we've turned it into TAG, and they've indicated that they're going to give us reimbursement, or we haven't spent any money on it, but.
From the storm?
From the storm. We've had actually 2 storms.
I knew that one.
And it was both the children's shelter and the library. And because there was one incident, it was only one claim. So we only had to pay $1,000.
Did they say anything about the damage to the?
They're working on that too.
Okay. We had somebody that evidently years ago, we're not sure how long ago, that ran into the front of the precinct 3 sub-courthouse, knocked the brick loose. And, nobody remembers when. Evidently it was never turned in as a claim or anything. And so I think TAC is.
They've accepted it. We came up with a roundabout date of April or May 2008. So he came out and evaluated that too, and I should be getting something on that as well.
Turned in a 3-year-old claim.
They've accepted it.
8 year.
2008.
No problem in 2008.
Yeah.
I tell you, TAC has always treats us well with us.
Insurance gonna go down low.
All right. Jasmine, you want to, look like your budget is pretty cut and dry, I think.
The only thing I'm asking for is a 10% increase in that line item for our books. We have a couple of lease plans that we use with this company called Big Mountain to lease some of our books, audiobooks and DVDs. And we're able to get multiple copies for some of our bestsellers, but then at the end of the year we send those back, and that saves us on space and everything. So this year those plans are going up by 10%. So that's where that.
So you're asking to go from 24,084 to 26,182.
So that's a 2,000 quarterly increase. And then everything else is the same.
What about anything else that, and I know you've got another page here too. The second page right behind.
There's no changes on
Yeah,
that.
it's the same.
Yeah, that is the only thing that I'm requesting.
Okay.
I've got a couple of grants that I've worked on to redo our computers, do the Meadows grant and TI, and the Adobe grant for additional funding in our books. So, and then the Friends of the Library this year did purchase, they kind of redid our children's area, purchased 3 new computers, some chairs, some tables, and we're actually about to purchase 2 new little tablets that are educational and some after-school learning, but, they'll be redoing a area of the library where we'll be purchasing like some couches and lamps and tables for some inviting reading. So I should know the results of those grants within 90 days and see how that funding will come out to grow. Yeah.
What, I know I was in on a conversation, an email conversation about the library, the meeting room. And did you, I think Jordan was getting y'all another laptop, the one we had in there was about
Right, I did write that in that TI grant to George and let us borrow the projector and still have your laptop out there for that part of it, that is where we'll get that to them. We also got that grant through the Trinity Valley Electric, so we will be up to reapply for that, I think in October. And Jeff, Mr. Jordan was telling me to definitely do that, but there's a good chance we can use that money to do that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
How much did you get last year?
It was 3,500.
3,500 from Trinity Valley. That's
Yeah.
What about your other, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, for the new commissioner, you probably need to explain to them that her funding for this Fund 26 is actually a transfer from the general fund, plus some money that you get from, City of Kaufman.
The City of Kaufman does contribute $15,000 every year.
I just wanted to make sure they knew
Right,
that.
and we do budget it annually, and,
Yeah.
we have cut it, I think, 2 or 3 times over the last few years, when we were having to do what we had to do, so.
Exactly.
What about the rest of your IT equipment, the computers, how many do you have?
Right now we have 6 public, with internet access, 2 that we only use for searching our catalog,
Okay.
and 2 over there in genealogy for, just specifically for those areas, so.
Are they working?
All of them are working right now, but it's time for us to upgrade to go to.
What about utilization?
Oh my goodness, yes, we probably do, we have 600 users that come through and use the computers every month.
600?
So, yeah, we do about, at the end of the month, every day, we probably do 80 to 100 people come through just to use the computer, checking their emails, of course, doing, everything, so they do stay busy. And that's some of it. Yeah, and we limit them to an hour a day. We do extend the time if nobody's waiting on them, so we just keep
They
it
stay
going.
pretty well continually.
Yeah. I'm sure that's, yeah.
Question on longevity, did we lose someone, is there not much money out of there, $3,000?
We did, we had one retire at the end of May, that had been here, so, yes, so that probably will be over, but we reduced, I think, our salary for the, reduce that library assistant line item where her salary was coming out, if I'm not mistaken, too, but it looks like that longevity may.
The longevity belongs to Yasma. That's the way all the other departments are scheduled. Department head salary separate, any supplements or longevity is added in a separate line item. The 2 full-time employees, if they had merit or longevity, it's added to their base in that one big line item.
Okay.
Where does her mileage and training and all that come from? Because one of them says no money on the other one, you're already in the hole. I mean,
Well, we shouldn't be in the hole on that one. We should, actually, that should be a plus because, does it show a plus on there? Because the
it
talker.
doesn't show anything that says actual spent, so.
Okay, we we just requested that money for this budget to cover, we have, training that's gonna go on July, so that's why that money has not been spent. But in one of those line items, it should show, and it should be,
Yeah, but I mean.
it should be a plus. Is it showing a hole? Because the talker gave us,
This was as of April, and we requested that transfer last month.
for.
So that's probably part of the problem.
Right, because the Tucker Foundation gave us money to go to Texas Library Association in April. And I thought, we put that in the training, and it's like a little over 2,000 or so.
Yeah. That's good.
Anybody have any questions about the request she, on the upgrade on, or not the upgrade, but the extra expense on it? Yeah, you run a very good shop out there. Yeah, hopefully you get the damage cleaned up and, get your roof back in good shape and, everything. I seldom ever hear anything negative. I mean, everything I hear about the library is good. So, and you have a lot of participation. And I guess that community room or meeting room, it's used almost.
Yeah,
daily.
yeah. We kind of cut back a little bit in the summer just because of our summer programming. We do a little more with the kids in the summer, so we don't book the room as much, but yeah, it's really good.
One of the things back on the damage that was done by the storm that we had out there, it's my understanding that the air conditioning units that are at the back of the building there are like old as Methuselah. I mean, they're old.
When the building was built.
You know, when the building was built. And what the insurance company told Paul is that they would replace the coils, where the coils have been, you know, bent, where they had stuff, I guess, flying to them because of the storm. And I'm not sure that's wise money, you know, that may be something we may want to go ahead and just replace those units, depending on what, you know, how it looks at that point in time.
Make a bus, it'll make it straight on.
Yeah. Well, we can look at that and see, but if that building's 20 years old.
It is 91, 89, we actually moved into it in 91.
Yeah.
The building
All
was-
the thing in it.
Yeah. So we've got our money worth out of it.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you won't buy a unit today, that'll last 5
Everybody's got
years.
them on? No.
No.
We did have some
No,
damage
they got
to
just a few years.
5 years, as soon as
They
the work
got,
is over.
they got it figured out now.
Yep.
Yeah, we had some damage to one of the cameras, and, we're working with, is it Terrell Fire Alarm? They do monitor our fire alarm system when we put the new box in a couple of years, last year. So I think that was included in there, and they're working with, Paul and George to see about upgrading that system. We can't wait to see it.
Is that library on our deal that we okayed the other day for, no, for them to do the fire inspection?
They've been around.
They've already inspected it?
Only thing he needs to do is, we have the sprinkler system, and he did, tell me that they have someone on staff that takes someone else that's certified to do the sprinkler system. It seems like he came around and checked all of our fire extinguishers and the panel. That hasn't been very long, maybe less than a month ago. The city also comes up and inspects.
Yeah.
The board as well too, but this was part of, Uni's part.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
Appreciate you being here. And right now it says a break, but before we do that, no, it doesn't say a break. Yeah, I guess we
Yeah,
could.
go back to the.
Yeah, we need to have the sergeant come up and you'll come on up here and.
Sure. And I appreciate y'all fitting me in into the docket this afternoon. I know, I was probably supposed to be here a little bit earlier today, but I got tied up at Garland headquarters.
Okay, well, we understand how that works.
We're not gonna give you a hard time.
Yeah.
That's okay. I should be able to handle a hard time.
We,
As long as you don't stop us for speeding, you'll be all right.
I don't think you'll guarantee that.
Oh,
We were going through your budget and just, there was, I think, some increases.
Well, there were no increases. We were moving some of the budget from a specific category to another category.
Okay.
And,
Maybe it was just how we were looking at it.
the total budget's the same. The total budget is the same. It's not increasing or decreasing. We were moving some of the budget out of the account for communications. There's been a substantial decrease in the funds required in communications because, when I got to Terrell about 2 years ago, most of the troopers still had county cell phones. Now we only have one trooper that's got a county cell phone. And anyway, that cell phone bill was eating up that communications budget. I mean, pretty, you can look back at the previous years and how much was, and it's not all cell phone in that communication, but 75% of it's gonna be cell phone. So anyway, long story short, we got rid of all the cell phones except for one.
How do you communicate now, radio? I mean, yeah.
Well, everybody's got their own personal phones.
Oh, their own personal phone.
So everybody uses their own phone.
And I remember Robert and David, and all of them, they all had cell phones, and they
Yes,
said that was the only way that he could communicate anymore. The radio wouldn't work half the time out there, so he'd have to use a cell phone just to.
There's nobody out there that doesn't have a phone with them that
Yeah.
they can use. So everybody's got a phone. Most everybody's got their personal phone that they carry. A lot of these guys will carry them too, their personal and their work phone. And, you know, I'll convince them they don't need to have a county phone if they're gonna carry their personal phone.
Yeah.
Pay for it anyway. So there's one guy that he just does not want to give up that county phone, then that's fine. So we've only got one, and I think his is maybe $30 a month. So it's really gonna cut down our budget.
Yeah, I'd like to get that number of the one you're keeping, so I can make sure we're not getting charged from AT&T.
You know what, when Zanelle Hickman there in our office, we were talking about it, and I believe she had sent, or done some inquiring as to, I think there were 4 total numbers we were still being billed for, but we only have 1 phone. So she's effectively canceled the other 3, from what I understand, and there's still just that 1 that's left on there.
It probably has to be canceled through my office, probably with AT&T. We want to make sure that we haven't got the bill we're getting, through.
Yes, sir. I'm pretty sure that she has done it, but I'll get with you and we'll double check it.
That'd be great.
But that's where the main change is. So the budget that was allocated for communications, we still have some money in there for other items that we might need to use for that particular line item. The original total that was requested of $6,000 in that communications, we moved a little bit over into the office equipment and moved a little up over to computer. So the total budget's the same, we just rearranged them in the line items.
I think that pretty well, that we understand now, I think.
Yes, sir.
The computer upgrade took 3,000, and the office equipment took 1,000 of it.
Correct.
So, that's the way, all right.
Yeah,
And,
and,
that makes it.
you know, I haven't been in politics a whole long time, but I know that whenever somebody says that you might be able to use that, you might wanna keep it, you never know what's gonna happen.
Well, we don't, especially this day and time, it seems like.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But, and hopefully too, we can work on cutting down on some of these other items, and if we don't end up using that whole communications, then we'll come back next year and revisit and get the overall budget reduced.
Right. No word yet. I know the other day you have 16 troopers.
There's, well, we just, some of y'all may know Brad Brewer, who was deputy for a long time, and he's a trooper there. He just promoted to CID, so he's a special agent, so you won't see Brad anymore.
Well, I know Rod left, he went, of course, I see him all the time, he went.
We're running, I've got 5 on my side, and Sergeant O'Leary, I think, has 8 on her side, so we're running about 13. And at our last meeting that we discussed the deployment for these troopers, I misspoke on that, and it's not 1 a month, it's pretty much 2 to 3 every 5 days, actually. So they're going there pretty frequently.
And I heard or read in the paper or heard on the radio this morning that the new state budget allocates like 250 more additional troopers. And the way it was indicated, that those are all going to be assigned to the border, is that?
That's the plan.
Okay.
We do have a recruit school going on now that's going to graduate in about 3 weeks. We're going to have another one start immediately after that, and it's a full 6 month. But in between July and December, they're going to throw a short current for prior law enforcement 8-week academy in there. And all of those personnel that are going to that academy, I think they've got about 50 that have committed to go, and they're all going down to the border region. That's where
Which will help
which will help relieve some of the pressure on sending our guys down there all the time. Absolutely. That's what we're hoping for.
And we just been talking this morning too, and I want to make sure that I didn't misspeak, but about the secretaries that we furnish, and, we've got some new people on the court, and so they assist the troopers in a variety of things. They're not in the driver's license office.
That is correct. They only do work for highway patrol.
Okay.
They only, and there's two secretaries, because we have two sergeant areas there, and, they do all the administrative duties. They run the front office, and, we're pretty familiar with what assistants do in offices, so that's what ours do. They prepare all the paperwork, get sent to the different courts,
And they stay busy.
They stay busy. They do a lot of good work. We're happy to have them.
I know one of them's been there a long time, I think.
Karen Cantrell?
Yeah.
Yes, Karen's been there for a long time.
Yeah. And then one.
And Zanelle's been there for a little while too,
Okay.
and she does a great job. She's
This, we never see them or hear much from them, but that's pretty typical standard across the state that the counties do furnish.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was my understanding.
Yes, sir. The only administrative assistants you'll find that are paid by the state are the ones that usually work at the regional headquarters.
Yeah.
What's the one in Garland, state pays for all that?
The ones in Garland are state employees, yes.
That's not the big mega thing.
I don't know how many they have in that deal office. I try to stay away from that.
You stay away from that?
Yes. I don't want anything to do with driver's
They
license.
told me the other day over in Garland, they quit even doing driver's license tests, didn't they?
They are still doing some driver's tests in Garland, but I think most of it's commercial driver's license.
It's not just kids going over and getting a driver's license.
What, do we just do commercial out here? Or
No.
We do everything.
Do everything.
We'll do everything at the Terrell office, yes, sir.
Are the ladies that do that, are they, state employees, or are they contracted?
They're state employees. They're referred to as DL examiners. So long gone are the days when a trooper gets in the car with you, we still kind of do that. There are still some DL troopers around, but there's none in the Terrell office.
Yeah.
They reserve those for the mega centers, and they're kind of there for fraud investigations, bringing fraudulent documents. If we encounter that at Terrell, we send those people to Garland, and then we go get investigated by a trooper there, and they're there for security also.
While you're here, we had a discussion earlier about the air quality, the counterfeit inspection
Yes.
stickers and so forth. We've got a grant through the state that we've used to help establish that. We've not been real active with it over the last several months. But do you guys still do some of that as well, or?
The only enforcement that we're involved with it, with the branch of DPS, which is the regulatory services over motor vehicle inspection.
Right.
So our function in the Terrell Highway Patrol office is strictly highway patrol, daily patrol operations, enforcement, crash investigation, assisting other agencies. So the troopers may get involved in some of that to a degree if they stop a vehicle and now they run it through the Air Check Texas database and it shows that it's supposed to have an inspection report, but it doesn't have a report with it, then they'll be issued a citation. If they do produce a report that it's not showing the database, they should have one, then we'll refer that to regulatory. And then they'll get that information that they have, just like before they went to the reports and people had inspection certificates. If we stopped somebody that had a fraudulent sticker on the car, we peel it off there and send it to somebody regulatory, and they chase down the shop at the end and that sort of thing.
And that's what these guys.
That's another question that we all had earlier, we were talking about it, the inspection report they give you. Nobody keeps that, you're not supposed to keep that.
You're supposed to keep it.
Why are you supposed to keep it? Why don't they put it in big red letters or something? They keep it in your car.
You should keep it in your car, yes. Well, because,
I mean, nobody tells anybody that.
Right.
So, I mean, how would people even, you know what I mean? No, I'm not
anytime,
trying to put you on the spot.
that's okay. I'm just trying to think of a good way to say it. Anytime that you've got people involved, there's going to be mistakes that are made. So ideally, you go to get your vehicle inspected, you get your inspection report, you come over to the tax office, you show them the report, they give you your registration certificate, and you're not supposed to get that registration certificate unless you've got a valid report.
Right. Yeah, but once you go get your inspection, I mean, your tag.
Once you get your tag, you think you'd be good, so.
That validates that you.
It's gonna validate that you had it, right?
Inspection.
But if for some reason, you get stopped on the side of the road and somebody runs that registration comes back current, but they might see a problem with the vehicle and think, oh, I'm surprised this vehicle is passing inspection. Let me see if I can do some more research, and they might run it through that Air Check Texas website. and it might not show up that it's been inspected. And the next question is gonna be, well, do you have your inspection report? Well, no, I don't.
Well, the main question should be, how did you get a license plate without it? Because they had to have that to get the license plate, so.
Which brings another question, they may have had a fraudulent report that they show here at the tax office. And then
But don't they run that through the
Yeah,
computer?
doesn't the tax office run that before you get your plate?
as far as I know, they're supposed to be able to check it, but in some instances, they may not be able to.
Because like me, I always just buy my, I know I'm in the tax office right there, my office right there. But still, I do mine online.
Yes, sir.
And they send me my tax. So now you can just fill in the number on the report.
Yes.
You're wasting dollars by doing that, by the way.
Yeah, that's okay.
You don't wanna walk across all.
Hey, it's time to pay.
It's a line, it's a line, I don't choose to get in front of line. I'm not like you, I'm gonna get right early, be the first one in line.
Be like in-house secretary.
Yeah.
What's it doing, my phone got off?
Right.
But no, I mean, I was just wondering, because, I'm gonna keep anything. My wife's going to, there could be, it's probably in hers, so the last 5 is probably in there, but not mine.
So now to get a license plate, you gotta have an inspection first and your insurance. Then you get a plate, and then that's not good enough when you get stopped out on the road.
It's
You
gonna,
still have to have all this stuff.
it's
with
gonna
you.
be good enough, it's gonna be good enough, but I would just say, I would try to keep the documentation with you, just in case there's a question, you got the report with you.
I do have another question.
Yes, sir.
Aren't you glad you came over now?
I'm happy to be here, yes, sir.
Because I think we had this discussion the other day too, remember, about what size is it that we need to have an inspection for a tractor?
A trailer, yeah.
Over 4,500 pounds.
And that's it.
It's the
Gross
vehicle weight rating, it's 4,500 pounds.
4,500 pounds, has nothing to do with brakes, and somebody told me the other day,
Well, a trailer over 4,000 pounds is gonna have brakes on it.
yeah, but I meant.
So,
No.
So it's really 4,500 brakes.
unless it's got farm tax on
Farm tax, you think? And then you don't have to have an inspection on farm
it, not
tax,
until it gets over 48,000 pounds.
48,000. See, used to, you didn't have to wait on farm tax, you could just
Right.
put anything on there.
But Steve, you gotta have a farm to get farm tax.
Yeah, you gotta have
You
that
can't,
little-
yeah, you can't, don't give me the story that you got a pony in the backyard, you know, and you're getting the bag of feed from Tractor Supply, that's not gonna cut it.
Sounds good to me. How about that forest I have out back? That tree farm.
Not gonna work.
Is it still a 2-axle, you have a trailer with 2 axles, one of them has to have brakes?
No, it's based on the weight rating of the trailer, regardless of the number of
You
bags.
have a 2-axle trailer that's registered for 4,400 pounds and no brakes.
Correct. That'd be fine, or, well, it wouldn't have to have an inspection, but anything over 4,000 on it. I'm almost pretty sure it's 4,000 or greater, you gotta have brakes.
You gotta have break it down.
And what about, and you may not know this, about titles, you buy a little single axle trailer with no title at an auction sale or something. Is there a weight or size trailer that a title is not required?
Only farm trailers with a gross vehicle weight rating less than, I wanna say less than that 4,500 pounds also does not have to have tag. It doesn't have to have anything with it.
Oh, really?
Doesn't have to have anything on it. Doesn't have to have
You just
tag.
have a couple big hay rolls on it and a little trailer, then you're in good shape.
For example, I've got one of those cargo trailers, and cargo is just a little single axle, it's got the wire mesh gate that drops down.
Yeah, that's what I use my hay roll for.
So I've got one of those, I've got a farm there in Johnson County where we live, and another one down in Burleson County. Well, sometimes I'll take equipment down there to work on that farm, but I'll just take that little trailer, doesn't have a plate on it. Well, it's because it's farm use, it's got farm tags on the truck that's pulling it. So how do they know it's farm use? Well, it's a little tell them. I don't have to do that. No, I'm all the.
They all know it, that's why.
But if it's gonna be over that, then I think it's at 4,500 pounds also, 4,000, 4,500, and it's not farm, then you just gotta have it.
Yeah. No, I use that single axle with the roll down for the hay rolls, because I can just roll them off, it's easy.
What's pulling it? What are you pulling the trailer with?
I'm pulling my pickup.
What kind of tag you got on the pickup?
Just regular tag.
Alright, and they have a hard time justifying that it's that doesn't have to have a tag on it.
Yeah, but
And then if you got a if you got a 1 ton that's registered as a commercial vehicle, that little trailer would have to have a tag. But if you had a, roll of hay on it, it would.
Is it his hay? Or is he hauling hay for somebody else? Then it would be commercial. Then it'd be a.
Yeah, no, I have a tag, I have a tag on it, I don't even buy farm anymore. I just buy a regular tag for it.
Right.
You know, you don't have a test.
You don't,
Well, you know,
you'd almost think
I've
you
always
studied.
said, only a couple of y'all come to my office every once in a while, and I don't get up here to see y'all very often, so, you know, y'all can always call me all the time, or come by the office if you want to.
Every time I go in there, I used to have to pick it in, those windows are so dark to see in there, you have to open the doors.
Well, you know, that's because that sun comes in on the ladies in there, and they don't like all that sun.
And so, you know, used to, when David was around there, and, you know, or something like that, I'd open the door and talk to Mom and David all the time.
They also said if they put that dark tin on there, people don't like coming through the door.
No, and so people quit opening the door, you don't ever open the door no more, look in there and see if anybody's in there, there's no.
That's right.
All right, well, thank you a lot for coming over, we appreciate it.
Well, sorry about this, sorry about the now we have one more test.
Man, that was easy.
Didn't mean to put you under the.
Y'all need to come with some tough questions. I might have to go research. I like to see
It
y'all.
cleared up the tags, I was right on it, I told them all that it was 4,500.
Like I said, call me down to the office, send me an email or any questions y'all got.
It's just a pain in the neck to go get the
I'll work for y'all.
fetching sticking.
Anything y'all need, let me know.
Okay, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, y'all want to take a quick break, we only have one break.
And I know.
George, and well, Rebecca's here.
Zanelle had gotten with me, she had showed me the ones that she had marked off.
They're board that.
Who was that she had talked about?
It's cancer.
Rebecca have a thing to do?
Let me call Rebecca, are you here to see us, or you just here to observe and learn about what you think on trucks and stuff?
I'm here to talk to Commissioner Allen and.
We're in trouble.
Yeah, I gotta separate you guys out so I can talk to two install here.
Well, y'all want to take about a 15-minute break, and then, will that give you enough time to?
Yeah, Ward said we could use her office, and you guys don't mind, it's really quick.
Okay. We'll just take a break, and then we'll get George back, and we'll get some help again.
I was tied up. Took the handcuffs, let me go. Kids did.
All right, for, George, you want to come on up? You're the.
Got the honor.
George, come on down. We're talking to, I texted Randy about the signs y'all were talking about. And he said, they, changes he's made to the park, they offered a visit, but they can make some signs. He's suggesting that we train someone else too. And, but he said that one of the reasons Kathy got out of it, she would have to pay for the materials out of her budget. But I would expect, that's what he told, I mean, that's what she told him, but okay, well. But he said they got
I
some.
mean, if it's a big problem, oh man, get it stuff, we'll figure out a place to put it.
Now, he didn't act like it's a problem doing it, he was just saying, you know, they have been busy. Well, and that's what I told him, but it's just, you know, they just got out of the habit of doing it probably.
Well, yeah, because they've been turning us down, everybody's been having to go back.
Okay.
We were told to just get them elsewhere.
From
Kathy, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or to Randy, you could just get, I don't know, I didn't know how many they had or
Well,
what.
we need to get a handle on this one way or the other.
Yeah, and if we need to buy supplies, we can do that or whatever.
We used to carry the money in Fund 20, and then she brought it up that some of the road signs or some of the equipment or supplies to put it together should come out of each precinct. Remember that?
Yeah, because when I got in there, my question was, I'm missing nearly every sign in my precinct. So I asked Ray, what do we do? Oh, we got a sign department with a sign budget. No problem. I started making signs, they said, no, I get the call. You used up all of everybody's sign. Remember that? You told him to call the sign man, you know.
You did what you was told.
Yeah, and then we found out that what the deal was.
Oh, there was only certain pieces of that could be used out of that, the rest had to be charged to your department, I remember that.
Anyway,
You caused it.
And what I suggest to do, probably just call Randy and just,
Yeah.
you know, get it.
And we've each got a signed budget, so we can buy the materials,
Yeah.
you know, individual budgets.
But evidently Danny is the only one that can do it, or knows how to do it.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to be.
We work it out.
Yeah, cross. Okay, so now we're down to, George, you're the last one, and it's not by design, it's just kind of how it worked out.
Alphabetical order?
Well, yeah, I guess that's probably one thing. And so, you
Sorry
sure
for the
to-
flash off the back of my head.
That's all right, we got our sunglasses.
I've been watching Squinch back.
Be sure to, talk in East Texas English, so we can all comprehend what you're.
The Queen's English?
So you wanna just kind of start at the top and go down?
Sure.
And you've done this, you went over budget the other day, and there's
Yes.
some good information I think he's got for us.
Yeah, and the one that I, turned in, I had color, so, I don't, do you have a copy?
Yes, I
do. So the overall amount is less than my, consolidated. Would you like a colored one?
Give him one.
Oh, he's got a colored one.
See? No. Step John.
That's what happened here with that house. Here.
Wine.
Yeah, all right, now I feel like I'm.
I mean, you gotta find, you gotta look real hard to find the color. but it's
Yeah.
there.
Well, yeah, fine, council.
So,
Almost a better copiers than me.
we consolidated some of the charges, and while we maintained on the telco voice and data, we maintained 124. We are beginning a project, this may take a brief explanation, but there's, we have two local exchange carriers here in Kaufman, and we have one in the northern part of the county. So, Forney and Terrell would be AT&T. And in this area, we have CenturyLink and we have Telenational. So there's a protocol called MPLS, it's a protocol that allows us to make a connection from our secure network here to another network without using a VPN. And the benefit to that will be what we would like to do. In fact, we completed the work down in Kent. And we'll be able to run the phones from the work we did in the EOC. So the goal there would be to eliminate the local exchange carrier or the last mile charges. So what we would do is port your numbers to the PRI we're going to put in or EOC.
What's PRI?
Primary rate ISDN. It's a digital line. It's a digital line that has 24 channels to it.
Okay.
And so that line, we're moving from the South Campus over to the EOC. And
It's not you, George.
That's the reason I said, you know, I remember I said talking in East Texas.
the goal is, we want to eliminate the copper phone bills at the remote location.
Okay.
And we can do that with the project we're in the middle of right now. And that will cut, hopefully, the AT&T up north and the CenturyLink in the area. That's what that is.
So the CenturyLink serves Kaufman?
Yeah, they are the local exchange carrier for the Kaufman area.
All right,
In all the
what is the other company name?
Telenational?
Telenational.
Telenational, we have two local exchange carriers.
Okay.
So we actually use both here in Kaufman.
Really?
And we do it because, should one local exchange carrier fail, we have the other. So we don't win. We just go back in.
But by doing this, it would,
Our goal is to eliminate some of the phones.
that we wouldn't have to pay charges for it.
Will they give us higher speed internet service?
You'll have it, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, and the network connection back to here will be, because instead of going through an encrypted VPN, it'll be through that new MPLS server.
Okay.
And you'll have voice and data at all three of your locations.
We got down the cold over here.
We're gonna all-
He gets special stuff.
Jakey's gonna take a test after this.
I know what ABC.
Yeah. It's a pest control company, I see that.
I do that.
Okay.
All right.
Is that going
gonna get my computer faster over in the other end.
Jackie,
He's the guinea pig, we're at trial again for.
might not work at all.
That's
Well, they did, I mean, it took forever for it to come up this morning, I got to the office. And, finally got them to come on here.
That's more information than we need.
All right, we better get back on track here.
There, you know, over the years, there's been a lot of discussion on mobile devices. That number is not just phones, it also includes mobile, you still laughing. It includes air cards and various things. And I know Jack has talked about it, we've talked about possibly using a stipend, eliminating the phones. I know you guys pay for it out of your own budgets. And I think one of the things we're gonna try to do is take some of the phones, right, that we're gonna, the radios we're gonna give up and let you guys use that for your road crew. This way you would probably eliminate the new phones. Make sense?
They probably have at least, well, most of them are gonna have their own phone anyway, I guess, but it would, at least they'd probably have one county phone in case the road, I mean, phone.
So if they're directing traffic over the hill, they can use the radio.
Yeah.
All right, public defender, we haven't had anything new there, so status quo. As you know, a couple of years ago, we rolled all the software maintenance and support into this budget, made things a little cleaner. In the past, you know, there were some departments that would maybe understate the value, and often when bills were paid, or supposed to be paid, the money wasn't there, so we kind of consolidated to simplify that. That's why you see all these different departments in there. So VOTEC, of course, that's our election software. ESRI, as you know.
Let's go back to VOTEC.
VOTEC?
Because we're showing we're showing a requested budget of $89,000.
Okay, what we did there is, I talked with Tanya and her folks, and the charges for conducting the election, consumables and various things like that, they believe that they would report that in their budget. I talked to Tanya and.
That's 57,000 that she went over with y'all.
She said that, yeah, she was thinking $400 and something thousand, so your budget was gonna decrease by that.
The difference there from last year, if you look at VOTEC, you'll see what the actual was for the prior year.
What's she saying?
So what we're looking at for this year's budget is $89,853. So if you take out consumables and things required to run the election, it drops it to $35,157.
So that would be the actual budget number.
Yes.
So your far right column is your actual
Yes.
budget number.
Yeah, well, instead of making the difference, I just put down what it was.
Okay.
So for line
So
4502, I mean, 697, 4502, that would be the 35,157.66.
Right. Yeah, the column, instead of saying, I just marked 2016 and just something.
$57,431. That's what she marked, that she's
On the tax off.
yeah, she's taking, lower his by that. True?
Well, I can't, if you look at the difference between this year and last year, that's 12. But I'm sure she's gonna have more because we have March coming up. We're gonna have
Tell us what ESRI.
So we hired, we have another guy that manages the mapping, and this would be training and the licensing to run the ESRI software and the consumables. So we have a large rolling stock printer, maps and so on. These are all various things included to run that part of the department.
So we spent around, well, we budgeted 30,000
last
year, and we've got where it says requested 30,000, but you're saying 13,000 is the correct number. Okay.
Next one, true automation, that goes away.
Tell us about True Automation. Now, that was a
So
company.
that was our tax collection software, for several years. Since I've been here, we've been through 4 different companies, but, we have gone to a hosted product from Linebarger called ACT. The acronym is ACT. You'll see that down there a little bit. But True Automation, that goes away in September. Jack has already given a notice that we're canceled, and Select goes to 0. STW, our financial software, will go up a little bit. I think there's a special project or a little extra that was put in there for training.
As far as I know, the software and everybody's happy and kumbaya. I mean, I'm not hearing any complaints about it.
That's why they call it software that works, right?
That's the name of it.
Next line item is our automated timekeeping. That's our hosted product where the folks punch in remotely or use a time clock. Fire programs, that's a product we purchased for Randy last year, where they have case management software and integration to Southern. That fee is the annual maintenance. NetMotion Wireless, that product is for mobility for fire, police, and sheriff. So the fire departments and the sheriff's office, that gives us the ability to run our software in the vehicle. That's the annual metrics for that.
That went down a little bit.
That went down. I found a guy to sell that to us so cheaply. Actually, the same guy that is helping us out there at USC. Vera Analytics, that's ties into GIS. It's a crime analysis software. It's a product we purchased last year, and you'll notice a higher figure there. That figure for this coming year will just be for the annual support. Our tax collection software that we have today is up and running. And what we're doing is we're going to run that concurrently with True Automation for about a couple of months. And our annual fee next year will be $4,966.66. How the hell we came up with that? I don't know.
George, on that one, we're doing away with the True Automation tax up top, that was 27, and we're buying and selling for 40.
Yeah, we bought it this year. We did go live this year. We're running it now.
Is that a better program, obviously, than what we have?
Yeah, there are several reasons why. The best part is hosting. It's offsite. And my goal, personal goal, is to try to get as much stuff in the cloud or hosted environment. All of our disaster recovery and backups are local in the cloud.
Okay.
And so that's,
This will be on
this-
the cloud or somewhere else?
yeah, this company is the same folks who do our tax collection.
Okay.
E-filing and e-signature, we're going live with that right now as we speak. Purchased, the annual maintenance for e-signature and e-filing will be, you'll notice an increase in the Tyler Technologies. That's rolled into that. Last year, as you know, we purchased ticket writers.
When we go back to the
Sure.
e-filing,
It's gonna be 0.
yeah, but I mean, have we, is that the money we transferred from the commissioner's court?
It came from a few places. We budgeted for it, and we added a little bit extra, remember, for the e-signature part. Right.
Okay, so we budgeted 93,000, we haven't spent anything yet. Right,
But we still have 93,000.
yeah, that's what
Until we're done, we haven't paid anything.
okay, who do we pay the Tyler? Is that the thing we're waiting on, the e-filing thing with the judges?
No, there's no wait. We're going live right now.
Okay. So we're gonna get a bill then for 93,000 approximately. But we don't have to budget for it next year.
Right. See, we budgeted 60,000. We upped it to cover the e-signature.
We started with the 60, we found that. Then he came back that the e-signature would be 33, and we went and found that to cover that.
Okay.
We found that in the men's bathroom.
But the next year, we're gonna look at nothing.
Yeah, you don't pay Tyler.
Well, you'll pay the bottom line is where the time.
pay Tyler, it's already rules at the Tyler.
Yeah, but I mean, not on that line.
So Brian, we bought ticket writers this past year, the annual maintenance is 5,200.
Is that something that can be charged to the JP technology?
You know, I asked Jay
Okay.
Barden about that, and, yeah, they didn't want to do
They
it.
did not want to pay for it.
They won't pay for it, or they could pay for it?
I know they're not, unless you want to make it all.
Well, I mean, I just wondered, they've got about $200,000 balance in that, in their technology fund. If we pay for it.
Since it makes it easier for the secretary, to streamline their work.
I mean, unless there's a legal reason we can't do that.
I have no idea, Judge. I know that the stuff sat there for like 4 or 5 months before somebody got a hold of it and said, we need to get this up and running.
Right,
Because we done spent so much money.
Yeah, I've heard that story, but I do know they have nearly 200,000 in that.
They got quite a bit in
And
that
that's,
technology.
there's a lot of money that, in the technology fund, but it has to be spent on JPs. So just, if we could take it out of the general fund, I mean, it's not a big amount, but can you check on that, or do you want me to check on it? Or?
I prefer you check on it, since George has already asked and he was told no.
Okay. I don't know what I'm asking about, but I'll muddy the water anyway.
So that next item, that's for Steve Huey. If there's a tornado or some disaster, there's protocols that he has to follow called NIMS, National Incident Management System. And this software manages something like a tornado from soup to nuts apparently.
And does Steve have this on his?
No.
Where is this?
What he had on his was $50,000 for the wall of ice, for lack of a better term, but he had a video wall he wanted to put in the site. But this was not a because it was software.
But he'd use it.
If we have a tornado or something.
He'd be one to use this.
Yeah. But it affects law enforcement, it affects fire, because it's instant commitment. That's all.
Well, like on the damage that we're gonna have on the.
Exactly.
On the roads or the other, that's what it's, a package that we have to report.
You'll manage this off and manage that credit report.
For the flood damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, it's his.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the one that's gonna
But,
report on that.
but it's 6-1 half to another to pay for it out of his fund or out of technology.
If that's with NIM, Judge, wouldn't that have like the rates that the FEMA approves, like for what, per hour for a dump truck, per hour for a. It seems like that would help you fill out those reports to be able to, request the refund.
Yeah, did y'all see the email from him, that, where they're, when they come in and survey the damage, they're not gonna look at every road, they're gonna pick out like 6 or 7 roads.
7 roads.
I don't have time to look at that one in the whole state.
No, well, they would.
Yeah, there's no way, it's not because it's our county, that we're so trustworthy, it's just that.
Yeah.
There's no way they have that kind of time. They spend more money inspecting than they would
Did you
paying
have
them.
some totally washed out? These roads that were totally cut out?
Did you put 40, 50,
down a couple.
you got 40, 57 and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or actually cut them out.
Any bridges were totally washed out or gone?
And any bridges were culverts that are totally washed out.
Yeah, I didn't have any totally washed out. I got a lot of damage on entrance and exit ends, but whirlpool, I'm gonna have to add a lot of that. But none of them were completely taken out. That
One
one,
I was twice.
that's probably some of them we'll show them.
40, 57 one. We had a lot of rock over it.
Oh, still be rock, he
I know.
was dropping in yesterday.
Frank? Computer repairs?
So repair line item, what that's for is folks, different departments, they can't forecast when equipment fails. So this is for anything that's not we're seeing a large chunk of that goes to, on my tail, maintenance, the phones throughout the county and all the phone switches, and the rest would be for computers and handhelds. Anything would fail that we didn't forecast or predict. Infrastructure, we've kind of itemized a little bit. We've had a request for 35 new laptops for the tax office to be deployed during elections. Various departments have requested some, 30.
35?
Tax, yeah, there are 35 places to vote, yeah.
Oh.
Yep. And the rest are amongst different locations in the county.
What happens to them after the voting is over?
They storm.
Is there like a special, how much it costs, or like a?
We shop and get the best price. 35 for that price is cheap. I mean, typically a laptop is $1,100-$1,200. That's 17.
Are they specific for elections, or can they be used for something?
You can do it more.
Couldn't use one of those little tablets in there.
You know, I said you could. I mean, I want to be great. We've actually done that at the sheriff's office. We're using some tablets. iPads, but mostly we're using a Windows-based tablet. They're cheaper and, just.
They could use those instead of laptops for voting?
No, we went down that road. We tried that. It won't work. The Votech software, and plus you have to attach things to it. We've got a bunch of little old ladies running the election, you got hook printer, hook this and hook that, and so this works better.
Little old ladies as opposed to little old men.
Yes. Or big old men.
And then how many little men and nothing? Don't go ahead, I don't know.
I just threw it out for discussion.
I don't know if he may have.
Didn't mean anything, I just trying to make sure we covered all our bases.
So that next item we pulled out last year, to try to balance the budget, we pulled out last year. Much of the Cisco infrastructure in our county needs to be replaced.
Tell us exactly when you say Cisco infrastructure.
Okay, Cisco, that's switching and routing. So if you go in the back room, everything from the last area of responsibility of the phone company, there's the telco, the telco DMARC, from there into our equipment. Everything from the DMARC into our rack. So any routing, switching, VPN device, Cisco ASA, adaptive security platforms, or firewalls, Cisco PICs, there's just a lot of stuff. It is time. I mean, a lot of stuff in the sheriff's office, especially, it's been out there since we built that thing. And for CGIS requirements, we are supposed to have.
Requirements is.
CGIS common is, CGIS is, so when we report, we run TLS, or we run criminal justice data, we have to comply with FBI and with DPS Austin. And the requirements are that the Cisco infrastructure that data rides on is current, up-to-date, and can be flashed with higher, newer versions of software. And there comes a point in time when a piece of equipment becomes end of life, and you can't do it. So that's one reason why. And the other reasons is the equipment's old and it doesn't have the speed that the new equipment has. So, the desktop performance in the courthouse, of course, would be a lot better once we change out all the switches.
Well, that's a little, that's not much more what we budgeted this year, so.
That's about what we did last year. And I'm trying to, we've asked for more training on the other page. I'm trying to get Barbara and some other folks. There's a lot of things in the county that I've done exclusively. It's just me. I'm trying to get to where we can offload it to the cloud, or we can get everybody trained. And the last line item in that infrastructure is, since 2001, we've housed and maintained and run our own mail server. And we've used a Linux-based product, and it's cost the company, the county, zero on it. But it's time to get away from it. So that line item there for the 28,000 would be to do one of two things: replace the servers we have now, and the equipment that's involved to protect it, web filters and stuff. Or what I would like to do is host it. I would like to go to Microsoft and use Hosted Exchange, use Office 360, and start with a base price where all the employees would have an email account, and then in the future, as new folks came on board, we could use Office 360 would become their Microsoft Office, so they could use it on any product, because it's by subscription. And just, I think it's a good time to do it. Just to give you an idea, Smith County budget's $150,000 annually for exchange. County our side typically spends $40,000 to $65,000. This is a base price. This would get us just a mailbox, no archiving, and that leads me into the next little discussion. For years, we've archived 2 years, so everything, any email we've held for 2 years. And I guess the question is, do we want to continue to do that? And if so,
what does the law require?
There isn't.
There's no requirement for governmental agencies. What do most entities do, or do you know?
It varies. Many of the folks that I've talked to that did
Are not?
Are not now. A lot of the folks that did do it are not doing it. I think what I would do is get with early and we'll visit with the DA and we'll just talk about it.
That's what I would think we might should do, just see.
Because there's a cost, and it's really convenient when, somebody blows their email up and we go back and forth for 2 years ago. But there's a cost to do that for several.
Well, can you do that for us then?
I've already started that conversation.
Okay.
So that's kind of a moving target, that price is a moving target, because, we just don't know. If we choose to do archiving for 2 years, we might do it more.
George, what would a laptop and a utility cart cost for the district clerk? She was asking for one in her budget, if you'll remember, to take when they do the juries, to sign them in, so they're not having to use paper and go back and do this, do that, and then go back, so they could.
We are buying refurbished Dells with Windows 7 for between $600 and $700 each.
Laptops? Okay.
That's why those elections laptops.
Would you be able to swing, going and talking to her and asking her what she needs and getting her set up this year instead of spinning it out next year?
What is Laura doing now for jury?
She's got a tablet on a.
That's what I was going to suggest.
And a printer on the cart, and she rolls it down.
She's in the tablet.
Yeah, Samsung, I think. Oh, like that.
Yep.
12.2 Pro.
So would you go and find
Sure.
out what, is that okay, Judge?
Oh, sure.
Because if
I
they're
think
that
I'll go ahead and do
cheap,
it, yeah.
we've still got money in this budget, we
Yeah, I
can
think
probably
I'll go
swing
ahead
it
and do
for
that.
her.
Make it easier and more efficient and everything.
We'll get it done now.
Okay, thank you.
Because they have the same problem, courts is
Yeah.
downstairs, district's upstairs, you have court on the middle floor.
That's what I was
That's what
fixing
she
to
was
ask
talking
until
about.
it
They
went
go
in.
Right.
Up and down, up and
Right.
down. We did solve something today.
So you increase your, training education, is what you want to do, but get more people.
Well, we haven't. So I want to get them. In fact, Barbara's going to Cisco. She's going to night school right now. Taking Cisco.
Okay. Good.
One other thing I think we need to talk about is security. Most counties, today all we do is hit that courthouse security line item or hit the one at the JP's office. Most counties budget a certain amount every year for security because there are folks today, that are going to want something. I know they should probably look ahead and think, geez, I need this for the upcoming year, but often they just don't think of it. And part of what Jack brought to court the other day, and we voted on, which is what we did for security. So there's a few things we're doing now, once we wrap them up, we'll be done with purchase orders for Terrell office supply, but we're trying to get that to the pre-bid.
Terrell Alarm.
Terrell line. Of course, office supply probably could do it too.
Maybe so.
They could, back in the day. But anyway, I'm just saying, so just to throw that out there, I think we should budget something, so we don't have a surprise, happen through the week. But we can get you some numbers on some things we have to do. Once we narrow band it, We changed our radio system, penny post quit working. We discussed that last week, but we didn't have the funds to do it. But that condition still exists. So part of what we have to do, part of the bid process would be a county-wide access control system.
Some of that we can do out of the courthouse security fund and, the JB technology fund, other things, so we'll have.
But I think we have to try to forecast what we want to spend.
Right.
And this is $144,000 here.
That's the sum of those things that are.
Yeah, where would that come from?
That, if you look up here,
Oh, that's an explanation of that.
Yeah, 45,
All right.
6 times 7. Did you talk about the mail server?
I did, yes. I did. Yeah, we had a discussion about Microsoft. Most of the change, running 360, beginning in the mailbox, and as we move on, start letting the employees have their office through Office 360 for hosted, so they could run Excel on their phones. You want to run Excel on your phone, don't you? So here's a Apple iPhone running Microsoft Excel.
Now, who would send us this information? You?
Well,
Update?
once you have,
Or-
this
or Karen's
example,
office?
this example here costs 0. I mean, you can download that.
Oh,
And
okay.
what I've done here is I have a Dropbox account with Word and Excel documents. And all I do is,
How often is this updated? How quick is this
in
updated?
real time right now.
Real time, right?
Yeah, so if you modify that, it'll be updated in Dropbox, and I'll open the same document in Excel here. same
So if
document.
I'm out, I can look at
Right.
my numbers without having to go back to the office.
Right.
Anything like that.
You're looking at the same thing.
Same thing here. We're gonna get, tablets. This is a lot easier to read. You need glasses to see this.
You don't need glasses?
No.
I don't, this either. You don't?
Sheet two,
Mm-hmm.
and more sheets. Same thing.
And this is on this whole computer on the budget and everything
Well, the idea-
everything that we do.
When you move to Office 360, instead of having,
Yeah, anything.
instead of buying that license that goes with that computer, you have to tie to that computer, Office 360 is any device, anywhere.
And we do it on any smartphone. I mean, it doesn't have to be Apple.
That's right.
Okay.
Did we go over the Tyler Technologies request, the 142,
We need,
141?
It's, so,
Look at all this one better. Quicker.
here's the Tyler quote, we'll pass that out.
same thing on the phone.
It's going up, I noticed, by about 40.
Well, we purchased new product, we purchased e-signature, and,
So this,
One of 30.
this is the maintenance on that, right?
yeah, and there were things that Laura used to pay out of the kindness of her heart, but I think we've taken them and put them here.
Jury was the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she pays all the land record recurring costs. And that's quite a bit, isn't it? How much is your land record recurring?
I think I spend almost $80,000 in maintenance and support for various software programs.
You spend how much a year?
Yes.
She's got that non-taxpayer money, it's non-taxpayer money.
The user.
I was thinking 35,000 her. Is what I'm hearing.
Oh, take 35,000 from Laura?
get better.
So we're actually, with this, we're showing a decrease of $133,000. But nearly 14%, so that's healthy.
Yeah, it is.
I can't hear, I'm getting old.
That goes with the bottom line on it, but,
Yes.
okay, the next, anybody got any other questions about this? The next page is the regular budget, and that's where you show the, benefits. Car allowance, that's split among three of you, four of you? Three of you. The office supplies, you're talking about an increase there.
Yeah, I have to go in and steal stuff from Jack all the time, so he told me I better increase it, otherwise he's gonna break me.
And you're asking for an increase in travel and training expenses as well.
Tragically, technology training is extremely expensive. Not as bad as forensics. It's very, again, we like to document current knowledge of certain cases. You know, we don't like to have folks come in and can't say, I know what I'm talking about. So, you know, I hold several, forensic certifications as well as key. But all of my folks are certified, all have certifications.
On that, tell us how the GIS thing is working now since it's in.
Very well so far. In fact, Laura, did Gage get with you on all the changes to the roadmap?
We've been working on them. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, so he's been doing really well, producing a lot of new maps. We have a mobile application now that you can go to. You can either download a PDF of the map, or you can go to an interactive map.
Right.
KaufmanGIS.com.
He showed some of the commissioners. He was in here a couple of
Yes.
weeks ago. He showed the commissioners.
So how much more do we have to do on that, on the commissioners map?
We're gonna go through
We're still verifying all the roads, because there was a lot of roads that were not.
the subdivisions, looking at the subdivisions that were added since 2007, and then if the roads were accepted, then we'll go through the maintenance bonds and the construction bonds.
How many more roads were there?
I don't know. He highlighted them.
It was about
I didn't
5
count.
pages, but not all of them on the page, but probably 150 if I had to guess.
Yeah, he's been working on that. He also recreated an interactive voting map where you put your address and it draws you the map to where you vote and tells you how to do it. It's got stuff going. Pretty much all the time.
We're going to have a place to vote first.
When we go talk about the voting places, polling places, they talk about conditions of them, not having some meeting. I know this is the time and place.
Yeah, when we redistricted, we dropped it from like 47 to 35.
42 was 42.
42 to 35. And they do combine them in some of the smaller elections. But on like a general election, and I'm not an expert in this, but in a general election, I'm not sure how we do that. But I mean, that's something we can find out, of course,
Just curious, if I'm over in 40, I can't get back to the box.
Well, you ought to be able to vote on it, if they're doing it
Oh,
all
okay.
electronic.
That's what I'm talking about.
Then we
Yeah,
can have.
like we do on
open poll
early vote.
That lets you vote anywhere in the county.
There's some counties, I think, that are doing that now.
There's many polling places to cut our expenses.
Yeah.
We can go anywhere.
Well, they do in early elections. There are some counties that's doing that now, that where you can vote in any sub courthouse, because it doesn't matter what precinct you're in. You can just take it in there, and since you're doing it electronic, when you put your number in, it knows.
But I think there's, you talking about on the early or the regular?
Early.
Well, I think there's some counties that are actually doing it on the day of vote.
Of the election.
Yeah, which makes sense to me, because it's just easier
You do
for
it
our
early.
attorneys.
Well, I think once they go to that system, then you can vote in any of them.
Yeah, I think so too, but I don't know how you become a part of that. I mean, that'd be something, I guess.
You have to be all electronic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think that cuts out the issue.
Well, I know you're about buying 35 new computers.
Yeah.
Maybe we only 8. We have,
Oh, people get it that new for?
one side of the courthouse, they got a line all the way around the block down the street, like we used to have a long time. You know, when I was young, you was the phone, you stood in line a long time. I don't know, I guess you remember, I don't know.
I do.
Right, that's,
There's a few of us in here remember standing in a long line.
that's 400.
Yeah. Okay, Junior.
All right, any questions of, George?
Mr. Ritter,
Yeah. What we'll do now, Karen's got the information, and we'll, let her give her time to plug this stuff in. We still, of course, don't have the insurance and all that kind of stuff, but we'll schedule another time sometime here towards the end of,
End of the week.
end of the week, yeah. Well, not that week.
I don't think so.
June, June.
Yeah.
And then, we'll, we are going to need to schedule a workshop. We've got 3 or 4 things kind of hanging out there that we need to get done on a workshop. And I'll try to get with you and find a good day when we can do that. And in that regard, help me remember those, so I don't leave something off. So if you want to send me an email about something that needs to be on the workshop, do that. So,
what about the rest of these in the book here?
Turn them out.
They don't get anything.
They didn't show us,
I think anybody,
well, I mean,
like Mary and,
Mary, I mean, we can, I don't, did she ask you for anything?
asking for furniture.
Yeah, we kind of already talked about having.
Yeah.
We'll do something different, we hope. Might not.
In the workshop, are we gonna discuss these items like the furniture items and the
Yeah, I think we can do
longevity?
that, we'll just need to.
The longevity, possibility, or,
I think we
I
can.
think we need to come up with a plan on how we can
one thing.
take that, you know, one point or another, take the decision away from them, they'll be mad that year. Then the years following, everybody will be used to it, it'll be that's the idea.
what do we do on, like on travel and meals? Do we have a set dollar amount for meals?
We do a per diem, per day,
For meals?
yeah, I don't remember what it is now. Karen,
It's 46 for the full day, and if you're half a day is the 23.
No one ever told me, which, Steve and I went and ate down at some $500 plate deal, and
No, and I bought it, and,
we never turned it
I
in.
thought it
Don't worry,
was
turn it in, they'll reimburse
Yeah,
you.
we, all right.
no, actually, Jake bought it. I just thought, see if he, I don't know why he grabbed that check so fast, but he did. The insurance guys, they make more money than everybody else.
the ones that we've not discussed, and it's early to discuss, but we don't have the health insurance and, property insurance and all that, and that's the, what's that big fund, the general government fund, that's where we
409.
roll a lot of the big cost into. So we don't have enough information to do that, but again, this was just kind of our first preliminary shot at it, just kind of give everybody kind of where we are. And,
Gives you a lot of stuff to think.
what it does, and we've got a lot of things that we'll have to be looking at. Of course, we've not talked about revenues yet, but it's probably a little early to talk about that and see where we are on taxes and, some of the other dollars that are out there. For the end of the year, you know, I mentioned about maybe paying off some of those short-term loans that we have out of this year's budget, you know, if we have the money available to do
George,
that.
can you run me a report on the stats of, the outstanding warrants? Is there a way you can let us know how many outstanding warrants there are?
Last season, JP Court?
Yeah.
Now,
Do you have a date?
in Kaufman County, not out of county, but
We do, we can run you a case filing report, and then you can contrast the cases filed versus collected, by officer. So it gives you a good sense as to, how many cases are coming.
Does it tell you which years these warrants was issued?
Yeah, I mean, of course, this report I'm talking about is different, this is before warrant. This gives you an idea of tax roll versus case filing. You know, if 10 tickets came in and we have 20 to 30, you know what I mean? It gives us the real numbers per officer.
Yeah. Because, you know, especially on, if we're going to start looking at the outstanding warrants to see where they are, it'd be interesting to know what years and where they came from, kind of in a year period, because if, you know, if they're 6, 7 years old, those people probably don't even live here.
Well, we file those with our collection company.
Yeah, I mean, not even wasting time.
We file them with, there and also Omni, so if they renew the registration, they'll be filed that way.
So these warrants that the constable are, said they, they're behind.
We already handle those through our collection department and through Omni. Right now,
Omni gets their driver's license, but they gotta be out there.
it might take 4 or 5 years, but they'll still do it. That's
Yeah, they're gonna eventually go in and say, I wanna renew my driver's license, but what?
Right.
You know, they won't even know they don't have one.
But these,
So they
line
gotta
Barbara
get
and
a job.
Purdue, they're working on it. They should be working all of them. 90 days past due warrants.
The state, I guess the state still does, I don't know, you probably know, but you know, if you get an insurance ticket and just go pay it, and don't do an SR 22 or anything like that, they automatically revoke your driver's license. And I used to have people come in all the time, put it in the application, I'd say,
That's
well, you can't work
confusing.
on it, your driver's license been revoked. They say, no, it's not, it's good.
George,
No, it's not.
George, repeat that. All the warrants.
Class C's go to line Barbara and Purdue. I don't know about Purdue, we haven't been involved in them, but traditionally, you know, their role is to pick up those Class C criminal offenses and
And
warrants.
go collect them.
And they go to Omni.
Okay, then what are the ones they're talking about that they need to work on?
They say they've got like $1.5 million worth of warrants and.
Just one precinct.
One precinct said they need extra men
That
and
was
extra
two.
cars to serve all these warrants.
They go collect them.
They're,
Hell, they're being worked by line Barbara right now.
Well, that's what I said, that's why I'm asking you about it, in the dates and where they are and what, you know, because I don't understand if we got that kind of warrants out and they're fresh. We wanna be knocking on doors, but if a guy lives in Fort Worth, we obviously don't wanna mess with, we want somebody else to go mess with, the collection agency, or just let them get stopped somewhere down the road.
Collection agency, and they're doing very well.
See, I just think there's been a miscommunication on all this warrant stuff. I've heard it 2 or 3 times since I've been here about these millions of dollars in warrants. Well, I think something's not, you know what I'm saying?
something about jive.
Yeah, this doesn't
Would you work the warrant roundup too?
And we could have $1.5 million, but it might be
Yeah,
from
you think so.
1990 to now that are really uncollectible. I mean,
Which warrant are they exactly talking about?
George.
We didn't ask.
When I first came here and we had to go, you had to run me a special report for the outside auditors. How much did we have on the books that were like due to the county? Wasn't it in the millions of dollars?
I'll reissue it just to make.
Okay, I thought that's what I remember.
If they're working on it,
I mean,
So
you know,
used it, so it might-
each year, if you just have, you know, $50,000 in warrants that's going out there. You know, I think Dallas County read a thing on them one time, and they said they had, at the end of the year, they had something like $3 or $4 million out that year that they couldn't collect. And each year it just adds up.
Do you
And
remember
pretty soon,
the number that
you know,
I
they have
read
100
you
million.
yesterday? Okay, what I want you to understand is that's because there's 20-something at one time, maybe 17 million owed to this county, and the auditors keep increasing our percentage of doubtful accounts because they're just not being collected. We got more than 2 million owed to us, it's net of the doubtful accounts.
our problem is we don't have the revenues because we don't have the business coming in the front door.
Right.
We don't have the current citation to file. And I can show you that with case filing.
So the answer is what?
The current revenues, it's top line and bottom line. You gotta have the top line of figures, don't you, today, current revenues. You gotta have case filings. And we can run you a case filing report by officers for whatever time period you want. And you do it. If you'd like to graph it out, we can show you this year, that.
Yeah, you can print that, right? So we can get that. Okay, he'll bring us that, you can see it, I mean, that's all I'm for, and I can, you know, you can.
Prior year, you want prior 3 years.
When we went through the exercise about four years ago, we relooked at our collections, renegotiated with Linebarger and whoever it was, and we went through the exercise. We generated reports with pretty graphs that showed you 5 years. And the key is case filing. If the business isn't coming in the front door, you're not reclaiming.
I think OCA also did that and provided Kaufman County a 10-year graph, or.
How about your A and B misdemeanors?
Hmm?
How about collecting your A's and B's?
We're working on, but you're still
Do you
less
think,
than
do you think that, did the constables include her warrants, A's and B's?
No.
No.
Because years ago, we worked those too.
Well, we also had
Yeah.
bailiffs from the court working them years ago.
I'm just saying, I think that,
Rusty Grimes.
it doesn't, you know, the numbers don't compute to me, I don't even think you can, you know, I don't think there's that many dead warrants out there in 1 year, or 2. I think they're stretching a long time back.
I think the low-hanging fruit
Right.
are the people driving down the road right now that need to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like these big rocks. I'm still waiting for that one.
You're paying interest on it right now.
driver gets out of jail.
And then you get down your road.
Yeah, you won't go down your county road.
County road's going to park.
So we may need to revisit Constable 4 then.
Well, I mean, what we need to know is what we need to know, I mean, he didn't hand us a sheet.
Thor has high
That's the
revenue.
reason I'm asking.
Well, he does have
Yeah,
a precinct, but again, precinct 2
Three.
has,
More people.
had 4,000.
You would think that, you know, 35, 40,000 people, whatever we have, we would write more citations and have more tickets, more warrants, and all 4 put together
Most all
in
your
any
people
time.
are in the city limit, I mean.
Well, it wouldn't matter, I mean, it's still in the
Well,
area.
if they get a ticket in the municipality,
Yeah, you're
then
right.
it's up to the municipality.
But they would, but they'd still turn in a warrant,
Yeah,
and they'd still be,
Constable wouldn't.
No, misdemeanor.
they can go arrest them.
Laura was gonna say something, y'all.
Well, we were looking at the numbers that were submitted to OCA for precinct 1, 2, and 3, JPs. And when you look at it, JP, I think we were looking at it today, JP3 has got the most amount. It was like 40,000 or 50,000. JP, you know, Mary came in at half of that, and JP2 came in at half of that. I mean, it was just, precinct 2 is, they're not bringing the business in the door for them to do the tickets. And when you talk about the constables and going to Linebarger or going to Purdue, I think that is an individual JP constable procedure, because Johnny down at 4 may have his constable take those warrants and go work them, whereas Mike Smith may say, I'm going straight to the law firm. I think.
We all met 4 years ago.
Yeah.
And the plan was after 90 days, the constable would work it.
The constable's
And after
working,
90
yeah.
days, it goes to the collector.
Right, but they've switched up some things since then.
Yeah.
That's what we all agreed on.
Yeah.
Well, we've had constable changes too, JP
Yeah.
changes for that matter. You know.
And we probably shouldn't switch the process, though. I mean, if you get a process that works, y'all leave it alone and not worry about it too much. And if it doesn't work, then you need to change it.
Yeah, but you can see how the constable changes will change everything. They may want to be more aggressive or less aggressive, but if you don't bring the business in the door, it doesn't matter. You have to have the tickets.
And it's not just them, the highway patrol. They're not.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you've got to have the tickets coming to the court to get the money.
Yeah, but we don't wanna burn up $5 million trying to collect $2 million.
Right.
You know, I mean, you don't throw a good money after bad, you know, you just, you stop where it stops. So, I mean, you know, if you hire 4 deputies and start trying to collect $1 million worth of
Well, it
warrants.
sounds like we need to have an with all the constables.
Yeah.
And
Well,
get
I
the
mean-
graph that George can produce for us, so hey,
Well, I mean,
here's the real numbers.
And that's the other thing, I don't wanna get our constables into too many constables like you have over here in Dallas County. They have their own police force, we
Well,
don't need that.
Yeah, we're not Houston, we're not Harris County, the
We're not
constable doesn't need to be the
Dallas
sheriff's
County.
office, the sheriff's office needs to be the sheriff's office.
Right.
I mean, I'm sorry,
Our
you
city
know,
police needs to be.
the constable's got a job, and that's what they need
Yeah.
to do, and the sheriff's department's got a job, and they need to do it. We don't need to spend two people doing the same job. I mean, I don't know,
Well, that's, I mean, the constables always wrote tickets, always wrote the, I did, I was learning and I did.
yeah, but I mean, you know, that's just what it is, what it is, you know, you need to, you know, if you wanna be a sheriff, then you're gonna be a sheriff, then.
Well, I think a lot of their tickets are written by their reserve, you know.
On the weekends and
stuff like that.
And that report will show you that, it'll show you exactly.
Well, that's fine, but,
I think we're all pretty well booked there for the last couple of days, and we really need to reissue the agenda. We said Tuesday, instead of Monday on the agenda, so I'll get Cassie to do that, so it'll be the same stuff. We don't have just a whole lot on the agenda. But we'll get with you.
Monday or Tuesday?
We'll meet Monday at 9:30.
Didn't you say Tuesday?
9:30.
9:30?
9:30.
Not 8:30?
You can come out here, but we're gonna be downstairs at 9:30. I think we're all tired. But anyway, that's kind of where we are, and I promise you, we'll be back together pretty soon. When we do the workshop, we'll come back with some of this other stuff too.
Is there any other workshop item you might need data for?
Well, it'd be interesting if we could get the data on this constable thing.
Well, I'll get that,
Yeah.
if there's anything else.
Can you give us information on ATS?
ATS, that's the secret cloud, I'm not, that's, we,
I've
You
got
don't have a key
the,
to that door?
that does not cross our software,
Okay.
we don't retain any.
I have the key to that door and the reports are being ready to give to you.
That's something else we need to look at. We need to budget about $500,000 to put in account, because according to that contract, that's what it's gonna cost us every year.
They're not gonna do that, Jimmy.
At the end of our
They're
10-year
not gonna do
contract.
that.
Well, it's what it says in the contract.
I understand that, but I'm telling you, they're not gonna do that.
Well, there's a line item in the contract that says that contract supersedes any verbal agreement, so I'm just saying it. All I'm going by is what's in writing.
Right.
And, you know, if we don't do it in 10 years, we may have a $5 million hickey.
I don't think that's gonna be the case, but.
Well, I hope to God not.
Yeah.
Is there any way, I mean,
Is there any way we can guarantee that?
I'm not prepared to talk about that today. We can have a discussion about that, and I can get them back down, but, all this thing that you're talking about, that's not gonna happen, I'm just sure.
I'm just going by what's in
I
writing.
understand what you're saying.
Anyway, that's my take on that, so.
That's all a budget thing
That is a budget thing. That is a big budget
It's
thing.
not here that I know of, unless you know something.
All right, thank you very much.
I didn't hear you, sorry.
That's the only budget item thing that I know.
Motion to adjourn? Second.
ATS,
Let's stay here.
well, ATS.
Second, okay. All in favor? Yeah, that's all we need.
Okay. Yeah, I went back and took every month's